Welcome back to the Telkom Netball Champs. It is day 4, the penultimate day of competition here at Hoërskool Waterkloof in Kloof in Pretoria, where all the action's been taking place and as far as the TNC is concerned. But what you can look forward to today as we build up to the finals tomorrow, of course, is some of the teams playing for placings on the log and, of course, securing their place in the semi-finals. And two such teams, Tshwane and Mangaung, are going to be in action a bit later on. Of course, Mangaung is going to be playing Dr. KK. They need to settle scores in terms of who's going to make it into that final semi-final spot. Now, while we look at Tshwane, they were the favorites coming into this competition in the under-19 division. They're going to be facing a side that's also high on confidence in the Cape Winelands. There's two sides at the top of the log, yet to get a defeat in the TNC. So it's all about maintaining that unbeaten record, but one of these sides will fall at the hurdle as they're going to be facing up against each other. Both sides have already secured passage into the semi-finals, so it is all about keeping that pristine, unbeaten record as they're going to be facing each other. Now, if you're looking at the other age divisions, of course, quite a lot of action that's been happening there as well. In the under-18 division, there's the side from Limpopo, Morula, who's looking like the stern favorites right at the top of the log. But we'll keep you updated with all the action, all the movements, and who's going to make the semi-finals and the cut to perhaps put themselves in contention for the finals. Well, a great thing is the sun is out today and the wind is quite minimal, so it is pristine playing conditions for the players as compared to the previous days of competitions that we have seen. So that's how things are then for day 4 here at Hoërskool Waterkloof. We do have our commentary team that's standing by to take you through this first game. It is going to be Charmaine Bart and Amanda Maynard.
A very good morning from the commentary box. My name is Amanda Maynard, and joining me in studio is Charmaine Bart. Charmaine, how exciting is it to see these two teams up against each other?
I'm excited, and you know what? We have to be very calm about this because you're a Tshwane supporter and I'm a Cape Winelands supporter. You know, it's our alma maters, but it's a wonderful game ahead of us. I think it's going to be toe-to-toe. We're going to have some action here and a great game heading towards you guys there at home.
Yeah, and how important is this win for both sides this morning?
It's going to determine who ends first and second on the log for the under-19s. So I think for both of these teams, they would want to end their pool games on a high, but whether the team wins or loses, depending, it doesn't matter, they will still make that semi-final.
Yeah, and I see that Tshwane have made some interesting changes this morning going into the semi-final. They've started with a new goal defense. They're starting with Kaylee van Wyk on the goal defense position. She usually starts on the wing defense position. What do you make of that change?
I mean, she's got the height and she's got the abilities to play goal defense, so I'm not scared of her playing over there. It's going to be interesting to see because we usually see a flit between wing defense and center. So I think it's a good shift from the coach, but let's see if it's going to pay dividends to the players.
Oh, and unfortunately, Wilmy just overcooking that pass into the goal shooter, Imke Visser, and Cape Winelands now on the attack. I think the Cape Winelands are showing great control with the ball in hand. They're not forcing anything. Looking at the defensive duo of Tshwane, they are very strong. I do like the keeper Zanay Berenstein, and there they come away with the offside.
Yeah, it's unfortunate when that happens. I do like the shooting circle there with Sabella Barnard in the shooting position. She's quite tall, and I think it's the first time Zanay actually has someone the same height as her.
Yeah. And Imke Visser sinking that one for her team. Tshwane leading comfortably 3-0.
Oh, that was a great pass there by the wing attack, Karen Nobrega to Michaela Lombard. They've been playing this same starting lineup since the start of the game, and that's the way that Coach Frida Kemp, she usually does do that. You know, she likes her starting lineup, but also utilizes her bench players very, very well.
Oh, and a beautiful base drive there by the goal attack, Hitsekile Lobo. She's been amazing throughout this tournament. I know she's captain. Also, I know that Hitsekile is a goal shooter, but I think she's playing the goal attack position quite superbly.
Yeah, no, I'm really impressed with her on goal attack. You know, her and Imke have such a great knowledge of one another and a great trust in that circle, and that's exactly what you want between two shooters.
Yeah, and immediately you can see the double up happening on the goal shooter in the circle, which is quite interesting tactics coming from Twane.
I mean, she's got that height, so you probably want to block that easier feed.
Yeah, and how important is it for the goal attack to go into the circle and create that movement for the goal shooter?
I think the timing of the entrance of the goal attack is so important, and I want to see Michaela, you know, not doubt that feed to her shooter. That was an unfortunate 3 seconds, but you know, you got to play the pass if you see it.
Oh, beautiful feed there by Shani Mook and the wing attack of Twane.
Yeah, the goal defense for Cape Winelands, Laura Stein, just her head was just down, and unfortunately,
oh, and another beautiful tip there by Zanay Berenstein. Unfortunately, getting called for the contact, but it's great to see a defender going out of the circle earlier on in this encounter.
Great defensive effort there by Michaela. You could see them all shutting down that movement.
Good shot there by Michaela Lombard. And it's good to see both shooters shooting and not letting only one shooter take the responsibility in the circle.
I think that's been the difference between these teams and the other teams in their pool. You know, the shooting responsibility is being shared by both shooters in both of these teams, and that's a tricky one to defend.
Yes. A lot of pushing and shoving going inside that circle. Imke Visser lucky to get away with that rebound, but I'm sure she'll make it count. So Charmaine, one thing that I've picked up from the Twane side is they do like to give the centre pass to the front and then play a quick give and go back to Vilmi, who's then possibly the main feeder on the longest shot. How do you think that the Cape Winelands need to adjust defensively on that centre pass?
So they definitely need to pick up on the fact that Vilmi is the more dominant player after the centre pass. So to cut down that give and go, I would like to see Audrey step up and step into her space and not allow her to move so freely as she is.
And a great feed there by Kaylee van Wyk looking into that circle. I think one thing that's been standing out for me about Kaylee van Wyk is the fact that she can play center position as well, which gives her nice confidence when it comes to feeding, because a lot of times defenders don't want to feed because they don't have the confidence to feed.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's such a good thing for a goal defense to have, is the ability to feed into the circle. Sometimes you do have that option available, and then they shouldn't be scared to actually take that ownership and take that ball and pop it into the shooters.
Oh, and a beautiful feed again into Ezekiel. She's been very strong on the hold as a goal attack, and she's showing nice elevation in that circle as well.
It was a great feed there by Karen de Nobrega to Michaela. You can also see the communication coming together for the Cape Winelands. Sometimes, you know, it takes a minute or two to feel out your opponents.
And immediately you can see Tsikile hanging behind there in the circle on the baseline. Imke allowing her that space to, that she can move around on the base. And I think they're setting up the goal circle very well.
But a turnover for the Cape Winelands. We saw Vilmi trying to defend the ball after she dropped it, and unfortunately you're not allowed to do that.
And a beautiful screen there by Cape Winelands, making sure that they give that ball into Michaela Lombard, who I think is showing great shooting accuracy throughout this match.
Yes, she's been doing well. She started strong, and you couldn't ask for more if you look at the players.
Good call there by the umpire. She did somewhat lose a balance there.
Well, you're not allowed to play the ball from the ground, are you,
And how
Amanda?
good is that speed from Tshwane on that transition? Well done. Charmaine, how important is it to have quick transitions in a game situation?
If you transition quickly, there's no time for the team to set up a defense. And that's exactly what Tshwane have utilized in that play. They didn't allow Cape Winelands to set up any sort of defensive wall or anything. So they just sped through, but also their timing was very, very accurate.
And again, Cape Winelands showing great patience with the ball. They do like to play the ball back to the transverse line, allowing the defense just to shift and to create maybe another option into that circle.
Yeah, definitely, and there's nothing wrong with the reset to your back players. It's really important to utilize it right. I just don't want them to overuse that.
Yeah. I think the one thing that they got to secure is their shots in that circle. I don't think the defenders are going to give them a second opportunity if they're in the right position. So very important for them to make sure that they sink those shots.
Yeah, definitely, and that's something we've been speaking about throughout the tournament, is the defenders' positioning for a rebound. It's not been that great. You've seen most shooters actually get their rebounds.
And again, beautiful space there into that back circle.
Yeah, she's using the base really well. I would like to see Van Beek just shutting that down, that base movement.
Yeah, a couple of times the midcourt players from Tshwane have missed that playback to the tip. I think they just need to have their wing defense, especially their wing defense on that circle edge. But beautiful vision there by Shani, putting that ball into Itikele straight under the post.
Well, that was a great feed.
Well
you can see they know each other really well.
And another forced error there by Cape Winelands.
Sometimes they move so fast, I can't even see that.
I have to say, I enjoy both these sides' intensity in this first quarter. Looking at the scoreboard, Tshwane leading 10-7. But I think the intensity of this quarter has been great.
Yeah, you can see why these two are on first and second on the log. You know, they've been playing such good netball throughout the tournament. And this is just a testimony to how hard they've been working. It's good to see attackers actually defending on the center pass, you know, and that's because you want exactly that. You want defending from shooter down to keeper.
And good vision again there into Imke Visser. What I like about Imke Visser is her composure. She doesn't get angry. She's very patient, and that's good to see on a shooting position, especially in a game like this.
You know, 100%. You need that calm, cool, collected, as Zanele always says. You know, you don't want a shooter that gets frustrated and rushed.
For me, Lombard has been playing quite a dominant role in that circle, and I wonder if Tshwane will try and stop that. Oh, unfortunately, Tshwane won't be able to secure that goal. But what a great first quarter we've had, Charmaine. Tshwane leading 11-8. I love the intensity. For you, who have been the standouts looking at both sides?
At the moment, you know, the shooters on both sides, especially the two goal attacks, are standing out for me. But I'm excited to see what's going to happen in the rest of the game.
From our side, we're looking forward to the second quarter. Please stay tuned. We'll be back. We're just going to take a quick break. See you soon. Whoa, Charmaine, what a start this has been to a great encounter between two great sides. What did you think about the first quarter?
It was intense, it was awesome, you know, it was great to see these two teams step out and be so hungry to play. And I'm excited to see what's going to happen throughout the rest of this match.
Yeah, and I see no changes from either side. Do you think that's a good thing?
I think so, you know, it gives them time to settle a bit more, give them that opportunity to communicate with each other a bit better. It's just, I think that's very clever from both coaches.
And a beautiful shot there again by Visser, making sure she makes them count. Interesting to see the goal attack from Cape Winelands. Lombard dropping back into that circle. For me, she's been the dominant shooter in the circle, and it will be interesting to see how they stop that defensively.
Yeah, definitely. But, you know, then they have to start cutting her off that base, especially because she loves to play that base.
For me, Barnard, she's got the height advantage, but she still lacks the confidence to really demand ball.
Yeah, no, definitely. But I mean, maybe that's of a bit of a younger player, you know, she needs to get that confidence up, and it's going to come.
Yeah, because she definitely has the body to be
100%,
great.
100%, you know. I wish I was that tall when I was still playing shooter.
Shani Morgan, the wing attack there, showing great patience with the ball again, and the beautiful pop and sweep into that circle.
That's something that's been standing out from both sides, is that patience. They don't want to force the balls, and that's really a testimony to both coaches, you know, reiterating that clearly in their team talks.
Yes, I mean, we've been talking about the sweeps happening for both sides, but how important is the timing of the movement on that?
I mean, it can make or break a movement and a pass. So if you as a goal attack enter too early into the circle, you could fill up the space. If you enter too late, you can't open the space, and that's the problem. Again, Michaelan on that baseline, you know.
Yeah, great rebound by Zanay Bernstein. And the one thing that I've picked up from Tshwane is a switch in the circle on the shooters. The player that's on the back will then leave the player. The other player will take the stomach and she'll put up the lean. And I think that's putting a lot of pressure onto the shooters.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good, clean switch. But unfortunately, you know, another contact called against Lenry Johnson, the goalkeeper. I must have missed that.
I think that was close to a roll. I have to agree.
Yeah, I was sitting here, and you know, but that's an umpire's decision, you know, and they see it very differently to us. I mean, we're sitting up here, they're down there.
And there it is, the long feed into that goal shooter, something I've been missing, and it's good to see that Shani now is taking that ball and putting it in.
I want Lenry to actually continuously move around Imke. That's how you would block that, because you're not going to give her that solid space that she has at the moment. Oh, great circle edge. And that's the feed that Karen should pass to Isabella, you know. She was waiting for that. There's much better patience as well.
So, Charmaine, how important is it for the Cape Winelands to get that ball onto circle edge, having a shooter like Barnard in the circle?
Because she's not as confident with too much movement yet, the closer you get to circle edge, the safer your feed will become. And I think that's good for her confidence as well, to show her that you trust that ball can still go into her. So I think hitting circle edge will make the world of a difference to that shooting circle.
Oh, unfortunately, Imke just putting that ball too softly. She was a bit hesitant on that shot. You could see that in her technique, and unfortunately missing that shot.
Yeah, when you hit that front rim of the post, that's when you know you should lift and use your legs a bit more.
I think the one thing that's noticeable for me of the Tshwane defense currently as a defender is that the wing defense center need to do more work for the in-circle players. They're not forcing them into the pockets, which is taking an opportunity away from the defense to take that ball that goes across the circle.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can see Karen and Audrey having a field day there on the edge of the circle, and you want to actually stop that from happening. So I 100% agree with you on that.
Oh, beautiful ball. I just think Imke didn't expect that to happen.
Yeah, and I think the placement was also a bit high, but great pressure from behind from Linry. You know, she picked up she couldn't go into that space that she might have wanted to move into.
Good strong drive there from Sylvester on the wing defense position.
Oh, unfortunate, you know.
It's been quite a number of held balls in this game. Interesting.
It's quite shocking, you know, but sometimes we all get confused at a 3 seconds. Sometimes certain umpires have a quicker one, but these have been quite consistent.
I have to say, Visser is very strong on that lunge out to the ball. She can keep her back foot. Her footwork's excellent, and I think she's got the lower body strengths to actually do that very well.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. I was about to say it, and as I thought it, you said it.
Oh, beautiful, and that's the intercept that we're looking for. We're looking for that pockets, and Van Wyk picking up that. Well done.
That was a great pickup by her. It reminds me so much of Julene Rousseau. She used to do and set that up phenomenally.
Yeah, Charmaine, and looking at an intercept like that, you can only do that if your wing defense does her work. And that's why the wing defense position in any team is a very, very crucial position.
Oh, it's vital. If there's no pressure on a wing attack, she's going to have the time of her life.
I think just a little bit of a push there from Imke Visser on that technique. I think if she can just get more of a flow on that ball, it feels like she's just pushing it too hard. There we go.
Yeah, definitely. It's just a soft little push, but again, those under the post are quite difficult to get in.
Oh, and how beautiful was that? Yet again by Zanne Burenstein reading that.
That was a great intercept. I'm just disappointed in the pass that came through there. I mean, Sylvester, she didn't have the confidence in the pass. You could see as she released, but Zanne, kudos. Well done on that intercept.
Listen, I have to say, you have to be very careful if you're going to put in a diagonal ball into the circle with Zanne at the back. And a caution there to the keeper, Johnson, for persistent contact. And interesting call there, Barnard making a call for an injury. Do you think that's a tactical change, Charmaine?
I think it might be a tactical change. If I know Coach Frida, I think this might be, and I think this might be a good move. As we've said, Michaelin has been the dominant shooter, so let's see how she actually plays on goal shooter.
Yeah, for me, Lombard's playing a lot of a goal shooter type of game, so I think it's a good swap that they've made.
And I love this goal attack, Adams. She is so strong, and she's still quite a young player, you know. She's under 17 at the moment.
What's been great for me from Wilmy van Heerden is how well she is on a centre pass. She does do centre passes really well. She doesn't make mistakes on it. Her timing and her vision on a centre pass has been exceptional.
Yeah, she's been really consistent in that, and that's exactly what you would want from a centre. You don't want, you know, you don't want to feel scared when she takes the ball in hand. Oh, quick give and go, and that's something that we've seen from Renisha throughout the tournament. And she's quite strong on those.
The score currently 19-14, Tshwane leading quite comfortably with 5 goals. I think the change that they've made, they've done it at the right time before going into the half-time break.
Yeah, very clever play there. Unfortunately, you know, just had her foot on the line, Zanne.
Oh, and that's something that you don't see often, but well done, Lombard, for doing that.
That is such a great move. I loved using it. I know Nicole Taliard is also really strong in using that move, but you have to be very careful with that. If your feet aren't into court by the time you catch the ball, then you know, the other team will get the turnover. Just both defenders there out of play for Cape Winelands. Both of them made contact, and that's an easy shot to give away.
Shemaine, what do you make of that penalty shot that they just took? Imke giving that ball to Itikile to take that shot. Do you think that's a tactical play that they use?
I think that was quite interesting. I don't know, maybe it's because it was her defender that got contacted. I don't know. I don't think it really means much at the moment. I think we'll see those, you know, tactical moves a bit later in the match.
Yeah, I think something that it might be is that Imke might be stronger on a rebound. For me, that's defensively looking at it, and so they're allowing Itikile to take the shot, so if she misses, Imke will take the rebound.
No, 100%, that could definitely be it.
Oh, great take there from Visser, and great vision from Vilni, seeing that availability of Itikile right under the post.
That was a clever little pop, wasn't it?
I have to say the timing of that circle movement has been great. Oh, and a good tip there by Van Wyk. Unfortunately, not getting away with that.
Great pickup though by Lombard. And again, she's on that baseline. The center of Cape Winelands and the goal attack, Adams and Carstens, they actually played together at high school.
Wow. Good pop there from Adams onto Lombard.
I quite like that combination in the shooting circle.
Oh, and the opportunity was there for Johnson to take that. Unfortunately, she missed it, but I thought she was going to take that rebound.
Me too. How unlucky is that? But that happens. It's netball, you know. You've had the rebound and you've had the ball in your hand and you've lost it before. It happens.
Yeah, one change I'm hoping to see from Tshwane before going into the playoffs is having a Gang on the goal defense position in that circle with Zanay. I think for me they've been a very strong and solid combination, so hoping to still see that change being made maybe at the halftime break.
Yeah, definitely. They've been playing like that since the start of the tournament, and it's always been beautiful to see them together in the circle.
But this quarter coming to an end, and great defense there by Tshwane, getting that held ball right at the end. Tshwane leading 22-17. If they convert this goal before halftime, that would mean a lot to them.
Yeah, definitely. I would give them a 6-goal lead.
But unfortunately, not enough time for them on the clock. But well done again to both sides for showing great consistency in the second quarter. Brilliant netball. Viewers back home, please stay tuned. Make sure you look at the next quarter, because I think this game is still going to go a long way.
Couldn't agree with you more, Amanda. This one's going down to the wire, determining 1 and 2 positions on the log. Let's see what happens.
This is where it all started for me, in Hoërskool, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we had to go, you know, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. I happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed one player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now. And on court line, 1-8, and a B versus 2
Well, what a great game we've had this morning with Tshwane and Cape Winelands. Both these sides hungry for that win, because this game will determine the position on the log, which will mean one will play 4 and 2 will play 3, and both these sides would want to end top of the log. I see that there's been some changes made by both sides. Charmaine, what do you think of the changes that's been made by both sides?
I think it's a couple of clever changes. You know, you see Ahang together with Bodenstein there in the defensive circle for Tshwane, and that's been a great combo throughout the tournament. I'm also excited to see Tara there on wing defense for Cape Winelands. She's a feisty little player.
Yeah, for me, the surprising change was taking Vilmi off that center position. I think she determined a lot of the intensity of the Tshwane team. I would have maybe kept her on that position.
But let's see if Kylie can pay due dividends on center.
But again, fresh legs, new intensity, new way of play, so it might be good.
It might work out. And already you can see Laura, who's shifted to goalkeeper, having an impact. That's an interesting call. What do you make of that contact on Adams there?
Yeah, I wasn't sure what just happened there. I'm a bit in the dark, just as you, but good vision into that circle again, and Imke taking that ball.
That was a great shot by Imke. She's been such a stalwart for her team.
For me, Tshwane, that's been the difference between both shooting ends, is that Tshwane feeling comfortable giving that ball to Imke, whereas the Cape Winelands team, as you see, they're quite hesitant, and then making a pass that's not the best option.
No, 100%. And then that was quite interesting
Brilliant.
play.
Again by Zane Berenstein. They're getting a hand into that ball.
No, that was a great tip by her.
And look at that, brilliant from Van Wyk.
Not the best pass to have passed diagonally.
No.
Especially with those tall defenders.
Never play a ball across the circle. I think for me, Tshwane, with the changes they've made, they've really made their defense unit stronger. I mean, they've got 4 defenders now, basically around that circle.
What a feat to try and, you know, outplay. But I think there's still so much left in this match. I mean, we're only 2 minutes into this quarter, and it's already been so exciting.
You know, Charmaine, looking at these players, a lot of them are still in school. And how exciting is that for the future of netball? Because I'm looking at the Tshwane sides, they've got a couple of school players, same with the Cape Winelands. I think just there's so much talent in our country.
We can be so excited and so happy that, you know, we don't have to worry about the future of netball here in South Africa. It's just unfortunate on that pass for Karen. I saw what she saw. I think she just fed it a bit too high.
And beautiful there again by Mila, coming through that middle, strong on attack, strong drives. Such a crucial role for a wing defense to be a strong attacker as well.
Oh, definitely. You can't have your defenders only defend. Oh, and that was the feistiness I was talking about from Tara. Just a bit late there on the contact, but you know, if a wing defense isn't out of play for a contact once in a while, is she playing wing defense?
I just see the defense of the Cape Winelands. They're fumbling around in the circle. I think what's very hard for them right now is, well done, Itzekile, but I think what's hard for them is the splits in the circle. It's very hard to defend if shooters split, and both these shooters do split really well.
Yeah, no, they do, definitely. I just want Itzekile to be careful with that throw, and she was really close to the post. You still have to leave space for your defenders to actually move between. It can be seen as a short pass.
I know that the Cape Winelands have shown great patience throughout the match, but looking at the quarter, they only have 1 quarter left, and I think they need to start picking up the intensity. They need to start playing a little bit faster if they want to stay in this match.
No, definitely. Just, you know, put the feed in if you see it first, second. You don't always have to wait for the 3rd second pass. Again, great assistance on the line by the defenders for the Cape Winelands. They've been really good at helping for that reset pass.
Cape Winelands now trying to set up that screen. Both shooters, unfortunately, moving into the same space and not getting away with the points.
Oh, that was a risky shot to take, especially if you're this close to one another with this much time left in a match. Just play it safe for now. Later on, you can put a bit of the longer shots in.
Again, we had that both shooters standing. You're in trouble if both shooters stand still in a circle if you're not setting up a screen.
That was a beautiful intercept, though. Let's not take away from Laura. But unfortunately, that impatience coming through, that's not the 1 second we were talking about.
And good long vision down court there by Zane Berenstein. And a beautiful feed into Itsikile, keeping that defense behind her back. Well done.
Yeah, I saw that from up here. I wondered if the umpire saw it as well. It's just unfortunate, you know, it's excitement. They want to go. They want to be part of the action. So, I mean, all of us have broke the line a couple of times.
Yeah, and I think as a defender, that's the worst thing that can happen. Again, setting up that defensive circle. Oh, what I like about these two defenders is that how they cover each other. So they will have one in front and allowing that space to look open and then taking the intercept.
Yeah, definitely.
For me, they're a very good defensive duo.
No, they're working together really well. I want to see that from the Winelands team. They're playing good netball. I mean, they got another intercept. Well done, Laura. But that pass there from Mila, I wouldn't have put that one into that shooter.
Yeah, and you've mentioned how some of these players play together at school level. Looking at Zane and Achang, they both play together at club level. They know each other. And that just makes them really strong if they've played a couple of times together.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, there's no substitute for game time, especially with a teammate. So,
and a beautiful roll there by Adams. The timing on that was perfect.
Yeah, she's really good at those rolls, so I want to see her use it a bit more. It's something that she's really effective at doing.
And unfortunately, Achang going down there with an ankle injury.
Oh, no.
She did step on that foot, immediately called for time. I don't think she's okay. She doesn't look okay. I hope that it's not too bad.
Yeah, you kind of hurt with them when that happens, don't you?
Yeah. Interesting. I wonder if she might have been struggling with an injury and that's why she didn't start this morning.
Oh, that could be the reason.
Oh! And beautifully done there by Mila. Wow, she's made such a great impact there on the defense for them.
Yeah, that was very good.
And well done there to Johnson for contesting for that ball. I have to say, I've been impressed with Johnson. She never gives up.
Oh, Audrey around that circle edge.
Well done. Yeah, if you give a player an inch on the circle edge, they will always come in for it.
Always. And who was really exceptional as that? Erin Berger. She was one of those players that could play around that circle.
Again, Johnson doing well. I would have called it the other way. I do think it was the contact of the shooter.
Oh, you know, but we don't always get the contact calls, do we?
It's usually the defender.
Yeah, no, I was really impressed with that from Johnson. She went straight up into the air and you couldn't ask for more from a defender.
For me, one thing that's been noticeable also from both sides is how well the Tshwane side are on the first and second phase of a centre pass. They work well together, whereas it feels to me the Cape Winelands work separately. The wing attack, goal attack, not always being aware of each other.
Yeah. No, the first and second phase for Tshwane have been really exceptional. I want to see the same coming through from the Cape Winelands.
There again,
Yeah.
there it is. So we've got first phase and we can't find second phase.
Maybe it's because we have a new wing attack for the Cape Winelands side. It always takes a couple of seconds to settle yourself, you know. Oh, great rebounds from Adam. She's the shortest in that circle.
I just love that. If the shortest player comes out with the ball in hand.
It shows you height really doesn't matter at all.
Tshwane leading 27-19 with only a few minutes to play in this third quarter. But what great encounter has this been this morning.
Again, Imke just taking that ball so well.
You know, if I look at Hitsekili, she doesn't look strong, but she's got also great upper body strength. Because looking at her, yes, she is skinny, but she keeps that defense behind her back like it's no one's business.
Yeah, that's deceptive. Oh, it's clever give and go between the new wing attack there and the goal attack of Adams.
And the Tshwane side making it hard for them around that circle, and good patience.
But again, Adams using that baseline so well, you know. You can't ask for more from a goal attack, really. Tara has been so good as soon as she stepped into that wing defensive position, you know. She's taken a lot of the center passes.
And unfortunately, again, stepping error called there by the umpire. Oh, but great defense there by Carstens.
Just unfortunately, no one to pick it up.
Yeah. I have to say I enjoy Carstens as a defensive center as well. I think Vilmi was lucky to get away with that.
Sometimes luck is all you need.
And there's the warning now going out to Johnson. She's had a caution in the second quarter, and now she's had a warning. Do you think that they might take her off?
Possibly, you know, it's always a risk to keep a player with a warning on court. After this, she could be sent off with 2 minutes.
But I have to say, as a defender, another defender said to me the other day, if you don't get a caution in the game, you didn't do anything.
Isn't that the truth, huh? Oh, that was great speed.
Great speed there by Cape Winelands, and that's what we need to see from them going into this fourth quarter, because they need to play a bit faster to close that gap. With only a few seconds left to play, let's see if they can take one more turnover. Oh, and a held ball. Man, that was fast.
Yeah, no.
Opportunity for Cape Winelands to now score. Looking in, unfortunately not having it their way. If only they could end that and put the shot up. And that's the end of the third quarter. Tshwane leading 29-21. This quarter has been action-packed like the rest of them. And we're going into the fourth quarter now. And it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen in there in Charmaine.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, you know, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed one player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
By volumes only, gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
And we are back in the fourth quarter of this encounter between Tshwane A and Cape Winelands. And Tshwane leading comfortably 30-22. Substitutions being made by both sides. Romain, what do you think of the substitutions?
I think all of them are quite clever. You know, the girls still have more games to come today, so it's good to give some of the players a bit of rest. The one interesting one that I thought that would be happening was the one of Johnson on goal defense. I mean, she has that warning, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, for me, that warning was interesting. I think that there's been a lot of umpire calls that's been quite harsh on the Cape Winelands side this morning. And what's good about it is that they need to adapt. If that's what the umpires call, then they're going to call it in the semi-finals and in the finals also.
No, 100%. I mean, we can talk about calls and stuff all we want, but in the end, umpires control those rules in the game in that way. So, you know, just play to the umpire and have fun with it as well.
Interesting goal shooting change there, bringing Barnard back into that goal shooting position. I think it's good. Adams, the smaller shooter with a tall shooter, it can work for them.
Yeah, giving Adams some confidence to take maybe the longer shots.
Oh, whoa. Unfortunately there for Shani. Getting called for that step.
Yeah, she looked like she was running towards the circle, wasn't she?
I have to say, I do like Shani on the goal attack position. I know it is her first position, the goal attack, so it's good to see her there as well.
You wouldn't say the way she plays wing attack.
And there it is again, smaller shooter taking the shot for the taller shooter to maybe pick up the rebound, but no need to pick up that rebound. Great shot there by Adams.
Oh, Johnson picking up that. That was great defense.
Yep. And well done from Johnson there. I think she was a bit unsure about staying on the court with that warning call. But I mean, just look at that. That turnover was beautiful.
Yeah, that should just give her the confidence that she is playing a good game, you know. And as you said, if you're a defender and you don't get a caution, were you even on the court?
Yeah, and I have to say, bold move from Frida Kemp, the coach of the Cape Winelands there. But unfortunately, again, getting caught to the 3 seconds. There's been a lot of them, and I have to say it's been both ways.
Yeah, no, definitely. So it's quite interesting because how do you fix that?
Yeah. And good control there by Shani, and a beautiful shot. She's not the tallest of shooters, but she's got a very high trajectory, which makes it very hard to defend.
Yeah, definitely. It's always good to see the shorter shooters using that high trajectory, but they need to. I mean, they don't have the height advantage, so that's basically the only way they can play it. Clever little bounce pass coming through from Carstens. We haven't seen a lot of bounce passes into the circles, have we?
No. Oh, well, from Hitsikili, there's been a few.
Yeah, true.
Great lead out of that circle.
Yeah, you can't put the ball up in the air against Johnson.
No.
She's going to take them.
For me, also interesting, the Cape Winelands defense playing a more one-on-one. They're not sharing the responsibility in the circle, which makes it, I think, easier for shooters. Whereas the Tshwane side, they share responsibility in the goal shooting circle as defenders.
Yeah, when you share that responsibility, you kind of flood the circle, and that makes it really difficult to find space. Oh, just, you know, drop ball there, unfortunate. But look how fast Twane actually transitions again.
And a good little offload there from Shani, giving that to Itzakile, who's been superbly throughout this match. She's shown great goal average and definitely good strong hold for the Twane side. But again, a footwork called against the Twane side. There's been quite a number of errors during this match, which is interesting because it's not a final or a semi-final. So the players shouldn't feel that pressured.
But I think it's good. Maybe get your errors out now before you start and go into your semis and your finals.
Oh, nice long lead there by the goal defense from Twane.
So I have a question for you on that, Amanda. You could see the umpire having the whistle in her mouth for obstruction, and yet she let it go.
Yeah, it's interesting there. I think they thought that she was going to shoot. For me, if there's obstruction in the circle, they got to call it, except if the ball has left the shooter's hand. And if it's left her hand, then they can't call it. And sometimes they call it once it's left the hand.
Yeah.
So if it's still in the hand, rather call it, because it might influence her shooting technique. But if it's left the hand, you can't pull it back.
Yeah, 100%.
Brave little move there from Mokken, trying to do the running step with a defender standing right under the post. That we haven't seen today, a running step.
We haven't seen it all week.
Oh, intercept opportunity again. Winelands playing that ball wide across court with defense in the middle.
Oh, Johnson again coming in there from the back.
And there's another injury from Johnson. Unfortunately going down with an ankle. It doesn't look good. We've had 2 on that side. Teammates rushing towards her. And I think that we might see a substitution happening.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and unfortunately, with the semi-finals still happening later on today, you don't want to keep a player on the court now. And maybe you could have her this afternoon not playing. So I think brave move from them taking her off.
Yeah, definitely. If I know the coach Frida at all, I know she'll rather want her to play in that semi-final.
Yeah. And good there from Carstens, trying to keep that ball in hand. Oh, and look at that screen setup. Beautiful. And Shani not securing that shot, but I'm sure Hitzakele will do that for them. Twane now leading with 10 goals. And yeah, do you think that Cape Wineland still can take this, Charmaine?
You know, I want to say never, but they're going to have to work really, really hard to bridge this 10-goal gap. No errors at all. You know, the shooting has to be at 100%. And those are the errors.
Read there by the goal defense from Twane. And a good setup also. Yeah, for me, Charmaine, I would say if the Winelands did have the intensity, they could come back. But they haven't shown that intensity during this match.
Carstens is so strong around that circle edge with those takes. It's quite impressive.
Good patience there from Carstens, giving that ball to Adams. I have to say, Adams was a good change. She's really stepped up in that goal attack position. She's feisty, she's fast, she's agile. I quite like her there.
Yeah, no, definitely. She's got some speed, and you don't want anything else from a goal attack. You know, you need them to be fast, you need them to be agile, and you need them to be very accurate.
Oh, and again, a good hold there from Hitsekile, putting on a nice strong hold and securing that shot for her side. Yeah. Still that second phase we're looking for from the Cape Winelands. First 2 balls from the center pass. But it might be the defense of Twane that's making it hard for them as well. Oh, and a great tip there from Zane on that one-on-one. I did not see her getting that ball anyway.
No, that was a beautiful tip, but great patience again by Adams, popping it over to Sabella Barnard.
Good base drive there from Shani Morgan, opening up that space to give that ball into Itzekile. Beautiful move, beautiful timing.
No, great work there. Their shooting circle has been such a joy to watch.
And held ball there against Adams getting called. Yeah, I think one thing both sides can take out of this encounter is just to really not take too long on the pass, because there's been a lot of held balls during this game.
Yeah, definitely the held balls have been quite concerning actually. So I'm afraid for the players because they haven't adapted. And I'm talking about both sides, especially if we're talking about the 3-second call.
Yeah.
As a player, you have to adapt as quickly as possible to especially that call.
But I think maybe both sides might question that afterwards and just have the captains have a chat with the umpires and see how they can better on that, because you don't want something like that to creep in a semi and in a final. Brilliant defense there by Steyn. She got right behind in Itzekile, and again a held ball.
Oh, that's just frustrating now. The held balls is something that they really have to clean up.
Yep, good pick up there by Steyn. That would have never worked. Two defenders on a shooter. You can only get that in with a lot of luck.
Yeah, definitely. But Steyn has been so good in the goalkeeper position. I really prefer her there. She started on goal defense, but she was phenomenal playing on goalkeeper.
Oh, good job there by Adams.
Yeah, that second phase. Again.
Change coming from Twane with Itzekile. Seems like she's struggling to breathe, and just going down to recap.
Just some confusion, but luckily the ball has been played.
I have to say there's been a lot of changes from both sides during this match. Some working out better than others.
Sometimes it's difficult to keep up with all the changes.
So Charmaine, in your opinion, why would you make changes? Why is it good to make changes?
So a change should be made usually if something's not working. If something's working really well, don't change it. Don't mess with the system that's working and it's effectively working. Yep. However, changes can also be because you trust your team enough to put in a new player, to rest someone else and to give someone else an opportunity as well.
Okay, bit of confusion there happening by both sides. I was unsure what that call was. And I love it that the players just took the ball and played. And here we go, Cape Winelands hoping to get that ball down court.
Oh, great vision by Carstens to the wing attack there.
They still have a few seconds to play. And Barnard will want to put this goal in. Zanay, sneaky.
Yeah, you know you're going to get that contact call. I feel like that's a bit of ill discipline.
And unfortunately, Barnard not finishing that for them. But here it comes again.
How on earth did Adams get that rebound?
Not meant to be for the Cape Wineland side, but great match from the Twane side. I think they played superbly. What did you make of the game?
I think it was a really good matchup between these two teams. You know, they both came out guns blazing. But I think this will be our final as well. I'm calling it for us, Amanda. I'm excited. But that was a really great game. We're just going to go through some of the replays as well, so you can see what we've seen today. It has been a phenomenal match. Oh. You know, intercepts by the dozen.
Yeah, and I have to give credit to Zanay Boerenstein. She's been superbly for the Twane side. She's taken a lot of balls. She's put on a lot of pressure in that goal shooting circle. The Cape Winelands have made a lot of changes in the goal shooting circle.
Yeah, and I think, you know, sometimes the difference can be consistency, and that's something Cape Wineland should go look at, you know, and then I want the captains, both captains, to actually go look and or speak and ask the umpires about that 3-second
Yeah.
call, you know, just get some clarification on it. Doesn't mean that the calls were wrong or anything like that. We just want to know more.
But I mean, speaking about consistency, how good was the Tshwane shooters compared to the Cape Winelands? I think they did have a lot of confidence going into this game, and they did do well as shooters.
Definitely, I couldn't agree more.
Yep.
So it was a really good match.
Yeah, for me, great match, great start to the day. We're going to go down to Andy, who's courtside with Zane Boerenstein, who's been superbly. Please stay tuned for the next game.
Well, an exciting contest we've just been treated to in round 1 of day 4 of the Telkom Netball Champs. Well, it is Tshwane that's going to finish the round robin stages at the top of the log, still unbeaten. Do remember that both teams came into this game unbeaten, but it will be the Cape Winelands that will be in second place going into those semi-finals, and that kind of puts us in good stead for the games that are to follow, because eThekwini currently third place on the log, and the fourth spot for the semi-finals will be decided a bit later on when Dr. Kenneth Kawunda take on Mangawong. But let's chat to some of the players that had an influence on this game in terms of perhaps securing a result for their team, and I'm going to be joined now by the goalkeeper from Tshwane, Zane, as we're going to speak about your team's performance. Now, of course, you come into this competition as overwhelming favorites as the Tshwane team, but pretty sure your coach would have said you do need to stay grounded and keep calm. What is it that got you through this game?
Definitely my team players. Like, I wouldn't have done this alone at all. Like, I think what is good about our team, we have a lot of strong players that can play lots of combinations, so we can rest some and play another. But yeah, I'm so proud of my team, and I think they did very well this game.
Well, that puts you guys at the top of the log. Some have dubbed this the final before the final. Do you also think you might face the Cape Winelands a bit later?
I do think so, and I can't wait because they are a great team. But yeah, we love a good competition, so yeah, can't wait.
You've been challenged in this game because previously you've been playing against shooters that are a bit shorter than you. This time around, you had somebody their own height.
Yeah, it's a lot difficult, but luckily I can jump, so yeah, that definitely makes it a bit easier. But she's a good player, and it was difficult to play against her. And yeah, well done to her.
And well done to you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That is Zane of the Tshwane side, of course. They're at the top of the log, and she's saying the team players do show up each and every time, and that's how they're able to secure the result. Now, of course, we are supposed to be joined by Lynrae Johnson of the Cape Winelands team. You would have seen that she did suffer an injury in that game, so we're going to see if we can still have a chat with her, and if she's going to hobble along to me. Oh, my goodness. Lynrae, thank you very much for joining us. I really didn't think you were going to be able to make it with the injury. Give us an update. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine now. It's better. With the medic just coming up, and just did my best. So yeah, thank you. I'm fine now.
And overall, looking at the team's performance, of course, not securing the result, but I think you'll be encouraged to know that you stayed in the game for pretty much most of the game.
Yes, I think we did a great job. It was still a tougher game, and now we can just prepare ourselves, because we're gonna get them again, so we can just pull through and just give our best. So, yeah, it's fine.
Now, you were living on the edge. Warnings, cautions, everything from the umpires, but it was an injury that got you out of the game in the end.
Yes, and in the end, you must just fight on and fight on, do it for the team. Although you get warnings, cautions, it's part of the game. So in the end, I'm just glad I couldn't pull through. Although my ankle is injured, I can still, I hope I play on the next game. So yeah, thank you.
And thank you. We really appreciate you making the time even with that injury, and all the best going forward in the competition.
Thank you very much.
That is Lynrae Johnson, and she's going to hop off as she prepares for perhaps the final against the Cape Winelands. Both teams do believe that they will face each other, which does make sense because they are finishing at the top of the log. They have already beaten eThekwini, Mangawong, and Dr. Kenneth Kawunda, so it would be a foregone conclusion that they will perhaps meet in that final. What would be a bit of a concern for both teams is that they do have injuries. On the side of Tshwane, Agang suffering an injury in this game, while on the side of Cape Cape Winelands, you did see Lynn Johnson as well. So we're going to have to wait to see if they will be ready and in tip-top shape for that final. Still lots of action to come in round 2 for the Telkom Netball Champs. Do stay with us.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
A very warm welcome from Hoërskool Waterkloof this morning. We've just finished the first pool game between Tshwane and Cape Winelands, and it's been a fantastic game. Up now, next we've got Mangaung against Dr. KK. Both these sides haven't managed to come up with a win during this tournament, so both of them looking for the win this morning, because the win will determine who will go into that semi-final on the 4th position. So I think both teams are hungry for the win. Joining me in the commentary is no other than the beautiful Nontle Gwavu. Nontle, welcome. It's so lovely to sit here in the booth with you. I have to say I love doing commentary with you because we both defenders, we both former national defenders, and yeah, it's just awesome being here.
Thank you so much, Amanda. It is a pleasure working with you. I mean, we're going to be treated here between these two sides, Dr. KK and Mangaung, and then you also mentioned the fact that they haven't won anything in this tournament, so this is going to be very important for both the teams, you know, because they really want to secure a spot in that semi-finals. But you know, we don't know who's going to take it. Both teams are hungry. I mean, they're currently sitting on that 0 next to them, and you know, so it's going to be very exciting to see how they do today.
Yeah, and looking how these teams line up, if I look at Mangaung, they've got Marita Westhuizen on that goal shooting position. She's been great. She's got great height. And then they've got Kurki on the goal attack, Steenkamp on the wing attack, Mokomelo on the center, Victor for them on wing defense, Steenkamp on goal defense, the Steenkamp sisters in action again. And then they've got Zionay Grobler on the goalkeeper. On their bench, they've got Morwe, Mulmans, Kusana, Fig Lanel and Mutra Hale. So we are looking forward to watching the Mangaung team in action. And on the Dr. KK side, we've got Dirksen on goal shooter, Gemoto on the goal attack, Van der Skyf on the wing attack, Esterhuizen on the center position, Spielman on the wing defense, Armstrong on the goal defense, and Nel on the goalkeeper position. On their substitution bench, they've got Van der Merwe, Van Jaarsveld, Boerman, Pringle, and Heymans. And I'm sure that these teams are both hungry for the win. So looking forward to this match. I think both teams still finding their rhythm, finding their feet during this tournament. And I think it's going to be a great match to see.
It is going to be a cracker of a match between the two sides. And I mean, looking at those starting lineup, both teams and coaches are starting quite strong. So, I mean, in that shooting circle of Dr. KK, there's Colleen there, very accurate, tall shooter. And we know, we've seen how Laresha van der Skyf feeds her. You know, she finds her very well in that shooting circle. And I think it's a similar kind of style coming from Mangaung with Oosthuizen and that goal shooter. Also with Siekam, a very strong feeder, together with Mokomelo on that center position. So it's going to be very interesting to see how both defenders of both the teams are going to counter the attackers. So the Dr. KK is in the red bib, so they'll be shooting on the right-hand side of the court. And Mangaung from Free State are the team playing in the yellow bibs.
Yeah, and I see that it's Mangaung who's got the first center pass. For me, I hope that the Mangaung side can get Steenkamp in that circle yesterday. I know that they've struggled yesterday to give the ball into a one-on-one. Like we've mentioned, she's got the height advantage in that circle. It's just about giving the feeders the confidence to give her that ball.
Yeah, I always preach that, Amanda, to say, you know what, if you want for your shooter to be comfortable, give her the ball where she wants it, you know, not where you see the space. And it's also important that as wing attack and center, the feeders, you land at that edge of the circle so you feed comfortably. You know, it's so easy and for the shooter to get that ball comfortably, then she can take a comfortable shot as well. But if you are giving her a long shot diagonal, you also want it to work, and she gets bumped there by the goalkeeper, you know, she's rattled. I mean, chances of her actually taking that shot is like like 70%, 80%, but we want 100% opportunities. I mean, you know, to know that the shooters are really going to sink it.
Yeah, and for me, one player that's been a standout also was Grobler on the goalkeeper position for Mangaung. I think she's got great height in that circle as well, and she reads play very well.
Yeah, she does, and I mean that height. What I like from her is the footwork around the shooters. She doesn't just settle behind the goal shooter. She really wants to cover the tummy, and that's going to be very critical and crucial today in this match.
Yeah, and I've enjoyed Kurki, the goal attack for Mangaung. Very agile player. I know that she is actually a mid-court player and that they're playing her on the goal attack position. And I think the goal defense is also a very strong mid-court player that I know of. And I'm looking forward to see Dr. KK this morning. I haven't seen much of them this week, so really looking forward to them. And as a former Dr. KK player, I hope that they can bag the win.
You're being biased now, Amanda. You know what? We know what they're capable of. We've seen them. I did kind of see how they play. So that's why I'm saying we're going to be treated here. It's really going to be tight between the two sides. But again, I just hope the girls really apply themselves very well. You know, and they don't rush anything because there's a lot at stake. I mean, that semi-finals is something that each team wants to play in this afternoon.
Yeah, Nontle, and I've spoken a bit to Tracy, the coach of Dr. KK yesterday, and how she's seeing that every day there's improvement and that she can see the team growing. And as a young player, it's such an important factor is to keep on growing and learning from this and taking the experience you've gained from a match into the next game.
It's important. The growth is so important. And also sometimes it might not even reflect on the score, but the coach knows what she's looking for, and she can see that the team maybe is growing in terms of ball possession, of keeping ball possession, or the team is growing in terms of balancing the court. So there are different things that each coach is looking to improve on, or maybe the turnovers, you know, so it's not always clear as the score winning. Sometimes just the growth and the relationship within the team that is so important.
And Mukomelo, that will get us underway for this encounter this morning.
A good start from Mangaung. I mean, you mentioned the center, Mukomelo. I mean, look at that brilliant offload there to the goal shooter of Mangaung, Oosthuizen. And someone that also has been instrumental in that center position is the wing defense of Mangaung, Okarla Victor. Really strong. We've seen her playing on that center position. So they are treated, they have depth, the Mangaung side. So we can expect changes at any time.
Yeah, and for me, that's great about any side is if you can play different combinations and you can really use your bench, because both these sides will still have another game this afternoon. So they want to be fresh going into that game as well. But Dr. KK is saying what you can do, we can do.
Yeah, it's a strong start. Look at that ball speed, the drive there. Oh, the goal shooter making it very easy for the center, Totang, to find her.
Yeah, I think the ball speed of Mangaung has been good. And Kurki getting that rebound. I love it when the shortest player gets the rebound.
I love it too, because now you know you want to show people it's not all about height. I can also position myself. I know how to work the footwork, so that's always exciting to see the short play, especially in the circle, getting those rebounds.
Yeah, and immediately you can see Komoto dropping off that line for that center pass, hopefully setting up for the second phase.
Look at the pressure being applied by Mangaung.
Yeah, they're forcing Dr. KK to play very wide.
And also what I like about Dr. KK, they're keeping that ball, they're taking their time, they're not rushing it.
And good finish there by Dirk, putting that shot up.
So the score is 2-2 between the two sides, and you know, it's still too early to say anything, but it's going to be very interesting to see which team is going to change gears, you know, and put that pressure and start pulling away.
Yeah, definitely. And the only way you can do that is with a turnover. But for now, it's one for you, one for me.
Beautiful placement.
Yep.
No one driving. Yes, they found her.
I have to say, I like Victor on the wing defense position. She's applying the pressure outside that circle for her midcourt. And a good finish by Komoto.
Good drive from the goal defense of Mangaung.
Ah, and beautiful read there by Steenkamp, giving that ball to her goal shooter. I have to say, looking at them yesterday and struggling to find their goal shooter, it seems like they're finding her a lot easier this morning.
I like the patience around the circle. And also, I mean, the fake and the look away pass that I'm going to pass to the goal attack and then you pass to the goal shooter. That's very creative around the shooting circle. Oh, look, that lazy pass. I mean, that was beautifully executed there by the goal attack of Dr. KK Okumoto. We just needed one team just to break and take just a turnover, you know, so that we can see the score difference. Because right now, everybody's just keeping their own centers.
Yeah, and they're just playing the conservative netball, which is fine, because both sides just want to settle in the first few minutes. Dr. KK playing a lot of short balls around the circle edge. Good swing of the ball there by Komoto, and Dirk putting up a nice strong hold for them. Oh, beautiful.
Oh, that was amazing. I mean, also the elevation of that ball was beautifully executed there by the goal attack of Dr. KK.
So what I can gather from Dr. KK is they're playing her hands over the ball, applying pressure in the midcourt.
You know what I would like to see is the intercept there inside the
well done.
Shooting circle. That was brilliant.
She read that beautifully.
Now this is the first turnover that Dr. KK really needs to utilize, and then they lose it.
Yeah, and Nontle, we've just seen it in the match before this. The held balls getting called quite a lot, and the teams need to adapt to that. So, great vision from Steenkamp, but a little bit overcooked.
Yeah, the idea was good, but the execution was like you said, just slight overcooked there. So it's another opportunity for Dr. KK. And what I like about them is how they open up that court. You know, look at that give and go. They're playing alone.
Beautiful speed.
Yeah, completely unmarked. And also, I mean, ball speed is very difficult to, a well-executed pass is very difficult to defend.
Unfortunately, footwork call there against Steenkamp.
And now they're losing their own center passes, Dr. KK, because they were ahead. They are ahead, 6-5. And they just need to secure this center pass, and then they'll be 2 ahead of Mangaung.
Yeah, I see both players went down there. Komoto and Spielman both had a hard clash against each other. Both players getting carried off court.
Yeah, look at that. Hopefully it's nothing serious for both of them.
But I see Dr. KK bringing on Tiffany Heymans on the goal attack position.
So that means that Victor also will be replaced by the new wing defense.
And Dr. KK calling for time there to make a center substitution. The tempo of both these teams have been quite slow, Nontle. I think you will agree with me on that.
It started very fast, but now I think it's starting to drop.
Yeah.
for me. I don't know. Like I said, maybe they're still trying to suss each other out. And, you know, we can give them a quarter to do that, but we really want to see one team pulling away. We want to see intercepts. We want to see, you know, lines. We want to see turnovers.
Yeah. Oh, good take there from Tiffany Heymans, but unfortunately getting called for the step.
I like the player, the goal defense, Steenkamp of Mangaung. She's quite agile and she's very strong and aggressive on that goal defense position. And she's always contesting.
Yeah, I do like her as well. I think she will play the wing defense position also very well, because she's very strong and agile on a loose ball as well.
Yo, look at that. What a brilliant setup.
Beautiful and well read there by Steenkamp. And there's that turnover you were looking for, but just the finishing.
Let's see if Dr. KK can take this one down. But what I like about them is the patience. Oh, that was amazing. I mean, a goal shooter on defense.
Yeah,
it's always exciting to see that.
Oops. Unfortunately, not meant to be for Kurki there. But luckily for her, Steenkamp will take that rebound. Westhuizen puts that up. Score still very level, with Mangaung leading 8-6 during this match. Good vision there from Steenkamp to her sister Steenkamp in the pocket.
Yo, that was a good play coming from Mangaung, but I like more pressure coming from Dr. KK. I don't want that ball to get into the edge of the circle, because once it gets there, it's so easy to find the shooters.
Yeah, Nonda, I have to say one thing that I've seen with the transition from Dr. KK is their wing attack and goal attack are both being forced to play wide, which makes it hard for them to attack. And I think that the Mangaung defensive side are filling up the middle nicely.
Yeah, they are, and they're working together. I like the communication between all of them. They have a clear understanding, a clear plan on what they're doing. Look at that. Forcing the Dr. KK side to play those long diagonal passes. That's what they want. Two against one in the circle. Let's see if she can take it. Is she going to pop?
Oh, no. Beautiful there by Tiffany. I love it when shooters do that. They're unpredictable whether they will shoot or pop. And that makes it so hard to defend.
But also the defenders really need to communicate there. You know, they can't both go and to stretch for that ball. They just needed to make sure that the shooter was covered, and just to force the goal attack to take the long ball, because I think there's then a lot of more opportunity to actually get the rebounds and to get that ball into the shooter.
Oh, and again, beautifully read there by Grobler, going for that intercept. Well done. She did mark that space beautifully. So, Nontle, are you a fan of space marking?
No, I've never been, right? I've always been the man-to-man, but also man-to-man doesn't always work, especially if you're playing against, let me make an example, a Bo. If I was to play against Bo, there's no way you can use space. I mean, man-to-man, because she's going to beat me on the speed, and also she's short. So I will just be committing a suicide if I apply man-to-man against Bo. But then I will have to do area defense just to track her, and maybe also just to deny her space and channel her on one space. So no man-to-man doesn't always work, but there are certain areas or events where you can actually apply that.
Yeah, and there was a bit of a miscommunication on that time, but ooh, that was a hard one from Steenkamp. But the center of Dr. KK, she's a tough one. She seems to still be okay. But right at the end of this first quarter,
yeah,
still
that was
a very,
hey?
a very close game, and beautiful vision, beautiful take there from Dirk. I have to say she's been impressive. Her hands are pretty good.
Yeah, she has been very amazing at that goal shooter position. But I must say the two defenders from Mangaung, outstanding performance. I like the communication. They are,
and
you know, they feed off each other very well. That partnership is solid.
Yeah, and that's the end of the first quarter. Mangaung leading by 1 goal, 10-9. It's been a good start. And it's going to be interesting to see what will happen in the second quarter and if there will be any changes. But yeah, stay tuned wherever you are, because I think it's still going to be an action-packed game, and we are looking forward to see if there will be any changes.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, you know, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed 1 player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Volume Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
AK and Mangaung still very tight for both these sides. Still both sides not really showing what they can do, playing a very conservative game. But this win, very important for both sides, as it will determine who will go into the playoffs later on this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, we did mention this, Amanda, to say that it's going to be very close between the two sides. And you can see the goals that they're still, you know, trying to settle. Both teams equally matched and strong. And I just am waiting for that moment of that quarter where one of these teams are really going to will put their foot in the accelerator and start pulling away.
No, definitely, Nonte, I agree with you on that, because in the end of the day, if you want to win a semi-final later this afternoon, you will have to be able to go one level up.
So Mangaung got a turnover, and now...
Oh, and a beautiful tip there from Armstrong. She read and timed that beautifully on the free feet jump. Maybe that's the turnovers we're looking for, Nontle.
Yeah, they lost their previous centre pass, so they really need to secure this one. That's a good hustle there, that goal defense position from Mangaung.
Yeah, not the best of option there by Tiffany Aymans. I would have maybe played that across the circle.
Yeah, you do have a wing attack in the centre that are, you know, are waiting to assist right at the edge of the circle.
Yeah, and right now, there's a lot of pressure on the goal shooter, Colleen, in that circle. So rather play it out and play yourself in. There it is, and good job. That's the triangle that we've been looking for.
Oh, now she needs to make sure that she converts this ball, because they are behind by 2, and she sinks this one. It is their center pass, so they'll be looking to equalize in this center pass. Good drive from the wing attack.
I think it's just the timing of Dr. KK in that goal shooting circle that they're struggling with. But a good shot there by Heymans, putting that up.
Yeah, beautiful drive from the wing attack. I like that. Oh, the give and go. That was brilliant.
No, that was good.
And that was on because the wing defense head was down. So that was a beautiful execution and beautiful play there between the two wing attack and center of Mangaung.
Good rebound there by Oosthuizen, but not meant to be. It's sad to see the shooters that are missing straight under the post, hey, Nontle?
Yeah, and we've been talking extensively on that too, and Amanda, to say the shooters are really not taking those long shots on the first option, on the first try. They rebound and rebound again. They shoot on 2, and that is, I mean, it's going to be very difficult if you start playing international netball. You only have one chance. I mean, you know how aggressive and how agile those defenders are, So you only have that first opportunity. So you don't want to give the defenders a second chance to get a rebound. So always make sure that you're accurate, that you go for the rebounds. But we've been talking about it, that our shooters really need to do something different.
Yeah.
Or something needs to happen here in South Africa when it comes to shooters. The accuracy level is really something that we need to look at.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. And also the confidence factor, like you've mentioned, a goal shooter needs to demand that ball. Doesn't matter where she is in that circle, and put up that shot.
A much better play from Dr. KK. Look at that.
Little bit of a misfeed there, but luckily Dr. KK will have the contact called against them. Yeah, I haven't seen a goal shooter that doesn't shoot from close range. So I hope that we will see one that will take it a bit further and just show some confidence.
And you know what? You don't have to do that if you know how to create your space in the circle. And something that we really like to see is the creativity in that circle. As we see the goal defense of Dr. KK, Bernice Armstrong, I think it is a battle of the defenders. I mean, the goal defense of Mangaung also quite strong. We see Steenkamp in that goal defense position. They play similar style. They're kind of hanging and giving you that illusion that they're not there. And then out of nowhere, you see people just intercepting. So they're very, I'm excited to watch them.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. Both goal defense are showing great promise.
I mean, for me, I always say, you've played goalkeeper as well. A pocket pass, a diagonal pocket pass, is always an opportunity for a goalkeeper to take an intercept.
No, it is. And it's just about vision. It's about having your eyes up and looking for the ball and not being too much aware of the goal shooter.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, you don't want to be too close on her. Otherwise, you're going to be too late to go for that ball. You just need to hang all the time, but not giving the goal shooter a lot of space, obviously.
Oh, good vision into the goal shooter there.
You know what I've also realized is that playing bounce passes around the circle is so difficult for defenders to actually get an intercept. So why are we not exercising that? If you see it's working for us, and also it's forcing the defenders to contact. It gives you as a shooter an opportunity to shoot without anyone distracting you in front. So why don't you do that?
Yeah. Because, like you've said, the defenders aren't used to defending them, so do it until they pick it up. Oh, unfortunately, another missed shot there by Dr. KK.
Yeah, I like how the goal attack of Dr. KK is working. Tiffany.
Heymans.
She's brilliant, but the only thing that I'm looking for her to do is to the conversion. You know, she knows how to create a space, and she dodges very well the rolls and everything. She's really creative. But now, remember, that there's one thing, that one thing that really counts is the shots. We really need the shots.
Yeah, and Nontle, I think you'll agree with me. That's the one thing that gives defenders confidence and the will to take more intercepts, because once they see that the shooters are putting in the ball, they will keep bringing on the intercepts.
Well, Dr. KK, I think it's Key and Spielman, the wing defense, been given a caution. So she's going to really have to make sure that she doesn't attract more attention on her, because the next one after a caution is a warning.
Oh, good screen there by Dr. KK. And a good finish, but unfortunately again, not sinking it, but Tiffany getting that rebound.
Yeah, I think Dr. KK is starting to pull away. And you know what, Mangaung also really putting on that pressure and forcing them to, you know, to play away. That's exactly what they're looking for. They're looking for those missed passes, and they're doing a great job.
Yeah, I think they're forcing Dr. KK to drive very flat, and they're struggling to find the attackers. So it's quite hard for them to get into the circle. Beautiful long pass there from Mangaung. And great play by Kurki.
Yeah, we're seeing all these great plays and you know, feeds and interplay with shooters, wing attack, goal attacks, but the conversion rate is starting to drop in this game, and for both teams.
Yeah, and Nontle, that might be the reason why none of them have been able to secure a win. It's just the goal averages that's dropping.
Yeah, I like that she's playing herself close.
Oh. Beautiful outside hand there by Nell, picking up that intercept.
Yeah, she timed that one very well, and she used her outside arm. And, you know, it was well executed by the goalkeeper of Dr. KK.
Very flat drives there from both shooters. And you should have one shooter that's working towards the ball, and not both moving away from the ball. I just think they're struggling to find their rhythm in that shooting circle, as well as a combination, the two shooters of Dr. KK.
Yeah, like you're mentioning that one is to pull away and one is to stand. You can't all be in the same spot at the same time. And you both can't be standing, you know, because you're making it so easy for the defenders, and also hard for you feeders to find you.
Oh, and well done for Nell for keeping that ball in, but unfortunately Armstrong getting called for the contact there. It's interesting for me, the positioning of both the wing defense and the center on that throw-in. Both standing on the wrong side. Nontle, how important is it for the wing defense center to be on the right side in a throw-in? defensively.
I always say the wing defense is your first option. The wing defense should be on the side where the goalkeeper is taking that throw in. If the defenders took a turnover, so for a straight pass, you know, and it's always important that your wing defense and center are not dropping away from the shooting circle.
Well, we just finished the second quarter there with Mangaung now down with 1 point and Dr. KK leading 16-15. We're going to have a half-time break now, and we will be back in the third quarter with some more action. Please stay tuned as we will see you after the break.
Hey man, what would Disky be without you? I mean, Nina, the over-the-top passionistas. Nani, abashayela phansi. Without lessons lava that we love to hate. Without the encyclopedia of Disky. Tiba the flair, the rhythm, that brings the wow. Hey, don't forget that fire commentary.
Juna. The streaking breakaway. Can he find a goal? Oh my word!
And to you, who brings the shade? Need celebrate.
The sky is the limit.
Long live the DSTV Premiership. Long live.
Disky is everything with you, and you are everything to Disky.
Game time, boys.
Yay! What's with Disky? So, Babi Sebonke, to live the best of the DSTV Premiership on Supersport, your world of champions on DSTV. Hey man, what would Disky be without you?
And welcome back from our side here at the very sunny Waterkloof. And in this match this morning, we've got Mangaung up against Dr. KK. We're going to look at some of the highlights that we've seen in the first and in the second quarter. And what a great start from Mangaung. They've got great speed on the ball, on their attack, and they have been the more conservative team this morning. They haven't made a lot of mistakes. They're trying to keep ball in hand and wanting to take the win after this match. For me, some of the standouts have been the defensive duo of Dr. KK. Both Armstrong and Nell doing very well in that defensive circle, putting a lot of pressure on the Mangaung shooters and forcing them into errors. But both sides have lost key players due to injury, so it will be interesting to see if there will be any changes made going into the third quarter. But we can't see that there's been changes, so it will be interesting to see what will happen in this first quarter. And Tiffany Heymans, that was a substitute goal attack for Dr. KK. I'm hoping that both her and Colleen Dirk will settle that goal shooting circle going into the third quarter. And they're struggling to find their feet and the rhythm, but I'm pretty sure after the halftime break, they've made the necessary adaptations to their game plan. Nontle, who do you think is going to take this?
Yeah, it's still, you know, touch and go for both teams for me, you know. One leads in one quarter, at some stage the other one leads. So I always say when the score is like this, I always say the team that makes the less mistakes going to the third and fourth quarter and also utilizes the turnovers will win this game.
Yeah, and I just see that they've brought on back Victor onto that center position. She was off earlier on in the first quarter. But for me, the one thing that's been noticeable about both sides is both sides struggling in the shooting ends.
Yeah, they are. I mean, both sides have strong defenders. I mean, we spoke extensively about the goal defense, Steenkamp of Mangaung, and also the goal defense, Bennis Armstrong of Dr. KK. So, and also not forgetting that their keepers, Grobler for Mangaung and Nell for Dr. KK. So the circle defense, defensive unit is quite strong. So that's why the shooters are really struggling to get to secure the goals. But also, what my concern is, there is no pressure on the attackers when they're taking those balls down. Yep. So they're putting more pressure on the defenders inside the circle to do the damage control, and it's already late. You know, so centers, wing defense really need to put pressure, because every time we see the wing attack and center, like we see now from Mangaung, getting at the edge of the circle, it's easy for her to find anyone.
And a beautiful triangle play there by Mangaung. But I agree with you on the defense in the midcourt. There needs to be more urgency from both sides, putting on that pressure once there's a turnover ball.
Yes, you see there, Mangaung is really putting that pressure that we're talking about. But now, like we said, the goalkeeper went too early there for that fly.
Yeah, definitely.
But at least it will keep that Dr. KK shooters and feeders thinking next time they play that crossball.
A good vision there into the goal shooter, and she puts that up for them. Well done, Westhuizen. Notley, you have mentioned you do like Victor on the center position. I have to say, I do enjoy her very long arms on the defense.
Yeah, she's a defensive center for me, and also I like the drives. I mean, she's tall also. That's another huge advantage for her. And you know what? She's only 16.
Sure.
So the future is very bright on that center of Mangaung. Look at her. She's finding a space very quickly, and the feeds, you know, she's amazing.
No, it is, like you've mentioned, and she did have a good start on wing defense also. So great to see a player that can play two positions very well. Oh, and there it is, intercept opportunity. Steenkamp forcing her wide into that pocket.
Yeah, look at how agile and hungry those two defenders are from Mangaung. Brilliant. That partnership is solid.
Yeah, and Mangaung leading now with 3 goals. So they've come in with new intensity into this first quarter, and that's the one thing that we've been wanting to see.
There's a lot at stake in this clash between Dr. KK and Mangaung. That semi-final spot, that 4th position, is what these two teams are fighting for. And you can see that Mangaung now is really starting to pull away. And I think the new combination from the team in this 3rd quarter is really showing that they want to take this.
Yeah, definitely, Lonte. And for me, it's been the change in intensity coming from the Mangaung side. They just stepped up a different level. And you can see the confidence there is between Victor and Westhuizen on that feed into the circle. And good defensive pressure from Mangaung on that center pass. The wing defense really working hard now, setting up the pockets for the in-circle defenders.
She's gonna take that. I saw that. It was good. Good play there by the Mangaung. Beg your pardon, Dr. KK. I like the patience from the goal attack and creativity, and she saw the goal shooter. She saw the gap. And she took it. That was clever play.
Oh, good defense there by Dr. KK.
Now, this is the match that we've been waiting for.
And how beautiful is that little tip from the wing attack. She knew she threw that ball away from her side, and yet she got it back. Oh! Beautifully done there by Victor, picking that intercept up from the center pass. I mean, that's something that you don't see very often.
Yeah, no, Mangaung now, they're pulling away. And, you know, once a team pulls away in the 3rd quarter, it's going to be very hard for Dr. KK to close that gap in that last quarter. You know, you're under pressure. You're running out of time. It's the last quarter. So what I would say that Dr. KK must take their time, play that, but they still have a lot of time. It's just still the first half of this quarter. They just need 2 turnovers, and they're back at it.
Yeah, and it will be interesting to see if they do make a substitution and just call it time, just to take a breath, because I think Mangaung just had a better second half break. And that's the reason why they're just playing with a whole lot of different intensity and flair. Oh, there it is, substitution.
Yeah, we see her. She's ready to come on with her mask on. Yeah, good pressure coming from Mangaung. Look at them. Look at them. You know, they're pushing the shooters to the outside, and they want to position themselves on the inside. So it's clever play between the two defenders.
Yeah, definitely. Steenkamp just not managing to get around there, and unfortunately gets called for the contact.
Yeah, but we must give it to Colleen, the goal shooter of Dr. KK. She really, really did well there. She cut her completely off and forced her to make a contact.
Oh, good patience and a brilliant feed into the circle.
They're doing well. You want them to shoot from far, and they just need to position themselves very well. But no, there's no rebound in that shooting circle of Mangaung. Yeah, we see Colleen driving, of course, outside the circle, creating space for the goal attack. That is something that we don't normally see, and we haven't seen it in this game. So I like that. You know, keep the defenders guessing, keep them working, because if you are just standing and you all position in the same side, it's too easy for them. But once you start splitting them, you're confusing them.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I have to say, Steenkamp, for me, she's just been superb on that center defense. Really making it hard for the feeders as well.
Oh, now this is amazing. These defenders are hungry. You can see them, they're on their toes all the time, ready to defend, ready for the rebound, ready to attack. You know, they're ready for everything.
And now I hope that Dr. KK can settle this. Seems that they are struggling in that shooting circle. And a good rebound.
Yeah, she did well there, Colleen. I mean, the defenders were flat-footed. They were not expecting that.
And well done to Colleen Dirk for sinking that shot. What an intercept by Nell. She read and timed that beautifully.
I don't know what to say. You know, both circles have strong defenders, the strong unit, the strong partnership. I mean, Mangaung, Dr. KK, you have Nell there and Armstrong. Beautiful communication and partnership. And also from the side of Mangaung, you also have Steenkamp and Grobela. I don't know which ones, you know, are more strong. I think both defenders are really doing a great job. It's going to be a battle of the defenders, because I'm going to give it to you now. Someone is going to turn it over. Those defenders are going to turn this ball around. We're going to watch tennis here today. As we see them try to get... Oh!
Ah, there it was. The opportunity was there.
She did well there, the goal attack. Tiffany. And you know what Tiffany did? She swept there and then she pulled, I beg your pardon, the new goal attack of Mangaung. What she did was she pulled away the goal defense, and that's why the goal shooter's timing was wide open.
Oh, good vision there, but I think that was a footwork.
It was.
And they're lucky to get away with that.
Yeah, there was some dance there. Okay, there's no pressure now on Mangaung. I think that's why they're finding their spaces and offloading so accurately. So
yeah, for me it's the pressure of the wing defense around the circle. I think she's just not giving them enough pressure, and it makes it hard for the in-circle defenders.
Sure, look at that defense there from the Mangaung. Grobela keeping Colleen completely off court, I mean outside the circle, and that's what I always say. If the shooter is outside the circle, let her go. Unless you're going for an intercept, you know, let her go and then deny her opportunity to come in.
Oh, nearly got that now. And a good finish there by the goal attack from Mangaung. I have to say she's having a better day today. I know she struggled yesterday with her shots, and it seems to be going in for her today.
Yeah, she's playing so much better, and then she does it again, the wing attack.
What a beautiful intercept there by the wing attack.
Yeah, I think she knows how to work herself around the wing defense. I mean, out of nowhere, she comes and grabs this deflection and intercepts.
Yeah, and with only a few seconds to go, Mangaung leading now comfortably 30-22. I think they've settled their combination now as well. I like the combination they've got on the attack now. And it will be interesting to see if they can keep them like this for the next quarter. Oh, and again, a pickup there from the wing attack.
Yeah, it was a good teamwork set up there by the Mangaung side.
No, definitely a team effort. Great pressure.
No, now they're pulling away. I mean, a 9-goal difference between the two.
Oh! No. And what an intercept from Steenkamp coming from the back.
Oh my goodness.
I thought she was in.
I almost fell off my chair. That was an amazing attempt from the goal defense. She's such an exciting player to watch.
Definitely, and right at the end to do that under pressure. And not meant to be for Dr. KK, but again have to give credit for Mangaung as a defensive unit. Now leading 31-22, going into the third quarter break. And we will be back in the fourth quarter. And it's going to be interesting to see if Dr. KK can still come back in this match.
The speed of a jaguar. The reflexes of a sunbird. The strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
And welcome back to this game between Mangaung and Dr. KK. And it's been an interesting third quarter. I think it was the best quarter of the match. Both sides showing the need to win this match. And Dr. Kenneth Kuhanda just giving it to Mangaung. And I think Mangaung just taking up a next level in this third quarter. But they're going into the fourth quarter now, and it'll be interesting to see who will fight this game out to secure that position on the log going into the semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, I think Amanda, it was a good play there by Mangaung in that third quarter. I mean, they play so well. Clinical netball, beautiful intercept from the two defensive duo in that defensive circle, Grobler and Steenkamp. And also, it was very interesting to see the wing attack also getting some turnovers. You know, I think she took about 3 intercepts. So it was a team effort between everyone. And that's why they are currently sitting on the 9-goal lead. But it's going to be very interesting. I'm anxious to see what Dr. KK are going to do in this last quarter.
Yeah, Nontle, and I am not surprised that Mangaung didn't make any changes. I think their attacking side did superbly in that third quarter. So I'm happy to see that the players are still on court. Dr. KK, however, did make a massive change. They've moved now onto the goal attack position, which is quite interesting to see.
Yo, that was a beautiful setup there by Mangaung. Oh, they're playing superb netball. Look at that ball speed. I mean, it's so difficult for the defenders to get their hands in there, and she does sink it again. And they're now leading by 11 goals.
I have to say, it's not every day that you see a goalkeeper moving to goal attack.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. I mean, a goalkeeper to goal attack. Yeah, that is that's quite interesting.
Whoa! Unfortunately, getting called there for the step. Oh, beautiful roll, well balanced there by Oosthuizen, keeping that ball. Well done.
Yeah, I think it's starting to turn into a one-way traffic here, with Mangaung really commanding this game. They're not leaving anything.
But Nontle, I have to say, watching the Tshwane and Tshwane playing this morning, and now watching Mangaung, I think they're just playing in next level now, and are actually looking forward to see what they can do in the semi-finals later this afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what the Mangaung side will do. I mean, how they will play against that strong Tshwane side. So it's going to be very tight.
Yep.
And if they perform like this, it's really going to be a tight semi-final.
Yeah, because I can think that they might win this game today, Mangaung, and that will mean that they will move into the 4th position on that log, meaning that they will come up against the Tshwane side. And Steenkamp waiting for the umpires there.
I like how easy that wing attack of Mangaung moves and then lands, finds a space at the edge of the circle. She makes it look so easy.
Yeah. Unfortunately, a little bit of a fumble there. Dr. KK setting up the overload and hoping for the back player to get it. For me also, the timing of Dr. KK is just something they've been struggling with. They all seem to run to the ball all at the same time, not sure who's going, who's staying. So it's just the phases of attack that they're struggling with. But beautiful straight line play by Mangaung, but unfortunately not meant to be. And just look at Steenkamp hanging in that circle, waiting for that ball. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a struggle now in that shooting circle of Dr. KK. I mean, we see the new goal attack and the goal shooter, Colleen, they're really struggling to find, to balance each other, just to complement each other in that shooting circle. I mean, we see them getting stuck in the same position all the time. So I think communication needs to really happen there.
Yeah, and for me, that goal shooting circle was a tactical call that had to be adjusted, because they did have a goal attack and goal shooter that could play it, and I think Nell were doing good on the defense for them. So I would have tried to keep Nell on the defense and rather made the adaptation in that circle. And a good finish there by Mangaung.
Yeah, but that was an interesting call. I mean, you had two brilliant defenders, circle defense, both from both teams. Mangaung had a solid defense, and they kept theirs and they didn't change it. And Dr. KK, I mean, we also saw that Nell and Armstrong combination, and it was doing very well. They were turning balls, but it wasn't the shooting circle where the shoot and goal attack. Though also when they got that ball, they will convert, but it was, you know, balancing that court to make sure if I'm pulling, if I'm going front, the other one is dropping back. If I'm going left, the other one is splitting the shooters. I don't think this change really works for them.
No.
Because now you broke that solid defense, that combination, that partnership that was working well together for 3 quarters, and now you're starting with a completely new combination in the last quarter. And the only thing that she needed to do, the coach, was just to make a tactical or a strategic plan to say, this is how we're going to play in this last quarter. Don't have to change any players, because I feel like now by splitting or breaking that solid defense of Nell and Armstrong, you're really giving the Mangaung side and shooters a very easy access into that shooting circle.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more, Nontle. It was absolutely a tactical call that had to come from the coach and making the correction rather than the change. And Mangaung now leading comfortably 38-22. They are not going to let this game go.
No, they look comfortable. They look confident. They're dancing. They're flying. Ball placement. They're turning balls. It's everything. I mean, they're happy. You can see from their faces. Now and again, when there's an intercept, you see a smile. They know that they are applying and executing their game plan very well.
Yeah, and looking at the defensive circle of Dr. KK, we spoke about it, how strong they were. Right now, they're just struggling in that circle, and it's all because they've changed the goalkeeper goal defense.
So easy, too easy to find the tummy there for Mangaung. And they continue sinking those balls in, and it's really getting tougher and tougher for Dr. KK.
Oh, and there we go. Oh, unlucky there for Grobler.
Telkom really have to watch those you know, the runs behind the shooter. It's the second time now that she almost ran her out, completely out. So she might get herself a caution or a warning. She doesn't want that. You don't want to draw the attention of the umpires towards yourself. So just clean it up. If you see that it's far, that you're not going to get it, rather not go for it.
Yeah, and it all depends on where the ball's coming from. If it's a long, low pass, then you still have time to get it. But if it's not a long, low pass, you will never get it.
Beautiful bullet pass.
Good swing of the ball there. Not the best of option. Feels to me with the throw-ins, Dr. KK not utilizing their wing attack center. They're just trying to force it into the goal shooter the whole time.
They're rushing it. They're rushing to get into the shooters so that they can shoot. You know, that confidence and that trust is lacking from the side. But you know what? They really did put on a good performance in that first 2 quarters. But I think they started giving away their position in that 3rd quarter. And now with the changes that came through on the 4th quarter, you can see the momentum from the Dr. KK side is starting to drop. I mean, the placement is not accurate. And, you know, the driving of the ball to the shooting circle is hard because this Mangaung side is pulling on that wall defense. And for them to drive in, there's something that they're also not doing it. You know, it's a struggle. And I know that, I mean, it's very hard to break that solid wall of defense that is created there by Mangaung. But we really need, Dr. KK really needs to keep on moving. And sometimes when that happens, that the wall is being applied, you need to go to someone and then go to the ball.
Yes. And again, a tactical call to be made from the coach. and also saying to your players, listen, this is what we need.
And I like Dr. KK when they play those short passes. I like it because it shows that they are still in control. You also have your ball possession instead of passing that long ball. I'd rather just build it up until the shooting urge. Yeah, like I said she did get a caution. Steenkamp on that goal defense position. I called it because you know what, you're drawing attention to yourself and you want to clean it up now, because if she does it again, she might get herself a warning. And after a warning, you get sent out of court for 5 minutes or 3 center passes, depending on what the umpire decides. And you don't want to take that risk of allowing your team to play one man short.
Definitely, and just the ball placement there for the wing attack to her goal shooter. Just not passing the ball into space. They're putting the ball very on the player's body and not into the space. So that's one thing I think they can adapt to.
It's too easy, no pressure on the passes. Mangaung really put on a show here today. They didn't start quite strong. But it was, you know, when they were still trying to suss each other out, we thought it was going to be a very close encounter between the two sides. But Mangaung said, no, you're making a huge mistake. But because in that third quarter, that's when things started to change for the side.
Yeah, and Nontle, for me, one thing that Mangaung is renowned for is that they will always play right till the end. And they didn't start off great. But, I mean, look at them now. They're just pulling away. So good on them for having that confidence before going into the semi-finals. And they're going to take this win very easy with a 43-30 lead.
That was a much better play there by Mangaung. So clean, and the placement of the ball was accurate, and also the lines, you know. So there were moments of brilliance from the side. They're quite you know, capable. They have solid defense. For me, the defensive unit really kept me on my toes most of the time for both teams. But I must say, Mangaung was solid from all fronts.
Yeah, no, I can agree with you more. They were the better team. They did put on a solid performance. I think their substitutions were right on par also, and well done for them for taking this win and making sure they head into that semi-final later today. We're going to go down to Andy courtside soon, but looking at the game and looking at some of the action we've seen, interesting change being made by Dr. KK with that shooter change.
Yeah, I think the changes that were made by Mangaung by moving the wing defense, Carla Victor, to center, really started for Mangaung's side to pull away, and you kind of saw them started to gel and to fight together as a unit. The placement of the ball, the driving, and defining that edge of the circle was an amazing match to watch from both sides.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Nonte. I really enjoyed Steenkamp there on that center position today. So good on her. We're going to go courtside now to Andy, and stay tuned for some more action coming up.
Thank you very much to our commentary team for taking us through that game. Of course, Nontle Gwavu and Amanda Maynard. So this means that semi-final spots are confirmed, and it is going to be Mangaung that booked their place in the semi-finals, which means for Dr. KK, well, it is the end of the road in terms of that under-19 division. I am now joined by one of the players from Dr. Kenneth Kaunda as we chat through how the team did play. Thank you very much for your time. Must be quite disappointing not to get the result here, but all round a great experience for your team.
Yes, it was a really great experience. I feel we did our best, we enjoy it really. It was a nice tour, and I think we stick to the basic this game, and I'm very proud of my girls.
Well, you were right in it in the first 2 quarters of the game, but Mangaung pulling away in that second half. What do you think was the difference?
I think we got nervous and jittery and stuff. I think we just needed to stick with our basics in the third and fourth quarter. It's really disappointed, but I'm still proud.
Of course, you guys got an opportunity for a bit of coverage on TV. People can now watch you at home. How much does that mean to you as the players to know that even during this time of COVID, when your parents can't be here to watch you, at least they can watch you from home?
Yes, I am really grateful for this opportunity, and I thank God today that we had the opportunity in these difficult times to play on TV and just have the memories catched on TV.
Hard luck. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your day.
Oh, well, certainly going to enjoy the day. It's going to be a long one ahead for us here in terms of the TNC. But I'm going to bring in Carla now from the Mangawong side. Carla, it's been somewhat of topsy-turvy competition for you, but I think quite a bit of relief knowing that you've qualified now for the semis.
Ja, dit was. Ons het nie so goed gedoen in ons eerste drie games nie. Ons het hierdie nodig gehad om semis te gaan en ek's baie bly ons het hom gewen.
And what do you think was the difference in this particular game?
Ek dink ons het met die gameplan gesteek en ons elkeen het sy maatjie gehou. En ja, ons almal het ons beste gegee want ons het geweet as ons hierdie verloor gaan in die semis wees en ons wil dit baie graag hê.
Well, still a tough job ahead for you as you go into the semis. It's going to be a difficult one. What do you think you're going to have to get absolutely right?
Net weer by die gameplan stiek en ons elkeen se deel doen en net rustig wees en eintlik ons sirkels soos ons afgooi hou en net as ons 'n bal draai kalm wees en dit vat na die doele toe.
Looking at you and how you've performed trials very early in the morning, you've been also straddling between wing defense and center. What do you think you've perhaps discovered about yourself during the course of this competition?
Ja, dit was 'n aanpassing om VV toe te gaan maar dit was baie lekker geweest. Ek het baie in myself begin glo toe ek VV toe gaan en dit het my meer selfvertroue gegee.
Thank you very much, Carla.
Dankie.
That is, of course, Carla from the Mangawong side has been absolutely instrumental in terms of turning ball and, of course, getting ball down court for her team to convert. Well, Mangawong do book their place in the semi-finals. They're going to be joining the two sides that we saw a bit earlier on, Tshwane as well as eThekwini, and the third team that's going to be in those finals going to be the Cape Winelands. So 1 will be Tshwane, 2 Cape Winelands, 3 eThekwini, and 4th place will go to Mangawong. 1 and 4 will play each other, and 2 and 3 will be in the second semi-final. So that's what things are then in the under-19 division. Our focus is going to switch now to the under-17s and the under-18s for the duration of the day in the Telkom Netball Champs. Do stay with us, more action still to come.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Hey man, what would Disky be without you? I mean, Nina, the over-the-top passionistas. Nani, abashayela phansi. Without lessons in swim. Lava that we love to hate. Without the encyclopedia of Disky. Cover the flare, the rhythm, that brings the wow. Hey, don't forget that fire commentary.
Juna. The streaky breakaway. Can he find a goal? Oh my word!
And to you, who brings the shade? Need to celebrate.
The sky is the limit.
Long live the DSTV Premiership. Long live.
Disky is everything with you, and you are everything to Disky.
Game time, boys.
Yay! What's with Disky? So, Babi Sebonke, to live the best of the DSTV Premiership on Supersport, your world of champions on DSTV.
Good morning and welcome to the Telkom Netball Champs. If you've just joined us, where have you been? You've missed out on so much action. It's the second last day of the games, and it's been the playoffs and finals that are happening. This is the last pool round for the under-19 games, and we have with us Sekhukhune, which is all the way from Limpopo, and we have West Rand, which is here from Gauteng. It's going to be a very beautiful battle today. I'm not alone in commentary. I'm with the fantastic defense extraordinaire and coach Nontle. Nontle, welcome.
Thank you so much, Nikki. It's quite an exciting game that we are going to witness here at Hoërskool Waterkloof. And like you mentioned, it is the second last day of this tournament. And we've seen a lot of talent coming from all the teams in this championship. As we look at this Sekhukhune team sheet, and this is how the team, the coach will be starting.
So we have on goal shooter Jay with Shandi, and in their wing attack and in the center court, mid court, we have Nelisiwe Lerato and Ntombi, and the defense combo that the coach has chosen to go with is Ntombi and Koketo, and we see the bench there on the bench. They have three players, Nombuso Chantal and Pumzilo. I see Kagiso has now been added onto the bench, and in the West Rand, I see a very strong start there. In the center court, they have Nompumelelo, Carmen, and Asive, and leading them into the shooting circle is Ayanda, Marine, and Marine. Defensively, we've got Shanae and Busisiwe there. With the bench, we've got Gabriela, Quincy, and Tsepang. And Nontle, I see both teams are opting for 10 and 11 in there. So being this far ahead within the championship, do you think they have enough legs and stuff to be able to continue this game?
Yeah, Nikki, I think both teams have enough players on the bench, you know, and that's what you want to see. You know, you want to be able to have depth in the team so that you can change the combination if something is not working, and also in terms of in case they have an injury, you do have someone that they can pull in there. So it's going to be very interesting to see who will win this, because we saw them. I saw how the West Rand played. You know, they played quite, you know, short passes between themselves. So I haven't watched a lot of the other team, the Sekhukhune team. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they really handle this game against West Rand.
Interesting insight there, Nontle. And Sekhukhune is with the orange bibs for us today, and in the blue bibs, light blue bibs, will be the West Rand under-19 team. Game is about to be underway. You can see the anxiety and the anxiousness of the players on court, and they just want to get on with it. So this would decide on where everybody stands in the log standings, and if they're going through to the particular semi-finals. as we get underway. There's a few seconds left, and Nontle, I'm also excited to see what is going to happen. And like you said, the West Rand with the short passes. Skukune normally is well known for keeping the ball, playing safely with the ball, and getting it down. So let's just see how everybody feels each other out in the first 2 minutes as we are about to go underway. Few seconds left. Everybody saying their last few prayers and hoping that they can hit the ball at the ground running.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see who will take this one between these two sides, as we see the center of Sekukume taking the first center pass.
And then we have our game started and we are underway. As we see, they're keeping the ball nice and short, easy down into their circle. Beautiful loop pass in. First goal of the game has happened, and it's Kukune that's on the board. What I'm going to be very excited about is West Rand is very well renowned for their ball speed. So you can already see it from the first two balls that the ball speed is going quickly into that shooting circle. West Rand is also on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, to see the combinations that the coach has put together, especially at West Rand. Look at that goal shooter, Fuzani and Marine in that goal shooter position, and also you have Nupumelelo Makilo on that wing attack. So they have been playing together for quite some time. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the defensive side of Sekukume, how they handle this solid shooting side of the West Rand.
And they've already started handling them, Nontle. They've already put pressure, and then it's an overthrow and a throw in.
But again, Nikki, that was a very unnecessary pass there. I mean, you had a center that was an option. You had a goal attack that was also driving. She was on her way in the shooting circle. She really didn't have to put the goal shooter under pressure. Maybe just try to build that ball up into the circle edge. And as the match progresses, and then you can maybe, play those long balls.
Yes, Nontle, you're right. Keeping it safe from the beginning. Just building it up and seeing what's going to happen afterwards. Let's see Skukune driving in. An obstruction call there, center, just a little tad bit too close. Options there, but then the shooters are both standing in the same space.
And we're seeing a lot of that, Nikki, that goal attack, goal shooter being stuck in the same spot, And it's so easy for the defenders to get that, the deflection or a tip, So I always say split them. If the goal attack is in front, the shooter then will have to balance and drop and be at the back. If the goal attack or a shooter is on the left-hand side, the other one needs to balance the court and be on the right-hand side. So you split those defenders, you make them work, but once you start positioning in the same spot, it's so easy for them to pick up and intercept.
Shooters, young aspiring shooters, I hope you're listening and heeding that advice, and also young coaches, just to teach your kids to open up that court, open up that shooting circle. And there, Kukune is now leading. That is their third goal. Let's see how West Rand can answer that.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting game. I mean, when you started, Nikki, you did say, that West Rand are known of the fast passes, speed of the ball placement and all that. We can expect that because of the coach. We know the coach, we know the kind of style that he plays. But what we're seeing right now is that Sekukume are in charge, and that the West Rand team is struggling to get that ball down.
Absolutely, Nontle. And Skukune, like I've said, are always very safe with their passes. They'd rather even test that 3 second thing by just holding on to the ball. Beautiful feed into the goal shooter. All she needed to do was just open up her space and receive the ball, and she ends up converting. West Rand has now got another chance in order to show that they are in the game and they can contest in this game. Beautiful patience that we're seeing. Oh, and she can't hold on to it. As we see Kukune now underway. Oh, fantastic. Well read and well picked up. And she sends it straight through to the shooter, making her intentions known that, yes, we want to go straight in ahead and get those points ticking.
Yeah, that was an amazing intercept there from the center of the West Rand side. Coming now.
As we see now, it's even Stevens at 3 goals apiece. Oh, vision! Brilliant intercept, and she actually set that up, Nontle. The goal shooter was standing still, and the goalkeeper created the illusion that she was all alone, and she went straight up for that intercept.
Yeah, the goal shooter is going to have to do something different. I mean, she's standing. Standing shooter is, you know, sometimes you do run out of options because the goalkeepers are going to, you know, nail you. You need to bring something different. You need to drive outside the circle. You need to roll, do something creative. Keep those defenders on their feet. If you just stand, you're not giving your feeders options, and also you're making it so easy for the defenders to get the intercepts.
Makes a lot of sense, Nontle. And I think even if they have to stand, it means stand with a purpose. So you can't just be standing in the middle of nowhere. You need to stand there also with a purpose. Oh, and she converts. Nothing but net.
Yeah, as we hear the coach of the West Rand, we need one more.
Oh, and they heed his call and turn over the ball.
There was no one driving into the ball, so everyone was just hiding behind their partners. It could be that the strategy being applied by West Rand. You know, they're really crowding that mid-court, and they're forcing them to play the diagonal passes. But something really needs to happen from the Sekhukhune side because they're falling into the trap.
Beautiful trap setup indeed, and it works. You see, Nontle, you were talking about a standing shooter. It looked like she stepped outside there for a second, but the umpire has a better vision than we do. And
I like how you always say that.
Has a better vision than we do. So from us, maybe the line looks closer, but... And West Rand shooter, West Rand is now in the game. I think the first 2 minutes, they were still in the changing rooms. Now they showed, we're here. That's what you need from a standing shooter. She still allows space and opens up her stomach in order to get fed, Nontle.
Yeah, it's another opportunity for Sekhukhune. But what my worry is about the Sekhukhune side is that they don't even turn their shoulders towards their shooting pole. You know, they always want to pass a square ball, and that's easily intercepted because you have that blind spot of someone might be coming behind you. So always turn your shoulders towards your ball, your shot,
your shooting
post,
circle,
and so that you can see maybe there's someone who's driving towards you.
Yes, Nontle, and it's like the basics that we say: look forward first. Look forward first. We all want to go forward, so look forward first.
Patience all around from the West Rand side.
Another one. So another one that looked like it was out.
No. You can't say now she had a better vision.
No. So Nontle, remember, when is the ball out? The ball is out if it makes contact with the ground outside. So to her, the leg was out. The ball was in the air. She could have passed it before she landed.
She
outside.
landed outside. And then she simultaneously, that thing happened simultaneously. I don't want to hear what you're saying, Nikki.
Give the umpire the benefit of the doubt.
I did the first time, but not this time. Yeah, Sekhukhune on attack. And I like that they're building that ball and they're taking their time and they're not forcing the ball into Jay Michelle, the goal shooter.
And she finishes off.
Good comeback from Sekhukhune.
Oh, and it's not to be. Wonderful offensive rebound there from the goal shooter. And it's 1 goal in it. Just 1 goal in it. Anything is possible this first quarter. As we see West Rand building it up. Oh, beautiful outside arm that was used there by our wing attack. It's nice to see wing attacks also defending because they show everybody should be defending, everybody should be attacking.
Yeah, I mean, we just witnessed a clash between Mangaung and Dr. KK, and there was an amazing wing attack there from Mangaung. She was getting all those, snatching all those intercepts. Quite interesting and exciting to see that.
As we see Mangaung attack, and currently we're sitting on 7-7, 7 goals apiece. Noncha, I think the goal shooter was heeding your call to say she must just do something different there in the circle. So what she's doing is acting like she's going forward and obviously pulling back, and then they can give her a beautiful overhead pass. And now we have Sekhukhune back in the lead with 1 goal in it. Let's just see what the answer from West Rand is going to be. Oh, a little bit too forced. And the goalkeeper says, I'm not having this, not today.
Yeah, that was a good intercept, but I also want to say it was a really bad decision from the feeder. I mean, the defender was right in front of the goal shooter. There was no way that she was going to miss that.
Beautiful, clean intercept with both hands. And she takes it and then it gives our goal shooters an opportunity to shoot. And it's not to be.
Yeah, you see another opportunity here for Sekhukhune. This goal defense has really been amazing for the Western side. I think this is a 3rd intercept in this 3rd quarter, or deflection from her.
No, that's that work rate. As a defense, it's work rate, work rate, work rate. And when you keep working, those intercepts are going to come. Those deflections are going to come. Nonhle, looking at the structure of, how would you say the attacking structure is now of Sekhukhune? Because it looks like everybody's just running away and it doesn't seem planned. What do you make of that? What would you like to see them in the attacking end? I mean, it is working, but could they do anything better or keep it the way it is?
Yeah, they can do something better. I mean, at times you see the wing attack and goal attack both attacking in the same channel. So you are crowding that and there's no one who's balancing that court on the other side. So I would like them to actually stick to their channel. If the goal attack is crossing to the wing attack side, the other one need to cross to the other side, because now you're overcrowding one side. And sometimes you find that there are no leads coming forward because they're all standing behind their partners. As you can see now, they're all on the right-hand side. And when the ball moves, they move with the ball. And that's something that they really need to fix.
Yeah, Nonhle, that makes sense. So open up the court. The court is much wider. And as we see, it's almost the end of the 1st quarter. And that brings us to the end of the 1st quarter. The scores now currently are 9 goals to Sekhukhune and 8 goals to the West Rand. It is very exciting. It's still early days and it's anybody's game. Anything can happen. So stay tuned with us for more after the break, and we'll be back.
This is where it all started for me, in Hoërskool, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed 1 player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
By Volume Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
Hello and welcome back. It's been an action-packed day and an action-packed match, and we have Sekhukhune and the West Rand. 1 goal in it, and it's anybody's game as we're going into the second quarter. Nontle, it's been an exciting first quarter as we see beautiful passes that are coming through from the West Rand and Sekhukhune. Anybody's game, anybody can take it. What do you think the coaches are saying to the girls on the benches?
I mean, Nick, it's still too soon. It's the first quarter. Both the teams are still sussing each other out. As you can see, the score is quite close. Only 1 goal difference between the two sides. But what I would say, if I was the coach of Sekhukhune, for me, is just to balance that court and also to make sure that everyone is, they have 2 leads driving to the ball, because at times you find that they're playing a square ball because there's no one driving forward. And for the Western side, they're playing so well, but what I need them to do also is just to make sure that they are getting into that edge of the circle and finding the shooter comfortably in the circle.
Yes, Nontle, that seems like a very clear and easy strategy. I think it makes so much sense, but then it's so hard for some people to be able to implement. Netball is a game for clever people, hey? They need to think and implement that specific strategy.
Like I mentioned, Nikki, now this is exactly what's happening. Sekhukhune, the goal defense had to play a back pass because there were no leads, and I think West Rand really need to maybe just to make sure that they pin them down, especially in that mid-court, just to create intercepts or turnovers for them. Because you can see that Sekhukhune is really struggling to penetrate in that goal third.
And West Rand then secures their first goal of the quarter, and it's still a 1-game lead. Okay, the center's going to need to watch for that obstruction. So it was obstruction with her hands and then not allowing the player to go through. Oh, and they're crowding that space. They're creating the pressure, and the patience pays off, and it goes straight to the goal attack. Who can't convert. Beautiful rebound there by Jay, and she makes sure it counts.
Yeah, I liked what Shendi Sharma did there on that goal attack position. At one stage they were all crowding or bunching in that channel, the same channel, but she made a dodge, and that's how she was able to get the ball.
Beautiful bounce pass, nice and cheeky so that it's away from the defenders, and she makes sure it counts. Still 1 goal difference, so in order to be even, the West Rand would need to turn the ball. So you said, Nontle, defensively, they need to close them off. How then do they do that? Do they play on the body, or do they play looser? Do they go wide on the court and force them in the middle, or do they stay in the middle and force them outside? So would West Rand force, what do they do in order to defend that little unstructured play? So you said they need to force them, so do they force them on the outside, or do they force them to crowd all inside?
You can use any strategy. You can use the area defense, but it has to be a team effort. You can't have an area defense being executed by 2 people and the other one is doing man-to-man. So what I'll suggest them for the West Rand to do is to pin them down and just flood the mid-court and force the Sekhukhune team to play those long passes to Umagola, the goal shooter, because if they do that, Sekhukhune won't have space and channels to drive into, so you're forcing them to play those long diagonal passes. Flood the midcourt, or you as West Rand, you flood the midcourt, you push them to the outside, but it really needs to be a clear strategy between the two sides.
Yes, and defense it works when it's teamwork. So you can't do it alone, as Nontle stated, because it needs to be a structured defense. Goes to send strong there, and she converts that goal. 1 goal in it. It's still 1 goal in it. Up and down, everybody's just doing the basics of converting their center pass. And they were testing that 3 seconds there. No, sis, you're not allowed on that side. It's never going to work. Not with the umpire standing right there.
And this is exactly what I meant. No drives coming forward, and that's why they were playing the 2 players, goal defense, wing defense. They were standing on that transverse line. those were not clear options, and I don't even know what they were doing on that line. Because for me, if you don't go to the next channel, why are you positioning yourself right on that transverse line?
Yes, Nontle, it doesn't seem like it's making a sense. Let's see if they'll heed that call, and let's see what they make of this. Sometimes they need a little bit of patience. It was a beautiful turnover, and it was an opportunity for the West Rand to equalize, but it's not to be.
Yeah, it was a miscommunication between goal defense and wing defense. Like I'm always preaching, they were also crowding and overcrowding the one channel. You really need to balance the court. You open it up, create space for yourself. If you want the ball, I can't be positioning next to you, Nikki, if I want the ball. You know, I need to start away, take my defender completely away, and then drive to the ball. So the lines are not clear from both sides. So that is something that both coaches are going to have to work on.
And Nantle, would you not say it's because the wing attack and the goal attack also stand on the transverse line? So if they receive the ball there is nobody there in front to receive the ball, like you said. And then they convert that specific goal, and the scores are even at this point in the second half, 13-13. Can West Rand make it count and be ahead for the first time in this quarter? And a beautiful offensive rebound, nice pop there to the goal shooter, and she makes it count. For the first time now, we have West Rand leading us by 1 goal with a 14-13 to Skukune. Can Skukune convert and bring it back to being even? Let's see them as they transition down the line. Ah! Beautiful baseline. Pops it right over to the nice and tall Jay, and she converts. Nothing but net. Doesn't even knock to get in. Swish. Oh, center. That's I don't think Coach Dukis would be very proud of that. Stepping in the center circle. She's walking forward. You don't know where she's going. Stand still, be balanced, and then pass the center pass.
A good rebound there by Jay, the goal shooter. Sekukune are still leading. Oh, missed opportunity.
Oh! Nice, well spotted there by the umpire. I think we couldn't contain it because, yeah, a bit of a hop there. I think the ball was a little bit too hard, a little bit too forced. As we see, Skukune gets another opportunity, and the wing defense, Asive says, no, not today. Beautiful patience, a nice reset there. Reset in order to get everybody just to reposition.
So West Rand really need to utilize this because they need to equalize. No, they don't. Another missed opportunity there for West Rand, and Sekukune on attack. Okay, look at this. The wing attack of Sekukune was high up. So that means she's taking the space of goal defense, wing defense coming down. You know, and the goal attack was down, so it means that she was behind her transverse line where she normally stands for the center pass. So what I want to see when that ball has been turned over by Sekukune, I want to see the wing attack, goal attack dropping, just to allow the goal defense, wing defense to bring that ball down up until that center circle, and then you can have the goal attack, wing attack driving to just fetch that ball, because currently they're overcrowding. There's no space to find anyone. There's no space to run into. Ball placement is not going to be accurate because the defenders are also there. So it's a bit crowded from the side of Sekukune. There's no clear instruction or plan on how they're doing their attack.
Yes, Nontle, it's still looking a bit very crowded. Like you said, they need a little bit more structure, but it's going all the way down there. and they make it count. They're still holding on, Nontle, so it might be unstructured, but it's really working for them.
Yeah, it is unstructured. It is working for them. It's like that. I'm here on netball. It's not texting netball. It's whoever's open, play them. I'm here, play me. And it's very difficult to defend that because you don't know where the ball is going to go to. You know, so it's. But what I'd like to see from Sekhukhune is those drives. If they could just give us the drives, they, you know, we'll see a much better play, and also we'll see the score really, you know, pulling away. Because currently they're getting all these opportunities, but it's just that penetration, especially in that goal third, is very hard with them.
It's I'm here, netball, Nontle.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm here.
Here. And that's a netball that's really hard to defend. I know what I'm talking about because I once played it, and it's good because your opponents don't even know who to defend.
So sometimes unstructured works.
It does.
Yeah, but it can. If you had more structured in your unstructuredness, you could go further. It could be more like a 5-goal lead or a 10-goal lead.
Yes. As we see the goal attack of Sekhukhune. Oh, that's so unlucky there. Shendi Chima.
And we see there's time called. There's an injury. Nontle, I think it looks like it's Nelsiwe. It might be an ankle because she looks like she's just moving a little bit uncomfortably. As we see quite a few changes, positional changes. I think now, because it's the second last day, there's been a lot of netball played. There's some very sore bodies, very sore ankles. No, and now it will be whoever is the best conditioned and can hold on just a little bit longer. Oh, footwork error. Live on SuperSport. One man, you catch the ball and footwork. Nope. Another footwork error. The discipline. Could it be the legs? Not sure. Oh, now the West Rand is finding it hard to penetrate through Sekhukhune as we see them lead down the court. Another footwork error. Unforced errors. 4 footwork errors, all in a space of 30 seconds.
Yeah, I can imagine what Dukes is saying under that mask right now. He's not happy. And it's going to be very interesting to see what they do or what changes he makes in that third quarter. Do you see opportunity for West Rand to equalize? They're currently trailing by 1. Few seconds. No, they don't sink it. It is a rebound there. Opportunity for Sekhukhune. Driving down court. No leads again, Nikki. Like we mentioned, no leads. They're playing, you know, square passes, and those are easy to intercept.
And they need to make a quicker transition down court, especially knowing that it's extra time. Beautiful baseline drive. She came from outside, but that was such skill. She made sure that she made contact with the ground before she received that ball. And Sekhukhune have another chance. Yeah, these polls are saying no, not to be. And that brings us to the end of our second quarter. And the scores is still 16-15 to Sekhukhune. Still 1 more second in it, and what a fantastic round. And anybody's game that is happening right now. It's halftime in order for a championships quarter. Stay with us and we'll see you after the break.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
It's been a fantastic first half here between Sekhukhune and West Rand. Still anybody's game, with the score being 16-15 to Sekhukhune. 1 goal in it as we lead into the championship quarter, which is the third quarter.
Yeah, it was a good start from Sekhukhune. You know, it was a slow start from both sides, but I think Sekhukhune really putting their hands up because they are playing much better netball, structured netball. You know, we did mention that there are no leads coming from the side of Sekhukhune, but that ball does get into the shooting circle and they do convert at times. And for the Western side, their defense is working well, and it's too easy for them to actually get into that edge of the circle. But sometimes it's the conversion that is working against them, and sometimes it's the stepping error or handling error that are working against them. So just little things that need really to be fixed coming into the third quarter. But it's still anyone's game, because as we see that Sekhukhune are just leading by just a goal. And we'd like to see, we always say, oh, I wonder what the coaches are saying as we're trying to listen into the Sekhukhune side, just to hear what the coach is saying to them.
So, Nontle, just listening to that, what I'm hearing the coach of Sekhukhune saying is that, can you see that they're shutting our centers down? What you need to do are etswa. So meaning, come forward and drive. So I think, Nontle, she's also seeing the same thing that you're saying, that they need to have the leads coming straight in. If you had to make changes within the Sekhukhune, where would you make those specific changes? Would you then go opt for somebody else within the attacking third who's able to hang a bit back and allow those drives to come in? Or would you want say to your defense, they must help with the squares?
You know what I'd like to see, Nikki, like I've been saying, I would like to see drives into the ball. You know, I think the girls are playing very well. What I'd like them to do is just to balance the court a bit and not just to overload one channel. And also those leads are actually crucial, because I think most of the time when they lose the ball, it's that second pass to someone that is not making the lead. So another opportunity for Sekhukhune.
As we see them transition down court, Nontle, what do you think if there's any changes, what changes would you make if you were from the West Rand? From the West Rand, what changes would you make if coming into this quarter, or would you keep everything the same? Because it's still a tight game and it's still anybody's game. Would you make any changes at all?
Well, it also depends on what you have on the bench. So for them, it's maybe in the circle, because they were struggling to convert the balls. But also it's something that it's just tactics that they really need to fix. Nothing major, just to driving that ball down, and maybe on defense also to have a set structure to say maybe we're doing an area defense or we're doing man-to-man. You just need to be clear, because currently some people are doing area and some people are doing man-to-man, and that's why Sekhukhune are sometimes finding the gaps.
And I see, Nontle, as we see, there might be a change. We have a new wing defense on, and immediately she puts pressure on that pass. So it is possible that he could have said, look, they're driving and they're coming through, so put pressure on that pass so that it doesn't go very easily into that shooting circle.
Yeah, we also see a new inclusion on that shooter position from the West Rand. So that means that Marine will sit this one out. So let's see what the new shooter can do. I like the amount of pressure being applied by Sekhukhune. And those are the balls that we've been asking for, because they're very hard to defend. I mean, a bounce pass gives you an opportunity. It's fast, it's slow. The defenders are not expecting it. So use them.
Especially if the defenders are looking all the way up. A nice sneaky bounce pass will always secure. Oh, beautiful fake. So she faked and saw the defense going through and passed the ball straight in. Then Sekhukhune is still now leading, and now they've actually sealed the gap. I think it's the new change of the shooting circle. They just need to settle just a little bit, and let's see what a new goal shooter can do. Oh, and it's not to be. Yeah, Netball. Doesn't even touch the rim. They just need to settle in that shooting circle, because now it's a 3-goal difference, and Sekhukhune is leading 19 goals to 16.
Much better play from Skukune. See, much better drives. You can see that they do have options coming from front, and I think that a discussion they had halftime with the coaches, really the girls are applying it, and let's see if they can apply it for the duration of the quarter.
Beautiful patience, and the goal shooter just takes her stride and she converts.
And that's exciting to see Jay Makola, you know, doing something different. I can see now she's positioning herself right in front of the goalkeeper, and that gives her, you know, better chances of actually getting that ball. And also that step, that huge step that she takes before she shoots, also gives her an advantage.
Yes, not the advantage because she's so tall, and then she's got closer to the pole. Oh, that circle is struggling, and that's beautiful pressure there from Skukune, but they're able to penetrate through. And finally, it's been a while since we're treated by a goal from West Rand, and it's 3 goals in it. It's been 4 minutes into this third quarter, and Skukune is the one that's leading, and they've made sure that they convert all the opportunities that they had. It's been a little bit of a struggle there from the West Rand side, but let's see what they can do. Shooting circle, nobody in there. Beautiful pass, bullet pass, beautiful positioning and placement. And they make it count. 2 goals in it, 2 goals in it. Flooding the middle, where are the leads? Who's coming forward? Who's driving forward? Who wants to receive the ball? Ah, the footwork here. Maybe they're tired, Nontle.
Yeah, that's another possibility, but they know that, you know, it's important to finish strong. The legs will give in. I mean, it's been quite a long week for them. Some of these players, this is their first time actually being exposed to such a tournament where you play 2 games, 1 game every week for 4 days. So it is possible that they might be tired.
Another footwork error. It was an opportunity for the West Rand to equalize, but Skukune refusing to give it to them. Another stepping error.
I mean, these are the little things that will actually, you know, deny a team an opportunity to actually, you know, pull away. And as we see, it's still that 1 goal difference between the 2 sides. So it's anyone's game. We just need a team that will make less mistakes and can also utilize and take advantage of the turnovers. As we see, the West Rand equalizes in this encounter. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Isikukune responds to this.
Skukune going down and continuing nicely about their business. Oh, it was almost well read. Contact call there.
And also, you know, the drives from Sikukune are not really drives. They kind of curve, and when you curve, you're going to the person with the ball, but you curve on your way there. You're not going all the way to the end. And when you do the curve, you're allowing your defender to actually get their hands in there. And that's why you need to make sure you commit up until the end. You run straight until that ball is in your hands.
Yeah, creating clear angles, Nontle, creating clear angles. Jade is going about her business very nicely, sticking to the basics, moving from up under the post. Oh, and this time she doesn't get it in. Lucky rebound there. Skukune makes it count. It's 2 goals in it. Skukune is just not letting West Rand penetrate through. Carrying on about their business. Let's see as they transition. Now they're starting to open up the court a little bit more.
It's a beautiful play there by Sikukune. They play the open man. You know, whoever is open, they play that. They're not playing lines or textbook netball. They're just being creative, and whoever is open will receive that pass.
I'm here. I'm here. Ah, and that defense read that ball. The placement was just not on. And she's lucky to receive it there because I think it just tipped the hands of the goal attack. It's nice to see when young kids commit and work until the end. You tip, I always have, you tip, you chase, you tip, you chase. We can't just tip and think, yeah, well done. Tip and chase.
Yeah, there was a good play there from goal attack of West Rand. She just need to sink it in. And the conversion are really starting to drop from the side of the West Rand. Maybe Coach Dukes should bring back the goal shooter that played in the first 2 quarters.
There's that transition. Oh, that pressure of the wing defense now working her long hands coming through, and they can't see over them.
Yeah, you see what the difference is now from the side of the West Rand is that you have 2 short shooters, you have 2 moving shooters, and sometimes it tends to be confusing because also it's all over the show, you know. And also when the newly included goal shooter is standing and, you know, creating space there, because of the height, it's very hard to actually find her and to give her those long passes and you know, over the defenders. So they constantly have to keep on moving until they split that defense.
They need to keep moving indeed, but moving with a purpose. And let's see how they get the movement going. Move with a purpose. Ah, nice feed to her open space, and she converts. 2 goals in it. 2 goals in it. Are they able to penetrate the defense of Skukune? As you see Skukune going all the way down. Held ball.
Yeah,
nobody
no one was
coming through.
Yeah, we've been talking about that.
Seems to be an injury to the center. Quite a lot of injuries, quite a lot of time out being called.
Yeah, there's a change also coming from the West Rand side. The shooter,
Shooter's back on.
But now she's back as a goal attack.
Okay.
So maybe that way we'll see some balls getting into that shooting circle, because they're really missing the height in that shooting circle. Much better play there. That was excellent play there by the shooter goal attack of West Rand.
Beautiful crossover, and there we go. No man's land, she was all alone, it was house to let, and she converts the goal. Back to being equal, 23-23. Who's going to finish this quarter up on top?
That's going to be very exciting to see. We see another injury. Time call, the wing defense, another change coming from Sekukune side.
It's interesting to know where the injuries. Is it the knees? Is it the ankles? Is it the real injuries, or people getting tired? But we're not doctors, so when a person says they're injured, they're injured. Beautiful patience. No clear drives coming through. The patience is there. And West Rand turns the ball over. Quick transition into that shooting circle, and she pops it over.
Now we're starting to see the creativity on that goal shooter. You can see now she is, you know, having fun. Driving off court, outside the circle, and driving on that baseline and finding space there. Let's see if she can convert this.
And she goes for a rebound. Good offensive rebound. Following up on her shot. Game still continues because we still have quite a bit of injury time. The wing defense is really making a difference there. She's making her intentions known that she is there, and she's showing up for the West Rand.
Yeah, a few seconds. Maybe Sekukune can... I was about to say to squeeze in the last one. But yeah, I don't know whose ball that was meant for.
Hallelujah pass. We used to say hallelujah, passing there and then just hope somebody goes and gets it. Beautiful transition, nice and quick, nice and easy. Opens up the court. Who's in front? Who's coming through? Bounce pass there, baseline drive.
Well,
and that's the end of the third quarter, championship quarter. And for the first time, West Rand has come out on top. And the score right now at the end of the third quarter is 25 goals to 23 of the West Rand. West Rand being stronger in this quarter and going ahead. Stay tuned for this excitement to see who's going to finish off.
Hey man, what would Disky be without you? I mean, Nina, the over-the-top passionistas. Nani, abashayela phansi. Without lessons in swim. Lava that we love to hate. Without the encyclopedia of Disky. Tiba the flair, the rhythm, that brings the wow. Hey, don't forget that fire commentary.
Juna. The streaking breakaway. Can he find a goal? Oh my word!
And to you, who brings the shade? Celebrate.
The sky is the limit.
Long live the DSTV Premiership. Long live.
Disky is everything with you, and you are everything to Disky.
Game time, boys.
Yay, what's with Disky? So, Babi Sebonke, to live the best of the DSTV Premiership on Supersport, your world of champions on DSTV.
Hello and welcome back to this clash of Limpopo versus Gauteng, and it's Kukune versus the West Rand. We've been treated to a lovely 3 quarters, still a 2-goal lead by the West Rand. The goals is 25 to 23 at the end of the third quarter, with West Rand making up that third quarter and showing they were stronger in that particular quarter. And they're just looking at what just happened. Beautiful feeds that are going into the shooting circle. They're converting from both sides, but West Rand ended up being more creative, and they showed their intentions being shown by using that specific triangle into the shooting circle. It's still early days, anybody's game. Let's see how we finish off the fourth quarter as the West Rand is leading us in. There's that transition and the goal shooter moving her feet. Beautiful sweep into the circle by the goal attack, and she converts.
Well, I think that the combination of the goal attack, goal shooter in this towards the end of the third quarter really changed things around for the West Rand side. You can see that the defenders are really struggling, to take those turnovers as we've seen them do in the first 3 quarters. So the combinations made by Coach Dukes towards the last, few minutes of the third quarter is really working well. Look at the communication inside that shooting circle.
Oh, good recovery. Ah, you called it Nontle. I think you banged on the table to say footwork, and the umpire says, I see you too, Nontle, I see you too. Transition down court. Oh. Contact call there. Let's see, it's been a while since we've seen this Kukuna team shooting, and it's not going to happen in the second. Now, will West Rand take it down? Let's see if they can convert and stretch the lead now to 4 goals.
Yeah, it was a much better defensive unit coming from the West Rand side. We saw them, the Kukune side, starting to force those long passes into Jay there, the goal shooting position. That's exactly what you want to do. You want to force them to make those errors, just to give yourself an opportunity for more turnovers.
Nontle, I see you were speaking earlier about the height that's happening there within the West Rand shooting circle, as they were shorter before and they weren't able to get the rebounds. The height of the new goal attack that's introduced has actually helped, because with a miss, then she's able to pop the ball over and somebody's able to catch on the loose ball. She's not able to hang on in it.
Yeah, they struggled. The combination that was introduced there in the second quarter, they were really struggling to find themselves, to find each other. They were moving too much. At times they will bump into each other's spaces, so it was not quite clear who's standing, who's moving at times. And sometimes they would do that, but you're kind of looking for someone to offload a high ball to, because they were too short. That option was not available for them. But I think with the inclusion of the goal attack, I think she started as a goal shooter Marine, and now she's moving to that goal attack. I think moving her really into that goal attack position has really helped them because they are able to actually even get the rebounds under the pole.
Yes, Nontle, that strategy really working for them, and the variety that's happening here. So much stoppage in the match, lots of changeovers. If so many people are injured, Nontle, and they only have 10, where are these other players coming from? Or do they feel better after the quarter and then keep coming back on?
Yeah, maybe it's that fatigue you were talking about. Maybe they're tired, they just need a few minutes just to, you know, to rest and then come back strong again. Like we mentioned, some of these players have been exposed to this kind of tournament for the first time, so it's quite too much for them, you know. They're getting used to it. I have no doubt that in the next 2 years they'll get used to it. We see more intensity, we see more experienced players coming from these two sides.
Yes, Nontle, this is a fantastic opportunity for the kids, and thanks to Telkom for also making this possible. And kids back at home can see that there are pathways into netball, and there's opportunities to be able to see it everywhere else. We have Supersport DSTV app where you can watch all this excitement, and you can see people that you might know that are from your hometown. So the more netball that they're able to play and the more netball you're able to see can only make a South African netball better.
Was back in that 2-goal difference between the two sides. Still that goal attack is driving alone into that into the circle. So you can see that there's a height disadvantage for Sekukune's side. So what I will do if I was the goal defense, I would block the goal attack out just to deny her space from coming into the shooting circle and not run after her, because by doing that I'm allowing her to enter the circle. And also, I mean, height advantage, like I mentioned it, there's that height advantage and there's no way they can get that ball. So deny her space, keep her outside the shooting circle just to force the Western side to play more balls, to a wing attack goal shooter center. And by doing that, you allowing them to play more games, I mean, more balls, and then you might actually get a turnover.
That sounds like a very good strategy, especially because the goal attack needs to come back into the circle. You can only shoot inside the circle, and if there was pressure from the goal defense, then she would be denied that opportunity. Sekukune now, I think the tired legs are coming in. Westrand transitioning very quickly down the line. As you can see, goal attack all alone, and still enters the circle all alone. Defense is keeping her out, but it's already too late. She's leaving it up until the circle, Nontle.
Yeah, I think she's tired also, the goal defense, so she's managing herself. She knows exactly where to start, but she's starting too late inside the circle. So I would wait for her just at the edge, at the top of the shooting circle, you know, and deny her space completely, because we see that every time when there's pressure being applied on that goal attack, she does miss the ball, or the feeder will misfeed the ball and not, you know, find her like completely alone in the shooting circle. So the goal defense is doing the work, but she's starting very late for me.
Just to move in a little bit quicker. So we're halfway through this last quarter, and it's Westrand still leading by 3 goals. Let's see what Sekukune can do in this minute. It's in the shooting circle, and they pass the ball to the goal attack. Oh, nice cheeky pass. Unlucky, couldn't hold on to it, and the umpire says replay.
Yeah, so it was unfortunate replay there inside the shooting circle of Sekukune. I mean, they really needed that goal just to bridge that shooting the gap. That was beautiful play there by Western goal shooter.
She's enjoying herself in that shooting circle, Nontle. You can see.
She is. Yeah, she is. I mean, in that when she was playing with the goal attack Ushendi, you know, they were really struggling together to find each other. They were, and sometimes they would be in the same spot, you know. So now she's finding her feet. She is finding a space very well. They're complementing each other, her and the new goal attack. So good work, and you can see that they're doing a great job there. And Sekhukhune has another opportunity to bridge that gap, and they're currently trailing by 4 goals.
Can they still make it up, Nontle?
They can, if they need to sink this one, and you know, another replay. This is devastating. I think it's the 3rd replay being called against the Michelle Makola, the goal shooter of Sekhukhune.
Nontle, I'm seeing the ball's transitioning very nicely. What's happening is the wing attack is coming from deep in the goal third, and she's offering them that nice long drive in order for them to be able to secure it and go down there. And West Rand makes no mistakes, and they sink the ball in.
Yeah, I must say that West Rand is finishing quite strong. They really struggled in the first 2 quarters and a bit of the 3rd quarter, but in this 4th quarter they look well, they look solid. The game plan is working for them. And also, I must say, for me, the change happened when that goal shoot, I mean, the inclusion of that goal attack. There's the two goal shooter, I mean, the 2 shooters in the circle really complementing each other very well.
And she converts yet again. It's been a very tight game, and up until the first, it's a game of 2 halves. The first 2 quarters, the first half of the game was Sekhukhune who was ahead, and now West Rand is the one that's ahead, and they are dominating this last quarter. Finishing off very strong.
Yeah, I always say it's not how you start that is important, it's how you finish, you know, and West Rand is the team that knows how to finish. As you can see, it's like they just started to play this game, you know, and because the energy is still there, the intensity is high. They're playing a superb netball here at the side of the Gauteng side, West Rand. Goal attack, call for contact. Another opportunity for Sekhukhune to get to 28. But I think they only have 2 minutes to go. So they need 4 goals. It is doable. They need to sink this one and take the other, and they need to sink their own one and turn this one now from West Rand, if they want to stand a chance. And again, we've seen the same thing happening all the time from that goal attack. She's been left completely unmarked by the goal defense, and she always converts there because she is not under pressure. She's, you know, she's free.
She's free, Nontle, and it's too easy, too easy. Let's see what they can do now. That's a good pass, good decision making. Can she convert? And she makes it count. They just need, like you said, that one turnover. One turnover.
Yeah, if you see that the game is tight and you're running out of time, a different strategy has been applied. Man-to-man now comes into play because you want to put pressure on each and every player. You know, you want them to force them to make those errors. You can't then now allow them just to, you know, to run freely and enter the circle freely. So a game plan, especially when there's 1 minute to go, press. You always press, you put pressure on them, force them to make more errors.
Not enough pressure coming through from Sekhukhune as West Rand then goes to 33 goals. We have about a minute to go. 3 goals in a minute, Nontle. Nah, doesn't look like it's possible. Not if they're going to be doing that. Oh, a bit of confusion there on the court. And the umpire lets it go. It seems like there was an error there coming from the Sekhukhune side. And the West Rand allowed an opportunity or incorrect playing of the ball. Still a few seconds to go. Let's see if they can seal it and get to 30. Goal difference will make a difference in this game because it's still the final stages of round. Sekhukhune makes it count and put the 30 up. Oh, we've come to the end of our game today, and that was a fantastic display of netball. The West Rand from Gauteng showing their quality and asserting their dominance in the second half of this game. Sekhukhune put up a good fight, but just couldn't hang on to it, and they just needed to be a little bit more clinical into that. Okay.
Yeah, it was a great play between the two sides as we see the full-time highlights between Sekhukhune and the West Rand. It was toe-to-toe in that first quarter as we saw Sekhukhune leading by a margin of 2, and it was in that third quarter where the changes started to come from the West Rand, where we saw them actually started to pull away, and you know, we saw the fight coming from Sekhukhune, but I think there was a strong finish that came from the Western side. The inclusion of that goal attack and you know, that combination and that shooting circle really made things very hard for the side of Sekhukhune.
We hope you were thoroughly entertained as we were during this game. And the scores at the end of this encounter for the under-19s is 34 goals to West Rand and 30 goals to Sekhukhune. Stay tuned with us as we bring you more Telkom netball camps. And as we go through to Andy on court side with some of the players, let's hear how they felt about the game and what any thoughts they had.
Quite a fierce battle that we saw between these two sides, but it is the Gauteng-based outfit, the West Rand, that will grab the victory here as they took on Sekhukhune. It was going to be a difficult one for both sides if you're looking at the previous results that they were able to get, quite identical. But let's chat to the players now in terms of how they applied themselves on court. We'll start with Ndombi from the side of Sekhukhune. Take a step closer, Ndombi. First of all, let's talk about the experience of being in this Telkom Netball Champs. What has that meant for you?
It was a nice game, and yes, retry. Yes, this game was tough, but next time we will make it.
Now, your coach was saying that you were throwing away passes and not coming forward to get the ball in those opening 2 quarters of the game. Do you think ultimately that's what was the difference between the two sides?
There was difference because those people, they don't come and collect the ball. That is why we lose the ball almost, because they don't collect the ball. Yes.
And looking now ahead in terms of your team, of course, you've had this great experience here in the Telkom Netball Champs. Do you think that builds a lot of confidence for you going forward, personally as a player and for your team all round?
Yeah, because, yeah, it was a nice game, yes, and so next time we are going to build our team for a next level. Yes, as we can now release it, just because of how release it focus and first court, yeah, Khalil sharp, it look good. So now release it focus. It's okay. Next time we will make it.
Certainly will make it next time. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
That is Ndombi from the Sekhukhune side. We'll have a chat now to the opposing side, Ayanda from West Rand. Thanks for your time, Ayanda. It was always going to be a tricky game. Your coach, Duki, is saying it was going to be about being consistent and clinical in the end.
Yes, that's true. West Rand is best known for being it's him a winner, and Gauteng is the home of champions. So it's just keeping it the culture and constant.
And looking at that, of course, pressure as a Gauteng side, as you mentioned, additional pressure perhaps having cameras around here in the Telkom Netball Champs. How have you been dealing with it as a team?
Siqala decided that we have to communicate, relax, and do what is meant to be done. We don't have to mind the opposing team and all that. Just stick to the basics, stick to the systems that we planned, and all will be good.
And it was very close, so there were some nervy moments where it looked like it could go either way. What kept you calm?
We were never calm. But we tried to communicate much better than yesterday, because minding that the score is still the same as yesterday, but then we tried to pull through, we tried to work together as a team.
Certainly did work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That is Ayanda Khibe, of course, from the side of the West Rand. They pick up the victory in this game, and they do secure 2 out of 2 then against this side of Sekhukhune. Still more action to come in terms of the Telkom Netball Champs. Do stay with us. We have the under-17s up next, and of course those semi-finals in the under-19 division. So you don't want to miss any of that action. It's all going to come courtesy of Super Sports Schools.
Hello and welcome back to the Telkom and Netball Championships as we draw closer to what has been an exciting couple of days of netball. So coming up first on your DSTV Now app, it is the first semi-final of the day, the under-17 clash, as we'll see the Eastern Cape side known as Ikude that will be taking on Mopani from Limpopo. Should be an exciting clash coming up on your screens this afternoon. As always, I'm not alone in commentary. I am joined by the lovely Shemaine Bart. Sham, so lovely to have you with me this afternoon.
I'm so excited to see me. It's always so much fun to be here with you guys. And I'm thinking this is going to be a really interesting match. You know, semi-finals always bring out something else in teams. It's always so exciting. So I'm very excited to see what's going to happen here today.
Yeah, you spot on around the fact that it always brings something else, something different, because it's almost like a brand new competition altogether. But I think it's all mental, it's all about the mindset and, you know, how hard these players want it. So looking at that lineup from Ikude, should be an exciting 7 with Ninki Bonnet in that goal shooting circle alongside Amori Matei. And in the mid-court, you've got Anka Stradum, Hannah Watson, Kena Lusaba. And then defensively, Uvula as well as Kutse that will be looking to turn ball for their side. So really strong lineup coming from Ikude. So just looking on then, lots of excitement. It is the first semi-final for the under-17s. And just to confirm then how Mopane will also be lining up in this match, you've got a towering, well, very quick moving circle in Vunene Mabuza alongside Carla Craig, and in that mid-court should be an exciting combination with Rakumba Shipalana as well as Ndobeng. We always talk about you know, that fast-paced mid-court from Limpopo, so we expect nothing less in this upcoming battle. And then Maseka as well as Leroux will be the 2 players that have that responsibility of cutting the supply of Ikude. Now, Shemaine, we've seen some of these teams in action, and they're really, you know, been blown away by the level of talent that we are seeing. The under-17 being the youngest side in the Telkom Netball Champs. But what is it that we can look forward to going into the first semi-final?
I think, you know, in a semi-final, you're going to see a lot of nerves first. I think the first 5 minutes are going to bring out the nerves in some of the players, but we can also expect a lot of exciting passes, awesome leads, strong drives, you know, especially from this Limpopo side and for Ikude. They've been really strong throughout this tournament, and I'm really stoked to see what's going to happen on this court today.
Yeah, definitely excited as well. I fully echo your sentiment. So just another recap. So that is how Ikude will be lining up. They do hail from the Eastern Cape province, and quite a strong bench as well. We'll be looking forward to see, you know, perhaps the likes of Uliema Mshumpela getting an opportunity as well in that goal defense position, and perhaps a Nadine later to see, you know, if the head coach does make and create some capacity for them. So another third player on that bench is Ulisa Kanye Grootboom. So the 3 players who potentially could take over the realms from Ikude's under-17 side. And the Eastern Cape side then are the ladies that are in the green and yellow stripe, wearing a neon green bib. You know, it's been quite an interesting, I think, outfit from some of these teams coming here, strutting their stuff, and really, I think, just representing their respective provinces. And then, of course, Mopani is the side that is in the blue and red outfit. So they will be looking to fire on all cylinders, given it everything they've got in their first semi-final. Yeah, Yes, I can't believe we're already on the 4th day, Charmaine. You know, there's been so much action, anticipating a lot of, I think, netball, and now we're in the tail end of this competition. But just to have a quick recap of the first 3 matches that were brought to you live by DSTV Now. So that opening match was quite an exciting one between Tshwane and Winelands. Those are, you know, part of the top 2 teams that we've been looking at for this competition. And then looking at also the tight encounter between Sekhukhune under 19 as well as Western. So a couple of closely contested games, but we do have 4 matches coming up your way. It is the first of the under-17 semi-finals, and at 3 o'clock the second one will be following through, and then later on this afternoon the 2 under-19 semi-finals. But now, Charmaine, I want to talk about that opening match today. I mean, that was a treat and a half.
No, listen, we were up here in commentary and we were definitely treated with beautiful intercepts. I mean, Simi, I wish you could see those intercepts. They were coming from left, right and center. You know, it was wonderful to watch. And as an old Cape Winelands player myself, you know, my heart goes out to the girls, but you know, Tshwane stepped up and they came to that pool match. But I think that's going to be our final for the under-19s tomorrow. But let's see, you know, you never know what happens in a semi-final. I mean, Manguang have been playing a great tournament, and you could see there this morning they beat Dr. KK by, I think, about 12 goals.
Yep, so I mean, those are the top 4 teams in that under-19 Pool A side, so it's going to be exciting to see what it is they bring. But do stay with us. It is the first of the 4 semi-finals coming up your way this afternoon. And immediately it is Hannah Watson, the center of Iqhude, that gets us underway in the first quarter. Yeah, there was a quick, efficient goal scored in less than 10 seconds. So let's see if Mopane is able to return the favor then and show that same urgency and efficiency that we witnessed from Iqhude.
Yeah, they've been doing that throughout the tournament. You know, they've been quick, fast, efficient, and very patient, even though they're playing so fast.
Yeah, that's good use of footwork from Vunene Mabuza. We knew that Limpopo was coming in with a moving circle, and it's going to be interesting to see how Uliema Vula and Riza Kutse basically are able to shut down that supply into the circle.
It's always good to see the shooters actually setting up that screen and that it's actually being prepared beforehand, because a lot of the time you think you've got your screen prepared and then that keeper slips out underneath you.
Yeah, so Vunene Mabuza coming out of that circle to assist in bringing that ball into that shooting circle. Yeah, that's a lovely finish from Mopane's shooting combination.
You know, that's a great drive from the shooter. You want that from the shooters. And we saw it in Vunene as well. They're both driving out of the circle, not afraid to create space for their goal attacks. And that's such a good drive to have, especially if there's no one else assisting.
Yeah, definitely. They can use all the support that comes their way. So there was a good attempt there from Uliema Vula. And it actually was given to her. I think that was well done there because she was in the middle between the ball and came out with a great intercept for her side. So here's an opportunity for Iqhude to capitalize on the back of Mopane's center pass, and they do a great job at it, taking them to 4 goals, leading just by 2 points at this stage.
The under-17 pools have been extremely competitive. I mean, they've been some of the strongest teams throughout the whole tournament. I've been thoroughly impressed with the under-17s that are at the tournament, and also the under-17s playing in the older age groups as well.
And I mean, has there been any team that's been a standout for you, or one, you know, that you thought, sure, they spoiled for choice as far as the talent is concerned, or just basically how they've been showing up as a well-oiled team? Is there one particular team that you think, you know, outside the semi-finals that we're seeing, the finalists that we're seeing this afternoon, maybe one team could have snuck in there?
Yes, a team that actually stood out for me is West Rand. They play really good netball, but you know, unfortunately, sometimes it's just those finishes and capitalizing on your goals and everything like that. But they've been playing really good netball. They were in the previous encounter and they won by 4 goals. That was a great game to watch. Very exciting and all that. So, but I mean, look at all the talent we see right here, right now. And a province that actually has impressed me a lot is Limpopo.
Yeah, indeed. I'm 100% with you. So I think I was surprised, you know, to be honest, by just how solid the play is as a team. And I think because we've been, you know, exposed to senior netball, didn't really expect a lot to come from there, but they've definitely given me a lot to think about in terms of just how great and well-oiled a team, you know, the Limpopo side has been. And that's from under 17 right through to that under 19 side.
Which makes you excited for the future of netball. You can see all the provinces actually now coming up and growing even more.
Indeed. So looking back at this game then, it is Ikude that is sitting with a 3-goal lead. It's a smallish, you know, not quite a huge advantage. Something that can be squashed with an intercept or 2. So Kuda's playing too close to the left-hand side of the court.
Yeah, I think that was about the 5th pass that went down that one line. And you know, my one coach always said, your court is kind of like a boat. If you don't keep it balanced, it's going to capsize.
Yeah, that's a lovely analogy, Charmaine, and I think, you know, making a lot of sense, because you only need a defender who can pick up the fact that you're loading and overloading on the one side, and she'll definitely be there to capsize that boat. But for now, Ikude looking solid. Oh, that was a good attempt from Ninke Barnard.
Yeah, I think she was just a little bit rushed there, you know. She stepped into that quite quickly, but she got the rebound, and that was really well done there from Ninka.
Good hands yet again coming from Uliema Vula. Yep, that was another good attempt. I love the energy that's coming from the goal defense of Ikude. Uvula, she's coming out there with, you know, doing basics with an outside arm, trying to put a lot of pressure, disrupting the flow of the ball, and that's exactly what you want to see from a defensive player.
But I love the fact that Vunene just continues. She turned around and she shot that goal.
Yeah, she's completely unwavered by the Ikude defenders, just continuing with the task at hand. Yeah, that's good communication coming from Amuri Mate, indicating where her open space is. Contact, unfortunately. Thought it was a good effort nonetheless. It's always great and exciting to see the attackers get involved in the center pass from a defensive perspective, trying to apply a lot more pressure, and that's exactly what we saw from Mate.
That's something we've seen throughout the tournament. You know, attackers actually intercepting more balls than we're used to seeing.
Oh, that's a good offload. And I also felt that Carla Craig had actually done well keeping a defender behind her and leaving that stomach open.
Yeah, she had a solid hold in there. I think if Vula tried to come around there, she would have definitely made contact.
Yep, lovely drive from the shooter, Ninke Barnard. And she offloads to Amori Mate. That's great. I think interplay between the two shooters in that circle. They've just got a good sense of each other's space and movement in that circle. You know, if somebody drives out, you've got one shooter also coming in right under that circle. And that's exactly what you want to see from a partnership perspective.
100%. I mean, if I had a goal attack that moved with me, it was so easy and so much fun to actually play that circle. However, I would love to see Carla of Mupani actually pick up that the goal shooter has been driving out over and over.
Yeah, indeed. So Ikude now sitting at 12 goals. Still a 6-goal game, but they are looking stronger. You know, they're not phased, they're not flustered. They're just taking each ball, taking each move as it comes with a lot of patience, and I'm enjoying that coming through from Ikude.
Yeah, no, they're playing beautiful netball. I mean, but most of their movements are quite similar to the previous ones. And it's one of those things, like if it's not broken, you don't have to fix it.
Yep, indeed. And really, they need to just, you know, keep chipping away as long as it works for them. Why not? Well, wing defense right in that circle. So good call there by the umpire. Yeah, that pass into that shooter, Uvunene, is not going to work. She's not a tall shooter, so they need, I think, to come forward and or bounce past into the circle. But I mean, trying to force that ball through Uvula and Kutsa is definitely not the right option.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most risky pass you can play, but Ikude taking it again and, you know, capitalizing.
Yeah, so 14 goals for the Eastern Cape-based side. It's a good start for them in the first quarter of the semi-final. But look at that super take from Hannah, I beg your pardon, from Dedeya Shipalana, the center of Mopani. She went in there, both arms, and still very cognizant of the fact that she was close to the edge of the circle. So caution, unfortunately, against Likhonolo, the wing defense of... It's actually the wing defense of Ikuda that's being cautioned. And we haven't really seen too many, you know, cautions and warnings being issued. I think at one point we're commending the players of just how clean, you know, the netball has been and how quickly they've been to adapt. But I guess it comes with the fact that they're still youngsters, so they're definitely in a growth mindset, you know, so quick to adapt to the umpire's calls.
That's a good thing. I mean, it gives them the opportunity to actually learn the rules of the game as well. You know, the umpires have been quite consistent in handing out cautions and warnings, so it's good to see that the players are adapting as well.
Yep, that's quick releases for Ikude. Fortunately, not able to make it count this time around, Ninke Barnard.
But just a, you know, a very soft pass there. And then another intercept for Ikude, but a stepping error. Oh no, my heart.
That's a lovely link coming from Tabang. Wing defense of Mopani under 17. Side coming through to assist on the attack. Yeah, again, not able to offload into that circle. Mopani's going to have to try and do something different there.
Yeah, I would like to see Vunene and Carla move like they used to in the previous games. I mean, I know moving circles is really tiring and it's taxing, but I mean, if it's effective, then it won't be too bad. So I want to see them do that as they've been doing throughout the tournament.
Yeah, and I fully agree with you because, I mean, by now they should have picked up that high ball into the circle is not going to work. So they need to try something different, perhaps split the defenders, come forward. But and as you correctly, you know, suggesting, they need to do something different.
I saw that call coming. I saw her just putting out her hands a bit too early there, Vula. But, you know, a defender, that's what they do.
Yep, they will take every chance they've got to try and steal that ball away, but here's a penalty shot and a lovely shot from Carla Craig. Only 5 goals in it, not much time on the clock. In fact, we've run completely out of time in this first quarter, but really a good start from the Eastern Cape-based side, who close off with a 5-goal lead at the end of the first quarter. So do stay with us right here at the Telkom Netball Chance. But for now, we'll be back right after the break.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, you know, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed one player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Well, Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
A great first quarter performance from the Eastern Cape's Ikude in the first semi-final in that under-17 division. They did close off with a 5-goal lead at the end of the first quarter, but it's not all lost and done for Mopani. There are still 3 quarters of exciting netball coming up your way. Now, Shemaine, we saw that first quarter performance from Ikude, which looked more clinical, more in control. And that circle for me, you know, is what made a difference in terms of good understanding from Barnard and Mate. But what is it that Mopani could possibly do to try and close that gap going into the second quarter?
Definitely adapting their shooting circle. You know, I want to see Vunene and Carla there on goal attack and goal shooter just move a bit more like they used to, but move with purpose. And then I also want to see stronger drives coming through from the wing attack in the center. Yeah,
it has to be intentional, right? Otherwise, you're opening yourself up to the defenders, which is kind of what we saw in that shooting circle of Mopani. But hopefully the coach will have imparted that knowledge to the troops. And during that quarter interval. So an opening shot yet again for Ikude. I'm just blown away by how quickly that ball is moving down court. I mean, we saw in the first quarter, it took them 10 seconds to get their first goal. And yet again, we're seeing that same efficiency going into the second quarter from Ikude.
I mean, that's about 2 seconds per pass. That's insanity. It's wonderful to see the speed that these young ones can actually play with. So it's really exciting.
Indeed. So that ball turned around immediately by Mopani. And that's a lovely bounce pass. That's what we've been talking about, trying something different into the circle. And that's exactly the benefit of that, as we see Vunene Mabuza making it count, taking her side to that double-digit mark.
And Vunene, she has the skills, but I mean, oh my word, what a pass. That was a brilliant pass over to Amurai Matia, and that's what's making them stand out against Mopani at the moment.
Yeah, it looked like Matia was almost gliding, you know, towards that goal post. Very, very, I think, theatrical and artistic. I mean, look at that 3-feet defense coming through from the Eastern Cape's wing attack. Yeah, that's good patience, but Barnard not comfortable to take that shot. It was in that zone 2 area, not really too far off, but you know, I'm okay with them as if they're playing themselves closer, but they just have to know that they're opening themselves up to the defenders a lot more.
Oh no, definitely, but I mean, it is a semi-final, so I can only assume the coach's instructions were, you know, take it from closer to the post, you know, let's be safe, we have to protect the ball.
Yeah, indeed. So 7 goals separating these two teams. Unfortunately, a little bit of too much oomph coming through from the attacking side of Ikude. So this is good patience from Mopani. Oh, she could have released that quicker.
I agree. But that was still much better. You know, she was very intentional in that run, Carla, and that's what we saw in previous encounters for Mopani.
Yeah, unfortunately, Vunene missing that attempt at goal.
What a brilliant take there by the goal attack. I mean, that was not the most accurate pass, but again, how quickly did they transition into their shooting third?
Yeah, no, this Ikude side has really, I think, been exciting for me. in terms of, you know, just how they're moving down court, whether it's defensively or transitioning on the attacking side, like you said, Charmaine. I think there's just good communication, and you can see that they're really putting their hands up for that final. Again, not looking down court. You know, it's great to play the square, but that's the risk that you run. You have to look down court as your first point of call. And then if you get stuck, you know, then you can play that little pass to the side. But it looks like Mopani is resorting to that side pass, which is just, I think, leaving them exposed.
Yeah, your back pass and your side passes are more your reset passes, just for restructuring. And if you continuously play them, you're not resetting anything really, because there's nothing coming from the front.
Yeah, so here's a throw in for Ikude. Support coming in. Yeah, this is good attacking work coming through from the Eastern Cape based side. There's the patience. Yeah, I don't think Mate had much room there, but she did well to defend the little bit of space that she had.
Oh, brilliant there from the wing defense. That was a great tip. I just wanted to see her take it with both hands, you know, grab that ball. Oh, that's unlucky for the center there. Shipalana, unfortunate replay.
I mean, looking at this Eastern Cape side, Charmaine, what's working for them so far? You know, we've been talking about the patience, but I mean, what is the big standout for you? Because at the way things look, you know, Mopani is really having a tough time trying to close that margin. And I mean, we must give credit to Ikude because clearly they're doing something right.
Yeah, they're picking up where Mopani are dropping, essentially. So the goal defense is dropping into the shooting circle very, very early, which leaves the goal attack or the wing attack exposed. Because as soon as the wing defense picks up the goal attack, wing attack runs free. So at the moment, I think they're capitalizing on where Mopani are dropping on court.
Yep, so it's looking good so far. Double the number of points that Mopani has. So really, I think the second quarter looking even better for Ikude. And really, I mean, there's nothing flashy. You know, there's no drama. They're just sticking to basics, and that's what we've been echoing for, you know, for the duration of this competition. So it's great to always see how these teams continue, you know, to stick to their game plan, because clearly that's their strategy of how to attack and defend on court.
I couldn't agree with you more, Simi. It's just so unfortunate that that shot from Carola didn't sink, but now the team's getting another opportunity. I want to see the center and the wing attack hit that edge of the circle. They've been struggling to get to the edge, so let's see if they can get to that edge right now.
Yeah, that's good pressure there from Liema Vula, but she just needs to guard against that contact. You spoke about the arms as well at times, I think, you know, not necessarily in the right place. So she doesn't want to spend the rest of the match out of play.
I think that would be a great loss for her team.
Oh, that's good work, but unfortunately, she went offside.
Yeah, I think she wants to go play goal defense another way.
But I mean, just, you know, how alert she was around that edge of the circle, and that's what you want from your wing defense. But just needs to look out for, you know, the feet going over that line.
Barnard taking that shot, one leg in the air, you know, looked a bit unbalanced. I would like to see her just get that balance, you know, center herself. I mean, she's getting the goals in, so it doesn't really make a difference, does it?
Yeah, well, for now it doesn't. Yeah. But, I mean, going to the finals could be something else. So I always look at these matches as an opportunity to fine-tune, you know, and get away of all those things that could potentially expose you to errors, in, you know, where it counts the most. So as much as she's sinking them in, I just think that she needs to still stick to what works the best, because if they do face a lot more pressure, those things will start turning into errors.
Yeah, we have another caution there for the goalkeeper of Mopani, Carla, just for persistent contact as well. So we've got 2 cautions on court already.
Yeah, a little bit off balance there, but well picked up by Ikude.
And again, that transition, it's so quick and so effective. It doesn't give Mopani any chance to actually set up a defense.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of teams, you know, use a turnover first to either reset with a short pass, but Ikude is just taking that ball, blitzering down court, and they certainly are a team on a mission. Unstoppable is what we're seeing from this Eastern Cape Bay side.
But a great take by the wing defense for Mopani. She's been working tirelessly around that circle.
Yeah, I really enjoy watching her in action. She's a tiny player, not the biggest of them all, but really has been doing some wonders.
That was such a good pass. Did you see it just went through about 2 players' hands, but met the beautiful hands of the goal attack, Carla. Excuse me, Amaray Matia, and they've been playing so well together.
They have indeed, and unfortunately for Mopani, the crack's starting to show. They're not able to even retain their center passes. It's pressure. It is a pressured game, but there's that wing defense we spoke about, Ulikhonolo. I mean, you said it, you know, she's been working tirelessly and she continues to do that despite what the scoreboard says.
Battle of the wing defenses this afternoon. But you know what's unfortunate as well? Mopani only have 8 players in the team, so they only have 1 person on the bench for their side. And these 7 players have been playing every single match since the start of the tournament on Sunday.
Sure, yeah, that does, I think, make it tough for them as well. The fact that there isn't real, you know, options for the coaches. And we've seen a couple of teams do that, coming with 7 or 8 players. I just think it just puts a lot more strain, you know, from a coach's perspective, definitely in terms of how to tackle, how to approach each match.
So that was much better transition. Just unfortunate, forced to take that long shot. There was no one behind her, and Vunene couldn't come free.
Yeah, that was not going to fly at all.
Now, unforced error over a 3rd call.
Yep, so this time around, Vunene trying to play themselves closer to that goal post. You can see she's not prepared to take those long-range shots, and that's perfectly fine. You know, you need to change it up a bit, and this time around, Carla Craig does make it count, so it's still 10 goals in it. So here's an opportunity, just 30 seconds remaining in this quarter before we reach the halfway mark. But an opportunity for Mopani to get 1 more goal on the scoreboard.
That was a beautiful swing over the circle, but just unfortunate again, can't capitalize on those turns.
Yeah, I think, you know, that's the one area that they need to look into in terms of how to play themselves closer, because when they do, it works. Mopani can't afford to be, you know, missing any goals so close, because they're not setting themselves up for success. And on the other end, Ikude is just running away with this score. So we do reach the halfway mark, and Ikude is sitting with 26 goals versus 13 of Mopani. And there is the confirmation of the score at halftime. It is Ikude that is sitting with a 13-goal lead. But we'll be back right after this break.
The speed of a jaguar. The reflexes of a sunbird. The strength of a diamond. They train to inspire. They play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
We welcome you back to the Telkom Netball Champs. It is an under-17 semi-final, the first semi-final of the day. And Ikude starting off with a strong performance in the first half of the match. And really, Charmaine, it's just been a case of, you know, Ikude executing the game plan to the T and Mopani just coming a little bit short.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. You know, we've been so impressed with Mopani's exhibits here on court, but let's see if they can come back in the second half of the game, in the third quarter. You can hear the coach saying, come on girls, they have to focus, you know.
You have to pick up. Okay, let's go. Come.
Yeah, she's very urgent on that call of focus, you know, you have to pick it up, and let's see if they can do what they've been doing throughout the week.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, the coach is 100% spot on. You know, they do need to focus because they are getting the ball, they are getting the possession, but I just think that not able to make it count. And that's what is so disheartening in terms of what the score looks like at the moment.
Well, Simi, I'm excited for the start of the third quarter. You know, it's our championship quarter. We don't see many changes, but it looks like we do have a new center on for Ikude, and let's see if she can slot in as easily as the rest.
Yeah, it's going to be all up to the decisions made by the coaches at the end of the day and how they're able, you know, to make those substitutions. But, I mean, quite an interesting observation as well, as we see that Uvunene sits this one out. She's actually a goalkeeper, you know, as first position. So it was quite interesting to see the coach opting to play her in that goal shoot position. Then Carla Leroux, also, you know, a dominant shooter. But in this match, in this semi-final, the head coach then opting to play in goalkeep. And that's why, you know, the coach's decision are absolutely critical, especially at such important games. But we do see that Tuvunene sits this third quarter out. She seems to be, you know, dealing with a little bit of a niggle there, but we'll try and get an update on that and just see how she does for the rest of the day. So Ikude gets us underway in this third quarter. You can never say it's done. I mean, we are looking at a 13-goal game at this point, but a lot can happen, and you never really can write off, you know, the opposition, because you never know what can happen.
It's 24 minutes, Simi. Anything can happen in 24 minutes. I mean, anything can happen in 30 seconds. We've seen games change around in 30 seconds. So let's see if Mpani can bring that fire and that focus that their coach was talking about.
So here's that patience, that urgency that we know from this side. Yeah.
For a second there, I thought she was going to take it.
Same here, you and me both, Charmaine. But she did look out for support in the center, but perhaps not the best of placements.
That's always the tricky one with that. If you've set up for a goal or to take a shot, you know, and then you change your mind, then you have to be very accurate and precise in that pass.
Yeah, because you no longer have the luxury of 3 seconds. You know, it has to be a quick decision, and I think that's what she found herself, you know, caught up with. But at the end of the day, to your point, your precision, whatever you do has to be on point, and unfortunately it wasn't in that instance, and it could manage to make it count instead.
Oh, that was a much better drive onto that circle edge, and that's what we've been seeing from the center there the whole tournament. So I think, I mean, she's been playing centre throughout from Sunday. So tired legs.
Yeah, definitely tired legs. I mean, and tired bodies. It's been a tight, you know, competition all round. So the players are definitely, I think, you know, starting to feel it, especially those that haven't had the chance to be rested. They will get the full brunt of what it is to play back-to-back high-intensity matches.
Oh, that was a great feed. And again, that step from Barnard, I think she's practiced that over and over because she does it quite often, but there's no counter for it.
Yeah, definitely no counter. I love the fact that, you know, she has so many options into that circle. She's an exciting and creative shooter, always, you know, giving her attackers options.
I think I know now why Carla has moved to goalkeeper. It's for the height in the circle.
Yeah, definitely must be that, to try and shut down the shooting force in Ninka Barnard, but it hasn't really worked at this stage. I mean, Barnard has been the queen of that circle, so confident, so dominant, and yeah, Carla, I think, still has her work cut out for her.
Another unfortunate miss there on the side from Mpani. But again, we see this quick transition from Ukude, and they just find each other so well.
Yeah, so 29 goals just turned into 30. So all 4 goals, 4 consecutive goals coming from Ukude. None whatsoever from Mopani in this third quarter. So it is a bit of a sluggish start for them.
That was a much better drive there from Carla. She is strong on those drives, so I want to see her take those drives a bit more throughout the court. I know shooters take a step forward when there is contact, but that she tried to take a whole meter or 2. Clever.
Yeah, why not, you know, and well, okay, that was a lovely pass.
Yep, that's a pass. We will not count that as a goal.
Definitely not. Didn't even touch anywhere near that hoop. But Ukude back on the attack. They're looking for their 5th or their 5th consecutive goal.
Oh, and it's so beautiful, so easy. The communication, it's just effortless.
It is effortless, Charmaine, and what I love about it is that, you know, both shooters, there's no selfish, you know, mindset of, I've got the ball, I can make it count. They play each other the whole time, building each other and encouraging each other, you know, and it's beautiful to see that in the shooting circle of Ukude.
Yeah, definitely. Couldn't agree more. Did you see the wing defense there? She basically slipped, got up, got the ball, and saved it from going out. You know, and that's the hustle that we want to see.
It is indeed. She did a marvelous job. So very exciting performance all round from the Eastern Cape-based team.
Oh, that was a rare miss there from Amaray Matia. But I think they have the luxury at the moment. Let's see if Mupani can make this one count. Oh, but late there on the tip from the goal defense. Carla gets an opportunity to score for her team. And she does. That was a beautiful shot from her. And I think that was their first goal of the quarter. 6 minutes into the quarter 3.
Yep, that's a lovely offload into that shooting circle and beautifully concluded by Mopani. So this is much better piece of play. Took them a long time to get there, but nonetheless, they do make it count.
As long as you get there, Simi, I mean, no matter how long it takes you. And I'm glad to see that they're not, you know, dropping their shoulders. They're still continuing and they're playing hard and they're giving it their all.
That they are indeed. And here's another shot at goal. She makes it count, Carla Craig. Really no you know, no chance of stopping these two shooters from Ikude. They've been really exciting to watch in full action.
Yeah, that is a very well split circle, you know, split in terms of shooting and everything else, and I'm really excited for them.
Yep, that's a lovely offload into that circle.
And
I wasn't really confident, you know, because you still have to think about Carla's height in the circle. But I mean, what a great finish by Ikude.
Yeah, I think the timing of the pass and the movement from Ninke was spot on, and you can't really ask for more as a coach, can you?
Definitely not. I mean, it's exactly what every coach aspires to see from their team. But look at that exceptional intercept from Mopani. And then they give it away to Ikude's defensive duo. That was well picked up there by Riza Kute.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking a lot about the shooters, but credit has to go to those two defenders, Vula and Kutser. They've been playing really well together.
And almost immediately, Leroux returns the favor with a great take herself. Haven't seen too many of those coming in that shooting circle, but it's great to see that Leroux is still in the game and able to turn some ball for Mopani.
Oh, that was good waiting there by the goal attack, Amure. She saw that the center was ready and coming for that intercept, so she just gave a kind of a fake by waiting a bit, and her center was able to go into the space.
Yeah, so that strong and dominant performance from Ikude continues. Then in this third quarter, they've scored 9 goals so far versus 3 of Mopani. So it just gives you, you know, a sense of how strong the Eastern Cape's side has been. And I think what's been, standing out for me is just, you know, there's no real defense. It's been tight for Mopani, trying to shut them down, but they're not able to keep up at all.
Yeah, I think they're playing with such speed and precision. It's difficult to keep up. But I mean, well done for adapting to that type of play for Ikude. You know, they've taken that step and, you know, they've went, okay, you gave this to us, we'll step up and we'll do it this way.
Yeah, a little bit too charged up there. That step you've been talking about from Barnett. Yep, the whole bench is saying, shoot, Amori. And she certainly heeded that call and did well, taking her side to a 20-goal lead. Just 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter.
Oh, that's just unfortunate, you know. She had it and then lost it, but those type of things happen. You can't blame anyone for something like that.
Yep. Desperate calls from Ikude's wing attack.
No, that was the first time we've actually seen one of them a bit flustered on a pass, because usually someone was there on time, perfect execution for timing.
Yeah.
So that was interesting.
It is, because I think, you know, there's just this understanding that you need to come and fetch the ball, come forward. And all of a sudden she found herself with nobody in sight. So, but still it's great that she's communicating and indicating that she does need assistance. But someone that needs no assistance whatsoever is a Ninki Barnett that just continues, you know, to add more goals for her side. And she does that so beautifully and flawlessly as well.
Yeah, it's been, you know, it's kind of like a record that's just continued to play. So they've been doing the same thing over and over, and because it's working so well, they're not changing it.
Yep, no reason to change it. So this is good support coming through from Amari Matei.
Oh, Carla should have left that one. It would have been her throw-in. But, I mean, sometimes you really think you're going to get it.
Yeah, and I think, you know, she was just eager to turn another ball for her side. not realizing that it was actually better for her to just let it go.
Oh, that's unlucky. One of the first passes we've seen for Ikude not going to its rightful owner.
Yeah, a lot of those center passes have actually been going to Armory on goal attack. And haven't really seen a lot coming through. And look at that quick changeover from Amari Mate, getting herself immediately into that defensive mode. But unfortunately, they do run out of time as we reach the end of the third quarter. And just to confirm that score at the end of the third quarter, it is 39 goals for Ikude, and Mopani still trailing by 23 goals. But we'll go to a short break and come back right after this.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
So if you missed out on any of the action, here's a glimpse of what went down in this playoff between Mopani as well as Eastern Cape's Ikude. The Ikude side really, I think, having a strong start from the word goat, Charmaine, and they just continued to put that foot on the accelerator for the duration of those 3 quarters.
Yeah, they've been phenomenal. You know, they've executed their game plan to the T, and it's been really difficult for Mopani to actually just get underneath them and, you know, get that ball back. But I want to see some fight and grit from the side of Mopani. Let's see how they finish off their game for the 4th quarter.
Yeah, let's then look ahead in this quarter to see what it is that Mopani can do. They have been trying, but I think that third quarter was their most bruising performance, with Ikude doing well to keep them only to 3 goals in that third quarter, while they obviously then charged up, adding another 13 goals to their scoreboard. So really, I think it was a tough 12 minutes in the third quarter.
Yeah, definitely. So let's hope they can pull themselves together and give themselves the end that they deserve. Don't you want to be out there with them, Simi?
No, definitely not. That was a clear and certain no.
Yeah, that was very quick as well. You're like, no.
No, I think, you know, it is time for the youngsters to show us what they've got, and it's so exciting. I think just talking it and just, you know, being blown away by all the talent that we have in this country. Really fortunate in that regard. You know, to be able to showcase exactly, you know, the wealth we've got as far as netball is concerned.
Yeah, like Lusaba just taking that ball from her wing attack. But then unfortunately, the ball getting lost there by the shooters for Ikude. A rare miscatch there by Amuri.
Yeah. Not the best of offloads there. We did see that the wing defense, Oli Khonalo, stepping over offsides, but it was missed.
If it's missed, play on, players. Nothing happened.
Yeah, indeed. So there's a lot going on. So, I mean, we spoke about the umpires also having to keep up with the players and the ball speed and a lot of that. But, yeah, so these things do happen.
Listen, I wouldn't be able to keep up. This is why I can't be an umpire. These kids are extremely fast and they play with such speed and accuracy. I wouldn't want to be one of these people on the sideline here.
Yeah, that's good support coming through from Untobeng.
Yeah, much better timing there on that run as well. It was a great feed out. They couldn't set up their defense, Ikude. but then getting overexcited and just that feed going out of court. Very unfortunate.
So here's a throw in yet again for Ikude, and she finds support in Hannah Watson. It's been an exciting mid-court player for me. Really, I've been enjoying she understands her role or responsibility as a linker so well.
She doesn't overplay the center position, and we've seen that quite often. You know, centers trying to receive every second pass. But a lot of the time, the center only needs to clear the space.
Yeah, indeed. And we spoke about, you know, how much involvement is too much, how much clearing, you know, it can be considered as running away from the ball. So it's a fine balance all the time.
I would be the center clearing to run away from the ball.
Yeah, she took too long. She held onto that ball way too long, Takalani Rakumba. And by then, Watson was in the right position. It was still a deflection. It still disrupts the flow of Mopani's ball.
Much better feed from the center. You know, that's the type of things we've seen throughout this week. But just that finishing, you know, I think, Simi, that's what's letting them down a bit.
Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, I think, you know, the ball has come into that shooting circle, but they've just really had a tough time as far as converting is concerned.
So that's probably the pressure from the defense. You know, they've been tight on them. They've been sitting, no space to breathe. And that's what you expect of your defense.
Yeah, so this is a good piece of play. Look how high out of that circle Barnett is.
Oh, just the discipline there needed for Mopani.
Yeah, and again, Carla should, you know, expect that giant leap coming through from Barnett. We know it's a signature move. She's always trying to lunge and step closer to the goalpost. So perhaps Leroux could come and start a little bit closer so that it is Barnett that actually breaks her own 3 feet.
Yeah, I mean, if she puts up her 3 feet before Ninka steps, then she doesn't have to move. So I would have expected that to have been seen. But, I mean, what an intercept by the goalkeeper, Kutser, for Ikude. She's been phenomenal.
Yeah, she certainly has been. I mean, that was a great take. And to all be up to the shooters now to see if they're able to reward all of Kutser's hard work.
Ooh. You know, her back bent a little there to get to that ball, but great defense coming through from Carla on goalkeeper. And that's what they wanted from her, I assume, throughout the game.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Leroux can be proud of herself because she has been trying and giving it everything she has. I mean, those are 2 solid shooters for starters, so she did have her work cut out for her, but she never gave up. You know, even that last piece of play, she's still chasing, still competing. So really good attempts and effort from Carla Leroux.
Oh, that was a high pass, you know, didn't even actually loop, but a beautiful take by Amari to hopefully end off a beautiful intercept and take by their goal defense, Vula.
See, there's that center pass going to Amari again.
Yeah, she's been the main receiver of the center pass, as you mentioned, in the 3rd quarter. I'm just kind of worried that Mopani didn't pick that up sooner. It's a good lunge there from Carla. Just unfortunate that it didn't go in. You know, that one just needed a bit of oomph, so she just needed to lift a bit more out of her ankles.
Yeah, so this is quite interesting, Shemaine, from Mopani, because the 2 shooters in the circle, a lot of the times one's in the circle, other one's out, right? So there's a lot of that taking place. But what I observed in that last piece of play is that both Maseka and Leroux choose to stay in that circle, regardless of whether the shooter is in or out. 2 of them remain there. I mean, how impactful can that strategy be?
It can be, but without communication, it won't have any rewards. So if they're splitting the circle in half, that's fantastic. But communicate with one another. Who's taking the front? Who's taking the back? You need to know who is where But I think, you know, Ninka and Amarie have picked that up quite early. So they're just picking up the play and playing from their body.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Oh. Kutse, not enough words to talk about the brilliance that we're seeing from this youngster.
Oh, it was such a beautiful take. And stepping on the side of her attack. Just watch that take. Oh, phenomenal. What a game for this young lady.
Yeah, she really is having a time of her life on court, and it's translating into the number of intercepts that she has taken, setting her team up for success in the end. So that is the 18th goal for Mopani. They are still trailing by a whopping 26 goals. So that margin really, I think, completely unattainable for Mopani. But they are still trying. That's, for me, you know, the mindset, the fact that they haven't given up is really what's encouraging in terms of what we're seeing from Mopani.
Yeah, the coach told them, you know, fight, don't stop. And they are fighting. They aren't stopping, you know, and unfortunate for that, all of them waiting behind a player. But for the most part, they've been really fighting in this last quarter.
They have. I mean, that was quite interesting because all we saw between Carla and her attackers was almost a line of green playing outfits. And that tells you the defensive setup that was actually being, you know, executed by Ikud. And that's what we saw, that 3-second call.
Kind of looked like a rugby line of defense.
Yeah, it did actually. It certainly did. And that's the benefit of, you know, everybody being aligned in terms of what is being set up. Whether it was by chance or it was intentional, it still worked for Ikude.
And there, that communication coming in again between Mattia and Barnard. But I love the fact that Carla is getting those rebounds now. She's positioning in that spot to actually get them.
Yeah, she certainly is. And turning ball, but shooters are not rewarding her. I mean, look at that superb take from Uliema Vula.
Yeah, no, Kutser and Vula have been having a field day in terms of intercepts.
Yeah, so the Eastern Cape's Ikude just continuing to punish the counterparts. Unfortunately, there's just been no response at all to the onslaught of Ikude's performance today. Really, I think, you know, they knew exactly what mission they're on, and they are delivering on all fronts.
Yeah, it's been a beautiful game to watch. And I think the scoreboard doesn't really reflect what's happening on court. There's a lot of fight out there, so it's been a really wonderful game to see.
It has been indeed. I mean, look at that superb shot from Mopani's side. Long range, beautifully executed. And there's a repeat of that marvelous shot from Mopani.
That makes a shooter's heart happy.
Didn't even touch the sides of that rim. So Kuda very close to that half-century mark. There's still 2 minutes remaining in this game. So more than enough time for them to get to that 50-goal mark. And I mean, just looking at how efficient they've been, it's not a lot to ask for.
No, I think they're really going to reach that 50-goal mark quite easily. I mean, they're already down by their shooters. Okay, bit of a quick shot there, but pick up by Amarie, and they're on 49. I mean, that took them about, what, 10 seconds again?
Yep, they are blitzering down court.
I would have loved to see her take that shot, but that's me.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, hey? I think they are ahead, but they still need to stick to what works for them. We haven't seen Barnard taking, you know, those long-range shots. She's not going to get a three-pointer, you know, for shooting that far, but I get it. Perhaps from a confidence perspective, it's good to give it a shot, you know, and not just limit what your potential is.
That's the thing, but Singy, you know, the hearts wants what it wants. And that was a beautiful shot again by the goal shooter of Mopani. It's been a wonderful game so far, and they've hit that 20-goal mark, a 30-goal difference with about 30 seconds left in this encounter.
Yes. Yeah, so I mean, just to sum up what we've seen here today, Shemaine, really I think a strong finish from the Eastern Cape's Ikude. They started this game with a lot of force, a lot of energy, and they maintained that for the full duration of this game. And for Mopani, I mean, there were pockets of brilliance, but perhaps not consistent enough.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Simi. It's been a beautiful game to see. I mean, wonderful intercepts. I have to give, you know, a beautiful comment to the defense of Ikude. They've stepped up and they've played really well, but it's been a team effort, and I think that was the difference, is the team effort.
Yeah, so that team effort then translating into an incredible victory for the Eastern Cape's Ikude, who walk away the winners in this match with their 31 goal difference. So there's the confirmation of the score: 51 goals for Ikude versus 20 for Mopani. But before we go courtside, we'll have a quick recap of how it is that they made that result possible. So this is what went down in this clash. A very solid start from the Eastern Cape's Ikude. I mean, they hit the ground running. They were definitely a force to be reckoned with. And I love the fact that, Jermaine, you mentioned the fact that as a team, that's what separated them in this encounter.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, no one looked like they needed to do more than they were supposed to. Everyone shared that load equally. And that's just the testimony of a great team, you know, working together, a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, indeed. And Mopani, on the other hand, had a difficult day at the office. I mean, there were moments where we saw some exceptional play, but unfortunately, you know, some of the goals being missed in that shooting circle, and at times, you know, the players hiding behind their own defenders. So a lot more, I think, for them to look into. But for now, really credit must go to Ikude. So we're going to head over back to Andy Mahamba for the post-match interviews.
Thank you very much, Simim Daga, in commentary, joined by Charmaine Bart. So it was all about positional playoffs in the under-17 division, and the victory does go the way of the Eastern Cape side, Ikhala, as they got the victory over Mopani. I'm joined by their coach now, Akaya, to speak about the performance of the team, of course, coming into this game and being dominant right from the beginning and getting that result. Were you surprised with how they stepped out?
Sure, I was. I can't believe it. But it happened, and I'm so happy. I don't know what can I say about my girls, but they just do what I told them to do, and no one is just giving up. They are just pushing, and they stick to our game plan, because I told them that, guys, we lost 3 games. Now this is the playoffs, and we don't want to lose it again. Let's push. And you know what, guys? Put your trust to the Lord. He is going to give us a strength. We can win this game. Let's fight. And we started early in the morning, and it was a win. This is another game, and we won. So I am so overwhelmed. I don't have words, but to say, thank you, Lord. You saved us.
You know you can't turn back the hands of time, but do you perhaps feel that they should have started like this right from the first game if they've shown that they can do it?
Yes, I was saying that to our team talk. I said, guys, the pace that we started now, we should have started long ago on the first onset. But you know the game, you cannot predict. Things just happen.
Well, this is the end of your journey in the Telkom Netball Champs. How would you sum it up overall as a coach, the entire experience with the team, and perhaps what it has taught you?
I learned a lot because I've never been in a Telkom league. It's my first time. So I learned everything, and even my girls, they learned a lot. I'm telling you, next year we are coming back. We're going to do what? We're going to rectify our mistakes, and we're knowing that we will come back and do the better and do the best. Thank you so much.
Certainly looking forward to it. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
That is the coach of Ikala, Kude rather, talking about the team's performance, and they did really step up to the platform and take the occasion with both hands. As I'm going to now bring in the coach of the opposing team on the losing end this time around from Mopani, and I'm going to be joined now by the coach. Coach, thank you very much for your time. We always knew it was going to be difficult with Vunene carrying an injury into this game and having to change your game plan slightly, but ultimately, where do you think the wheels came off for you today?
I think it came off when all of my players, most of them have injuries. So, and also I only had to play with 8. And yeah, I think it was the injuries, and yeah, the bodies are tired. So I think I knew it's going to be difficult, and I just prayed for no injuries, but unfortunately that didn't happen. Yeah, so I think that's where it happened. It's the injuries that got me. Yeah.
You chose to start with a different combination, with Vunene moving to that goal shooter position and moving Carla to goalkeeper. Was that because of the injury, or was it more tactical to perhaps match the height in that circle?
They were taller shooters, so I had to put my taller defender in. And Vunene also, because she had injury, so I thought with the shooter position, maybe less movement will be necessary. So I think that's why I did it. Yeah.
And you didn't finish off on a high, but in terms of motivating your players going forward, of course, a great experience for them. But what would you take away from this Telkom Netball Champs?
I think fight. I think all of the girls learned how to fight, and they played as a team as well, and they motivated each other every time, half time. And I think, yeah, it's just that spirit. I think they will take with them and just be better off, I think, in life. Well, yeah, I think it's the spirit of the game. So I'm proud of them for just sticking it out there and just keep on going. Yeah, after all, yeah.
Hard luck, coach. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
That is the coach of the losing side from Limpopo, Mopani. Of course, they're not getting the victory here this time around. Of course, was for positional playoffs. They're going to wish that they had finished a bit stronger, but the injuries that rocked the team and the game plan that had to change, of course, had an impact in the end on the result. And speaking of results, there's another team that's going to be coming on, 2 of them for the positional playoffs in the under-17 division. Do stay with us for that. And of course, a bit later on, we shift our focus to the under-19s as we look ahead to the semi-finals.
Hey man, what would this be without you? I mean, Nina, the over-the-top passionistas. Nani, abashayela phansi. Without lessons lava that we love to hate. Without the encyclopedia of Itiski. Cover the flair, the rhythm, that brings the wow. Hey, don't forget that fire commentary.
Juna. The streaking breakaway. Can he find a goal? Oh my word!
And to you, who brings the shade? Celebrate.
The sky is the limit.
Long live the DSTV Premiership. Long live.
Itiski is everything with you, and you are everything to Itiski.
Game time, boys.
Yay! What's with Itiski? So, Babi Sebonke, to live the best of the DSTV Premiership on SuperSport, your world of champions on DSTV.
And the action continues at the Telkom Netball Championships. And coming up next, it is an under-17 clash as we see the Cheetahs taking on the Rubies. Not alone in commentary, I am joined by Amanda. And Amanda, I'm going to get you right into it with predictions and what we can expect in this under-17 battle lap. You know, it's been a great, I think, couple of days of netball, but we're still always just marveled by, you know, the talent and how exceptional the games have been.
Hi, Simi. It's great to be watching this playoff this afternoon. And my predictions would be the Free State Cheetahs. I think they've got a few strong players in their lineup, but not taking it away from the Ruby side. But I know that the heat is a factor, and I've watched these teams just as they go through their warm-up and their routines. And for me, the team with the better energy at this stage is definitely the Cheetahs. But it will be interesting to see what happens in the match.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, there's a lot that they have to contend with, you know, the hot weather, the heated and intense competition that they've both had. But I do agree with you. I think the team that's most level-headed, that is able, you know, to stick to their game plan, completely unflustered, is the team that is going to come out tops. But just to have a look at how these teams will be lining up in that shooting circle, you've got a Nicolai Dalliard that will be working alongside Amy Jacobs, and in at midcourt, Wilson Moreme as well as Cronier, and then defensively it's Ikiai as well as Shannon that will be looking to shut down the supply in that shooting circle. And they do have 3 players that they can always call on, you know, should the need be there, or perhaps they need to counter what it is that the Rubies have to offer. And then looking ahead at the Rubies side, you've got Greta Steenkamp on goal shoot alongside Slauber, and in that midcourt, Dutoy, Engelbrecht and Matala. And defensively, it is that duo in Uviwe Mbiza as well as Mianka Burger. So no options for them in the bench. I mean, that's quite interesting, Amanda. We've seen a couple of teams actually come in with 7 or 8 players, and I think coach's headache, but also I think, yeah, very tough one to try and manage.
Yeah, Simi, I agree with you, especially at this stage of the tournament. Both these sides haven't come through strongly in the logs, so they've had quite a tough week. And going into a final, I'm pretty sure those bodies are aching, and the fatigue has definitely settled in there. So unfortunately, not having a bench doesn't put you in the ideal position.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't. And as we confirm, then it is just positional playoffs between these two teams. They'll obviously be trying to get a high ranking as we close off that under-17 division. It has been a bumper-to-bumper day full of action from this, I think, 9:30 this morning, and the action continues. We do have 2 more games coming up after this one. So do stay with us at the DSTV Now app as we continue to bring you all the action at the Telkom Netball Champs. And I guess everyone else is also looking forward to those semi-finals coming up later this afternoon in that under-19 division. It's been the most talked about division because that's the feeding pipeline into that varsity level and potentially under-21 and seniors at some point. And there were trials that you know, the players had to participate in as well earlier this morning. So that should be quite exciting later on today.
Yes, Semi, I'm definitely looking forward to that and to see what's going to happen there. I think that the number 2 and 3 position is going to be a tough game. As far as I know, it's Cape Winelands against Limpopo. So we've spoken a lot about the Limpopo side.
Yeah, we have.
And it will be interesting to see what they do in a playoff.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're definitely one of those teams that stood out for me in that under-19 section. So do stay with us as the action will undoubtedly continue as we look to crown this year's Telkom Netball champions.
Well, I'm just looking at the lineup that's ahead of us, and it looks like the Rubies actually do have a bench. I think they heard us and got the girls together.
Yeah, they probably dug them from behind the building. Come out.
We didn't see them on the official team list, but yeah, it's good to see that they do have the option of making a substitution should there be an injury. We've seen a couple of injuries this morning as well, and I just think that's the things you see in the last days of a tournament.
Yeah, indeed. So, I mean, that's great to see that there is depth then coming through from the Rubies. But, yeah, I agree with you. I think it's been a tough past couple of days for these players, but they do have to hold it together just one last time and try, you know, to give it everything they've got.
Yeah, and I think the heat doesn't make things easier. Yesterday, we had a lovely day, weather-wise. It wasn't too hot, but it is Pretoria. As we know, Pretoria, it is hot and dry weather. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting how the weather will affect both these sides as well.
So then just moments before we get this under-17 clash underway. And we're all systems good to go at Hoërskool Waterkloof. Yep, so the umpires making the way across the court, and it is the Free State Cheetahs that get the first centre pass. So we're all set and good to go in this under-17 battle lap between the Cheetahs from the Free State and the Rubies from the Northern Cape. Should be an exciting match up on our hands, and seeing a little bit of, I was going to say, some control coming through from the Rubies, but unfortunately the goal attack Slaber not able to hold on to that ball.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what the Rubies can do with the ball in hand now, and if they can score off this turnover. It's a bit of a messy in the centre third right now. A lot of players and an offside, unfortunately, there by the Rubies centre, B.R. Engelbrecht.
Yeah, so the Cheetahs back on the attack.
Yep, on the blue. We've got the Cheetahs with the green bips, and unfortunately they're struggling to find their rhythm inside that shooting circle, just not finding their shooters, and it's a bit of a scramble.
Yeah, it is a bit of a tough one, but I think you know, credit to Rubies for putting up a tight defense early on in this match. I think just cementing, or you know, creating the platform in terms of what they can expect the Cheetahs.
Yeah, I think defensively they've got the upper hand in that circle at the moment, but hopefully the nerves of the Cheetahs will settle, and we'll see them finding their rhythm soon.
So that's a lovely give and go by the Rubies goal shooter Nicolai Terliard, working alongside Wilson. But unfortunately, they're not able to make it count. The ball turned in their own circle. Yeah, we know these matches tend to be a little bit, you know, everywhere in the first 5 minutes, as both teams are trying to find their feet and to settle down. So, I mean, it's nothing really to worry about. But I usually find that the team that settles down the quickest has the advantage.
Yeah, definitely, Simeon. I think both sides are struggling with structure at this moment. And it might be that they have struggled with structure throughout the tournament. So I always say, it doesn't matter if things are messy, just get the ball through the hoop.
Yeah, indeed.
Oh, good contesting there by Ilse on the wing defense position for the Rubies.
Yeah, I feel that, you know, the wing attack Wilson perhaps could have done a change of direction there. Doesn't help to try and continue moving in the same direction if you can't get away from your defender. Oh my goodness, that's a great take there from Oviwe Mbiza.
Yeah, I have to say she's gotten in a couple of hands there in the circle. She's quite nippy on the defense. And a turnover ball by the Cheetah center, Lebo Moreme.
Yeah, it's been quite an interesting start. Only one goal scored so far in passage of play of about 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, and it is the Ruby center pass. So hopefully they can settle in the shooting circle this time around, having their third opportunity into that circle. Oh, a good dodge there.
It was
by Greta Steenkamp, managing to get that ball in.
Yeah, it certainly was a lovely piece of play. And that does take the Rubies to their first point 4 minutes later, but rather later than never.
Oh! And what a great setup there by Mbizi. She set that up for herself and she read it beautifully and just went for it.
Yeah, she started off a bit loose, and I think what was exciting for me is that she shot straight up, both hands. And, you know, she's doing the basics right, and that's why she's been doing so well in the early stages of this match.
Yeah, for me, definitely the exciting player at this stage. The way she's playing and the way she's looking for ball. So I'm looking forward to see what she's got up her sleeve for the remainder of the game.
Indeed. So just the first 5 minutes of this match. Done and dusted. But we've got a long way ahead of us in this under-17 battle lap. So this is good patience that we are seeing from the Rubies.
I think also the thing that they had to adapt to, Simi, both these sides, is playing 4-quarter games. Because at school level, most of your under-17 teams only play 2 halves.
Yeah.
So it might be quite a big adaptation for them that they have to make as players in that specific age group. So it'll be interesting also to see how the intensity goes during the game, whether they can keep it for the full duration or if they drop after the first 2 quarters.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting, you know, distinction, Amanda, because 18 minutes of play is quite a lot. And especially, I think, in a tournament format, you know, where you're playing basically every day. Yeah. So it does take a toll in itself, especially for these youngsters. Oh, that's a great take.
Yeah, well done, Lebo. I think she also did read that well, waited for that ball in space, and then just took the intercept.
Oh, good hands there as well from Wilson as she finds the shooters, and they do make it count. So it's 2 goals apiece, just less than halfway in this first quarter.
Yep. And there you have it, Wilson just hanging on to that ball a little bit too long. I think, Simi, you can agree with me on that as a wing attack. You either just got to let it go on the first second, or play a different option.
Yeah, 100%. It has to be quick releases as the first option in that first second. And then obviously if there is no alternatives up front, look for that side or a back pass. But you don't want to give the defenders a chance, you know, to shut down your shooters, because then you'll be under tremendous pressure. Oh, stepping error there. The errors are coming in fast and furious.
Oh, and to me it looks like the battle of the goal defenses. Erika also going there for the 45 intercept, but unfortunately getting called for the contact. And it will set the penalty for the Rubies. I would have to say, I don't think Steenkamp expected that ball.
Yep. She didn't. Power of communication, always key. Oh, that's unfortunate. Charged up, a little bit overcooked there. And Cronje not able to hold on to that. It almost feels like it went behind her. And you always have to, you know, play it in the space, in the direction that the player is moving in.
Yeah, a lot of times, Simi, it's not the option that's not right. It's the placement of the ball. And ball placement is so important in netball.
So here's an opportunity then for the Cheetahs to possibly break away from, they've just been edging by 1 goal, and I'm sure they want to pull away from the Rubies.
And Muremi showing some good hand speed at this stage in that attacking end for the Cheetahs.
Oh, fortunately over a third. It was just a technical issue. You know, if she still landed with the back foot in that middle court, it could have been fine.
Yeah, I think they're just too tired now. They want to take shortcuts.
So it is the Cheetahs back on the attack. They seem to have had more possession, but I mean, the scoreboard is still pretty much toe-to-toe, but things are not perhaps falling into place as yet.
No, looking at the scoreboard, it's quite a low score for both sides. And they're just playing the ball up and down a lot. But again, a lot of errors, like you've mentioned, creeping in all over the place.
Yeah, that's good contesting from Erica, but she does need to come up front.
And a good rebound there from Steenkamp. Good job.
Yep, it is indeed, as the Rubies equalize to 3 goals apiece. So here's a turnover for the Rubies. They will get a chance to lead for the first time in this match. They haven't been up front. So this is a much needed turnover for the Ruby side.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed about Steenkamp in that shooting circle is that she just gives up her position quite easily. She makes the move and then stops, and then the defense just comes around. So just holding that space a bit longer could help them.
Yeah, definitely needed to just hold it a bit longer. But what an exciting match we've got in our hands. The Rubies just scored off the back of the Cheetahs centre pass, putting them up by 1 goal, and almost immediately the Cheetahs returned the favour, looking to score on the back of the Rubies centre pass. It's not the greatest strategy. You at least want to keep your own.
Yeah, definitely. You're going to make life hard for yourself if you want to play catch-up netball.
So we're back to equal footing for both teams. And just less than 90 seconds remaining in this first quarter.
And there we go. Unfortunately, just not finishing, but it still was a good setup.
Yeah, I love this, these matches where no team just runs away with the scoreboard. You never know, you never know who's going to be up front because the ball's going back and forth. It just shows just how equally matched the teams are, and the fact that both teams are challenging, each other and pushing each other to the limits. It's really good netball to watch.
Yes, I mean, I think when it comes down to playoffs, the teams are equally matched, and so that makes it easier for them to play.
Yeah, definitely, indeed.
Oh, and a good rebound there by Mbiza. She's been quite impressive for me in this game.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly agreeing with you there, Amanda. She's, I mean, there isn't really much she's doing. I think for me it's just ability to read that ball and her timing. That's what stood out.
Yeah, and she doesn't make a lot of mistakes carrying the ball through court. She's always available, not overplaying. But yes, she sets up beautifully and reads play well.
So there was a lovely finish by the Rubies, who do close off this first quarter with a 1-goal lead. There seems to be a little bit more time left on the clock. And it is the Rubies centre pass, but not much time remaining. I'm not sure if they're aware of it, Amanda, but they need to put it in. Yeah, don't think they were aware of that, but nonetheless, the Rubies do close off, just edging by 1 goal at the end of the first quarter. And just to confirm that score, it is 5 goals for Rubies with 4 for the Cheetahs. But do stay with us as the action continues right here on the DSTV Now app.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
If you missed out on all the action, there is still 3 quarters remaining in this battle lap between the Cheetahs and Rubies. It was a 5-goal performance, at least for Rubies, with the Cheetahs managing to score 4 goals in that first quarter. But 3 more quarters of lots of action coming up. It's not done and dusted. We pretty much knew that it was going to go toe to toe.
Oh, and a beautiful intercept there by Burger, who's just been moved out of the circle. She started out on goalkeeper, but she took a beautiful intercept there on that centre pass. And I have to say, Simi, I was concerned with that changeover because I thought that Mbiza was doing a good job on that goal defence position. But looking at things, we might be sitting with 2 goal defence players.
Yeah, we might be, and I mean that's actually quite, you know, a great place to be in. If you're able to have 2 defenders that are equally mobile, and you can just switch them over, and that is the reward of that. So good start there by Burger then on that goal defense position. It takes the Rubies to a 2-goal lead.
And again, beautiful movement there by Steenkamp, using that dodge and coming through on that baseline. The Rubies do seem to have a little bit of a energy change.
Yeah, it's always great to see how the players come back on court after the quarter intervals. And I agree with you, it looks like Rubies have had some injection of, and bucket loads of injection of energy.
Yep, and I see also the Cheetahs have moved their goal attack, Amy Jacobs, into that goal shooting position now. So it's good to see that these 2 teams do have a couple of substitutions up their sleeve, which makes it a bit more interesting.
So there's no real change in terms of how Amy and Uviwe Mbiza are going into the second quarter. They've just basically both moved into the circle.
Yep. And I have to say, the mid-court change is also a good change for me, for the Cheetahs, just swapping their wing attack and centre around for a bit. Oh, and again beautifully read there by Erika, just a bit too late, and getting called there for the contact. But nonetheless, it will be a Cheetah throw-in.
It is a Cheetah throw-in. They did well there. I think they just created a little bit of confusion in that Rubies circle.
But again, the toy is saying not today, and I think the reason for that was because there was just space on the circle edge for her to come through for that intercept, and that's such an important skill for a mid-court player, is to land on that circle edge.
Yep, looking on now on this super take from the Cheetahs mid-court. But yeah, you're 100% right, Amanda. It's not the easiest to defend on the edge of the circle. So a mid-court has to always be aware of their space and also their position, not to cause any contact. So it's a pressured intercept, to be exact.
Yep. And beautifully played from the pocket to the top and in.
Yeah, it sounds easy, hey, but I mean a triangle is exactly that.
Yep. No, and that was just beautifully done, and a good setup by the centre as well.
So we're back to an equal footing with both teams sitting on 8 goals. Cheetahs really did well to close that gap. At one point, it was a 3-goal game.
Yeah, and I have to say, I do enjoy the energy from Steenkamp coming from the back. It does seem to show that she's showing more options to her side, which make it a bit more easier for the feeders to give her the ball.
Oh my goodness.
I thought she had it.
Yeah, same here. I thought Berger got that one. She went in there. It was so well timed. Ball facing. And really, but nonetheless, it was a good attempt. And I mean, you would know this as a defender as well, Amanda, that, you know, you will get called out for a penalty or contact. But when you keep trying and trying, eventually at some point, you know, you'll get it right. It's all about the effort and constantly doing that.
Yeah, now, Sammy, that's the thing. Defenders can't be scared of getting called for the contact. It's about them just trying and figuring out their timing and having a feel for the ball as well.
So they swing that ball right across the court. Yeah, that's good patience. Great option for the Cheetahs, and well rewarded by Amy Jacobs of the Cheetahs. So Cheetahs back in the lead. Yeah, this is good work from the Rubies, trying to keep the Cheetahs in that mid-court.
Yes, I mean, I think a much better start from both sides in the second quarter. Looking at the scoreboard, there's definitely been a change of energy. Maybe they just wanted to survive the first quarter.
Oh, my goodness. That was a clever piece of play from Uviwe Mbiza. She just popped out of nowhere. No real effort.
Oh, yeah, unfortunately, Erika got called for that step, but she did well there.
Yeah, I think Rubies need to look into that last entry or last release into that circle, because there's a few that haven't really gone according to plan.
Oh, good job. Luckily, they got away with that.
They did.
I just heard the guy attack saying, no, don't give me that ball.
And good for her. I couldn't figure out where that ball was going and where that needed to be that high up, because you're putting yourself on the back foot, especially when you've got the likes of Uviwe Mbiza as a solid keeper.
No, definitely.
Yeah, that's a good option, but not able to break through the web of Erika Ikai. And Rubies getting themselves into that double-digit mark, so only still 1 goal in it. Oh, this is good pressure. Oh, unfortunately, an obstruction called against wing attack of Rubies. Rubies has done this so well, Amanda. They've been keeping them here, forcing them to play that extra ball in that mid-third before transitioning into that shooting third.
Yeah, no, definitely. And they're forcing them to do a lot of square passes going into the attack. Oh, and a good pickup there by Mbiza again. She read that beautifully. She's got great elevation, and I think that's why she can play the goalkeeper position. Oh, beautiful technique there by Cornel Slabber. She shot that beautifully and rewarded her team for that intercept.
Yeah, so we're back to an equal footing. We knew it was going to go down to the wire. And that's exactly what we're seeing in this under-17 playoff. Lovely roll off, but unfortunately, I think she may have just been a little bit surprised with herself. She did so well, but just had to finish it.
Yeah, I've seen Steenkamp do that roll now twice. 2 of the times she didn't have her timing right, and right there she had it right, so I think she couldn't believe it. And then she dropped that ball. But I mean, these players are still young. They need to experience with skill and figure it out themselves. It won't always be perfect,
Yeah.
but that's cool netball.
And I love the fact that, you know, they're thinking about it. They're thinking about every single move on court. You know, I shot through the middle this time around. What else can I do? How else do I break away from the opposition? Because that's what you take away from it, even if it may have not worked.
Yeah, definitely.
Unfortunately, an offside call there against the Cheetahs.
But a good pickup there by Wilson again. I have to say she's been very strong on the defense, even on the center position. She turns that ball quite quickly.
Oh, that's lovely executed there. And Jacobs missing that attempt.
I have to say, for me, Jacobs have done well on the goal shooter position. It seems like the Cheetahs are finding her a lot easier than when she was playing on the goal attack position.
So you reckon much better combination with the switch over?
Yeah, I think the change was good there, definitely. What's interesting for me is both sides, the defenders attack quite high. Nothing wrong with defenders attacking, but the moment they run in front of the leads, it becomes harder for the attack because the space then for them is so small then to do whatever they need to do. So I think there just needs to be a balance from the defenders attacking through court, first looking if there is a front option coming.
No, you're spot on, because also, I mean, if your defenders are going to be, you know, coming that high up, then at least your attackers can fall a little bit deeper, but it has to be balanced. There has to be communication, and it can't be the same script over and over again, because some instances are going to call for an attacker to come a little bit high up.
Yep.
So Cheetahs enjoying a 2-goal lead. We're just less than 2 minutes before we reach that halfway mark.
And good pressure there by the Cheetahs around that circle, forcing the Rubies into a held ball.
Yeah, defensively for me, the Cheetahs who really have done so well. They've been turning a lot of balls, and not just necessarily in the shooting circle alone, but before it breaks through that goal shooting third.
What makes it hard there on the frame that there's no player closer to the ball for that goal attack. So the only option is to really give it into the goal shooter. So for me on a throw-in, you just got to make sure your mid-court players are actually ball side.
Yeah, just to get that short first release, and then you can move on and run with the ball. So Mbizo continuing to turn ball, putting a lot of pressure in that shooting circle of the Cheetahs. Yeah, stays in, that's the shot, she's in the circle. So a big call out to pick up the shooters.
So what do you make of that, Simi? The wing defense is trying to keep a goal attack out of the circle.
For me, you know, I'm not sure how effective it can be, because you're going to have a goal defense that will always be watching for that handover into the circle. And if you've got a goal attack who's very quick, who's very agile, you may not be able to get it right the whole time. So I'm more, I think, old school in the sense that when you get to that point in that goal shooting third, pick up your own. And then the defenders as well in the circle, pick up one player. You know?
Yeah, because I don't think there's a need for the Cheetahs at this stage to do a double up on Steenkamp.
Yeah.
And for me, actually, as Cornel Slaver is doing the shooting work, she's the one that's not missing. So it would be better for the goal defense, Erika, to actually play with her.
100%, yeah. But we know that the players have a very different idea of what happens on court. But we've only just gone through the first 2 quarters, and the second half will get underway as well. It's been an exciting performance between these 2 teams. And just to confirm that score, 13 goals for Cheetahs with 11 for Rubies. But do stay with us. We will continue to bring you all the action at the DStv Now app after this break.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
A great first half performance between these two sides, pretty much going toe-to-toe for the first 2 quarters, but really it is always exciting to see what the teams bring in this championship quarter, Amanda, and just gauging, you know, but by what the two teams displayed. I think we're certainly going to pretty much see a similar script going into this 3rd quarter.
Yeah, definitely, Simi, I agree with you on that. I think that the 1st quarter wasn't great for either teams, but the 2nd quarter, both teams picked up the intensity. There were better passages of play. I think defensively, both teams are putting each other under pressure. So it will be interesting to see if there will be a pull away from either of the sides playing, and if there will be turnover ball, because they need to break. They need to break with at least 2 goals just to get a good getaway.
Yeah, and it's definitely possible. I mean, we've seen teams, all you need is like 2 intercepts or turnovers, and you start getting, you know, that breakaway or that lead that is sought by the teams.
And the Cheetahs getting us away on that centre pass.
And it's always quite interesting to look on some of the changes that the coaches have made. And we're looking at that, you know, introducing Uviwembi's on the goal defense position for Rubies. We thought that you were surprised by the first switch over, and now looks like the coach has gone back to that initial option of Uviwembi's on the goal defense.
Yeah, no, definitely, and I get the feeling that they can play both goal defense. For me, I think they're both goal defenders, and they just play goalkeeper now as well. But I think specialized goal defenses are probably their position. But a good take there from Leah Cronje on that wing defense position.
Yeah, definitely. She has been exciting and exceptional on that wing defense. So the Rubies back on the attack. They are trailing by 1 at this point, and will be looking to equalize. Yeah, not sure who that ball was aimed for, whether it was targeted to the goal attack or the wing attack, but they still did well to retain that possession.
Yeah, and I see that the Rubies have made a wing attack change as well, which will be interesting to see how it will affect them around that circle. But I think what is good about the Rubies is that they've got a moving shooter as well. So the wing attack change might not affect them that badly, or maybe she's going to do a good job there.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what the third quarter has to bring. But so far, it is Rubies who've scored 2 consecutive goals in this quarter, and none for the Cheetahs as yet. But here's a possibility for them. Oh, my goodness. Oh,
And
just
again,
timing.
Biza there reading that well.
Her timing, her, you know, because, I mean, you can stand in front of an attacker and still jump, but your hands-eye coordination has to be spot on.
Yeah, and I think she space marks really well. She would hang in a space and let the attacking player look open for that second and then go in for the intercept. And that's truly a skill that's hard to coach. Because the player needs to know what's her abilities. Oh, and the goal attack wide open underneath that post. Just the vision.
Yeah, they have to look down court, Amanda. I mean, that for me was picture perfect. It's what every attacker wants, a shooter in that circle, unmarked. So here's an attempted goal, but she opts to bounces it through. Clever.
Yep, I think that was the better option. Looking at the distance, and she puts it up for them. Cornell Slavitt.
Yeah, so 3 goals for Rubies. This is a Rubies quarter. They were sitting at 11 goals at the beginning of this quarter. They had 14 already. Not a single goal for the Cheetahs.
Yeah, no, definitely. They started out well with this quarter. And again, there it is.
Yeah, and we're always talking about, you know, the third quarter being the championship quarter, because the quarter that, you know, character is tested, and you're able to see which team can play the hearts out. A lot of decisions or results turned in this third quarter. And I mean, looking at how Rubies is performing, they're really putting their hand up. They're really challenging and contesting and making things difficult for this Cheetah side.
Yeah, third quarter is a make or break. And sometimes just the team that can't keep up with the intensity is usually the team that gets left behind them.
Yeah, so 5-0 in this third quarter for Rubies. This is unbelievable, and perhaps, you know, that wing attack change as well, also yielding the desired outcome.
Yeah, definitely, and I think they just should keep punching at it now, and see how they can keep it up and use it to their advantage. Oh, and a beautiful base drive there from the goal attack of the Cheetahs, Nicole Taljaard.
So here's an opportunity for the Cheetahs to get their first goal in this third quarter. It took them a good 5 minutes, but hopefully not too much damage was done, and they'll be able to try and close that gap yet again. Yeah, there was definitely going to be a pass. I had no doubt in my mind. There's not a chance that she would have tried to take that shot, Taljaard.
Yeah, and Amy Jacobs keeping her space there for that ball into the circle. I think she's such a strong hold for the Cheetahs, and definitely something they can utilize a lot more.
So here's a turnover opportunity. It was an offsides call against Uviwe Mbiza. Yeah, Taljaard is driving there. Yeah. And Jacobs also stood well there, you know, defending her space. So I thought there was great interplay between the two shooters.
Yeah, I like that when she sweeps that circle for her goal shooter, Amy, because she's got a very strong hold. Oh, and a beautiful outside hand there by the goalkeeper from the Cheetahs.
So here's an opportunity for the Cheetahs yet again. They've been chipping away at this margin, trying to, you know, get back ahead. They did edge at some point by 1 or 2 goals.
Oh. And again, great intercept there by Mbiza.
Fortunately called out for a stepping error.
Yes, Sammy, I have to give credit to that player. She really reads play well.
She does, Amanda, and I mean, we've been talking about her timing as well. She's been a standout undoubtedly in this match. So here's a throw in, taken by Dallier, who finds Jacobs. Lovely loop over there, and I thought Jacobs did well to defend the space and only lunging in that, you know, when the ball was descending.
Yeah, definitely. And oh, and there she goes again, Mbiza.
Yeah, if the Cheetahs have not realized it, no ball will get through Mbiza. They're going to have to try something different.
Just unfortunately not finding her center there behind her, but still managed to keep that ball in hand.
Yep, that is good work from Ruby's defenders, turning that ball and creating more opportunities for Slauber and Steenkamp, who do reward their defenders by making it count. So really this is an exciting third quarter performance from the Rubies.
Unfortunately offside there by the Cheetahs wing defense.
Yep, there's nothing she could have done in that instance.
A clap push up maybe.
Yeah.
And so we're just looking at that circle set up there. I think what's hard for the Rubies shooters is there's not always a mid-court player just straight behind them, which they can offload to. So the only left with the option really is to shoot it or to pop it to the shooter. And I think that's one thing the Rubies can look off, just to take that pressure off the shooters.
Yeah, so they're constantly looking for each other because that support on the edge of the circle is perhaps missing. Yeah, you're right, Amanda. And I mean, you know, there's a golden rule that you need to, as an attacker, look out for your shooters, see where they position, and then go and support them. Also splitting and balancing the court quite nicely, but it's so important for a shooter. So we back to 17 goals apiece, and the Cheetahs have the centre pass. Oh my goodness!
What a great read there from Burger.
Unfortunately, the umpire already called an earlier contact, but yeah, she did so well.
that was so good. But there we go. Maybe he will reward her for her effort.
Yeah, and I mean, the 3-second call, it's all credit to the defenders again. You know, it may not be an intercept, but guess what? It forces the attackers to hold onto that ball longer than they need to. And it's still defensive work, well executed.
And there we go.
So Ruby's edging by 1 goal, just over 90 seconds remaining in this third quarter. And the Cheetahs return the favor as well, putting a lot of pressure in that mid-court and forcing a 3-second call as well against the Rubies. Oh, look at that circle. Jacobs defending that entire space for herself. I think she was moving or hopping a little bit and, you know, dragging the defenders with her. She just anchored. Yeah. And wait for that release.
No, Sammy, and I did find that she was doing it really well throughout the quarter, is having a big space.
Yeah.
And again, just the feeders, making sure that they place that ball into that space.
Oh, my goodness.
Great intercept there by the Cheetah center. She read and timed that beautifully.
Yep, indeed.
Burger returning the favor.
Yeah, I thought that was well executed by Burger. Yeah, I think, you know, when you've got 2 defenders and they can easily play, you know, between the goal defense position. I haven't really thought about it, but I think it's such a nice option to have as a coach, because that means that you've got a goalkeeper who's effectively a goal defense, so she moves a lot more. Yeah. She's able to come out of that circle a lot more as well.
And I think what's good about a goal defense playing goalkeeper is you've got more time to read the ball. So yeah, it's good to also play goalkeeper as a goal defense and just read the ball, because a lot of players can't read the ball. They don't know where the ball will go next, and for goalkeepers that's good practice.
It is a good practice indeed. As we bring the third quarter to a close, Ruby's having a strong third quarter performance. They do edge by 1 goal at the end of this quarter, but do stay with us for one more quarter in this battle up. We'll be back right after this break.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, you know, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed 1 player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
Only 1 quarter remaining in this battle up between the Cheetahs as well as the Rubies. We haven't really been able to see one dominant team, Amanda. It's been pretty much going toe-to-toe for the duration of this match.
Yeah, definitely, Sammy. I think both sides showing some strong defensive efforts, and for me it's a toe-to-toe match, and it will be interesting to see who can come up with the win and who can get turnovers.
Yeah, but, you know, we spoke about the third quarter, and Ruby is really putting their hand up in terms of, you know, how they performed. But this is the big one. It's crunch time. It's almost as if we're starting from scratch.
Yeah, and I have to say, I do like the change that the Rubies have made in that shooting circle. And I see that they've brought back Steenkamp on the wing attack position. But I think the shooter change have worked out well for them. And defensively, the Rubies have kept it with Burger inside that circle, which I think is also a good move.
Yeah, it is definitely, because we felt that I think Mbiza was more effective as well, not just from a defensive perspective, but also I think, you know, on the attack side of things, bringing the ball down court. So it's interesting to see both coaches' changes in this final quarter. Because also a no change is a decision not to change.
Yeah, and I think like a tight encounter like this one, you don't want to make too much changes, because it's actually working what's on the court.
Yeah.
So then the tactical change might be better than changing the player.
Indeed. So both teams will be giving it everything they've got. It is crunch time. So every single decision is absolutely imperative in the final 10 minutes of this match.
And some good movement there by the goal shooter, doing that half roll and coming back in.
Yeah, they just have to back themselves up and make it count. You know, at this stage, I don't think that they can afford any errors, any missed shots.
Yeah, especially in a 1-point game.
Yeah, exactly, because it could be the deciding goal or missed goal, so they do need to, I think, just take heed of that.
Yeah, and I think for both sides a win will be nice. Only one team can win.
Yeah.
But getting on the bus tonight and just having that winning spirit is so much better than coming off the court and not having the win.
Yeah, and I know earlier on we were talking about the Cheetahs as the likely team, but I mean, look at that, Umbiza just making things difficult for the Cheetahs side.
Yeah, no, she's been a stronghold for the Ruby side. I think they need to carry her off the court tonight.
Yep, she's giving it everything she's got. Will walk away with absolutely nothing at the end of this game. I mean, that was a clever little pop out and interplay between Slauber and Steenkamp. So we're back to an equal footing. So he has an opportunity at goal, but missed yet again, Amanda. I mean, this is a second attempted goal, but they do get saved.
Yeah. Oh, I think that was a good take. I would have allowed that.
I would certainly have allowed that. I thought she did well.
Yeah. Oh, good finish there. Lucky to come away with the points there.
So the Rubies are not sitting down or backing down, but look at that marvelous take.
Good job from the wing defense and the keeper. They both set that intercept up and quickly got that ball out of that goal third.
They certainly did. I think really today's match has been a battle of the defenders. You know, whether you're in wing or goal defense or goalkeeper, and we've been entertained from both circles in that regard.
Yeah, and I'm glad that the Cheetahs did keep on Amy Jacobs on that shooting position. I've seen they've moved her out of the circle again, but for me, she's been the more accurate shooter for the Cheetahs today, so good for keeping her on court.
Yeah, so here's a turnover ball then for the Cheetahs, and a chance for them to edge ahead. Yep, lovely release into that circle, and Daliard makes it count. So Cheetahs ahead just by 1 goal.
Oh, and a good take there from Burger. Was never going to go in there with her in that circle.
No, it wasn't, Amanda. I think they may have underestimated Burger there. Should have learned a thing or two by now. Okay, a lot of balls being played in that circle.
Beautiful roll, beautifully kept in. And well played, and that deserves the goal.
Listen, that was possibly the finish of the match. I think really the two shooters are doing a phenomenal job for Rubies.
Yeah, for me they're a very strong combination. They've got a good feel for each other in that circle. And what a way to put that up again.
So Rubies back on the lead. It is only 1 goal difference, so anything can happen. But really for me, they've been an incredibly encouraging team, just not letting anyone, you know, just walk over them, or Cheetahs specifically, because when the Cheetahs look like they're getting back in it, they say, hang on, we're here to compete, and it's not yet done.
Yes, I mean, we did predict at the start of this match that it was going to be close. That's what I like about it. It's a close game. It's not the highest of intensity, but it's still a close game. And like I've mentioned, it doesn't have to be beautiful, even if it's messy.
Yeah.
Just come off the court with the win.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't have to be all flashy and fireworks, but it's basics that win the game of netball, and goals at the end of the day, as we see that.
Yeah.
Well,
and I put my money on the defense of the Rubies. I think they might still come off with a few intercepts. And 5 minutes left. So let's see what will happen.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think, you know, the defenders of the Rubies have really impressed me in terms of every team comes with their own game plan, but I think they've disrupted that game plan of the Cheetahs.
No, definitely. And they don't look too tired.
No, definitely not. They've been chipping away, you know, working tirelessly in the shooting circle. So the ball taken just outside the circle.
Oh, again, here's the opportunity for the Rubies. If they can make this count, it will give them that 2-goal edge, and they will have the next centre pass.
Yeah, I think so too, Amanda. I think this could potentially be the turning point, you know, which possibly could be what Rubies need to get that lead that they've been looking for the longest of times.
Oh,
placement.
And just the other option.
Yeah. Oh, this is really, I think, a tight one for us to watch as well, because we can see the gaps. You know, we can see which of the two shooters was a better option. But, I mean, the players are caught up in all that heat on court.
Yes, I mean, as a former national mid-court player, you can see the space.
Yeah, so sometimes you want to tell them, look for the goal attack, you know, but decisions are already being made, unfortunately. So a bit of a clash there from Uviwembiza with the goalpost, but it does give Cheetahs an opportunity to equalize. They do. Just 3 minutes remaining. This is the point where we will see who has the BMT, who has the heart, you know, who has the strength to carry all this pressure, because it is crunch time.
No, definitely, and just now keep the ball in hand. Oh! And there we go, the Cheetahs taking that intercept.
And that's all they needed,
yeah,
one
and
turnover.
That's the BMT that you've been talking about. And Talia sinking that shot.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. This is the turning point that the Cheetahs have been looking for, that sets them ahead. And a long-range shot into the circle, but completely throwing it off court. So here's an opportunity for Rubies to get ahead and close off strong. They need to take it easy, take their time, and unfortunately, stepping error called against them. Yeah, this is the pressure we've been talking about, Amanda. And you can see the players that can handle it and those that are crumbling, you know, at such a crucial time in this match.
Yes, I mean, there's just a minute and a half of play left. So if the Rubies now can score, it's very important for them to score. And then they will have the next centre pass. So then they should be able to bag it. But I know that the Cheetahs are not going to make it easy for them.
No, they won't. That's a lovely pop over. And Rubies do make it count to equalize. Just 1 minute remaining. And we're 24 goals apiece. And like you said, it is the Rubies centre pass. Can they take it all the way?
Yeah, they've got more than enough time. They've still got a minute left on the clock. Just be patient with the ball. Keep the ball in hand. Because if not, they might end up with a draw.
Yep, and that's not what they would be hoping for. It's good defense from the Cheetahs, trying to shut down the ball. But, yep, great rebound. My goodness, the Rubies are really putting their hand up.
I think they're just playing for time. My guess.
Very possible, Amanda, but they do make it count.
Cheetah centre, they would want to go quick.
Yep, they have to. There isn't enough time.
Oh! And there's a contact called against the goalkeeper, Berger. So they will have the penalty shot.
Yeah, so this is a penalty shot, and it's a shot that equalizes things in this
now
match.
Need to play fast. They need to play 3 balls into that circle. They can't waste time. Give it, give it, give it.
Into the circle.
Sammy, I wish I can hear us.
Unfortunately, not enough time. But that's all the action from DSTV now. But do stay with us on SuperSport Variety 4 as the semi-finals will be streamed on that side.
Well, we welcome you back to Hoërskool Waterkloof for day 4 of the Telkom Netball Champs. It is the penultimate day of competition and we are nearing the business end of the competition as we're going to head into the semi-finals in the under-19 division. For those of you that are just joining us on Supersport Variety 4, welcome. We have been at this for the last 3 days. It is day 4 and we are going to be rounding things up in terms of settling who will be in that under-19 final. Looking at the teams that are going to be in the